Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to TopstepTV. Happy Monday, everybody. Today is October 27th, 2025. We got a great week of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting today with the opening call. Hopefully, everybody had a great weekend, but it is time to get back to work. We got markets making all-time highs, and I'm at an all-time high right now because I'm trading here with some of my good friends. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to his right, JD. JD Hoag, how you guys feeling this morning?
Feeling good, man. Happy Monday. I know Mondays are typically not my best trading days, so I'm going to be very careful today. We do have equities at all-time highs. Just never ends. Just keeps going up and to the right, folks. JD, how you feeling this morning?
Excellent, excellent. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hogue. Good morning to all my friends and traders in the chat. Happy Fed Week, everybody. We all know what that means. We're going to get into this gold trade in just a minute, too. There's a poll in the chat. What do you say we look over some gold charts real quick before we get into this trade? Let's do it, fellas.
Absolutely.
Let's do a Hogue. Got poll right now saying 56% going to the 5 minutes. So we got a little bit of time, Hogue, but what do we got on these gold charts?
Okay, so we've got gold kind of pulling back a little bit on the monthly chart, weekly chart. Seeing some potential reversal patterns in those. Just looking here at the 30-minute chart, though, overnight inventory is short. We are opening with a gap below the session low from Friday, which was 40.7340. There is a lot of weak structure down below in this market. This little pullback starting to seem like a little bit more than just a little pullback here. We're seeing some signs we haven't seen since the beginning of this rally, and we're going to have to see how this plays out. I'm looking like, I don't know, short for the opening range trade would be my preference. What about you guys?
I'm seeing that as well, Hogue. I was looking for gold to kind of hold up inside of that October 21st range. 40.94 was that price. We kind of opened up there last night, but we're falling out of that range. We're right now under the 20-day moving average. And the 50 is looking more and more like a target every day that we don't find buyers. On the 30-minute, we do have overnight inventory pretty short right now. I would be looking for, if we do get into this trade, we're pretty close to that overnight low, so we'd be making new lows on the session. Just managing this trade, how much room is there still to the downside would be the question. I know we talked about that 4,000 level, and we haven't traded it yet. Hogue, is today the day we do it? Would be my question.
Big fat round number. We're very visual down there. We'll have to see how this plays out. We did add a bunch of new longs on Friday, new open interest coming into the long side. So if that is the case, they're shorter time frame traders. They are holding losing positions now. If they need to get out, that could be enough to push us down to that 4,000 level.
If we do get in long here, if this trade triggers a long, we do have VWAP at 40.7660. I would think about, maybe some position management around there because we do have this overnight inventory to the short side. That also does kind of line up with the low of the first 30-minute bar from last night, which is at 40.75 even. So if this does trigger a long, I'd be thinking position management up there.
Yes.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Agreed.
We have been sort of range bound for the last week. We're at the lower end of that range right now. Last week's low, 40.2120. That number is also on your Topstep daily levels indicator, which is updated. So we are hovering just above that right now. I like your call for 4,000, though. I believe that's a possibility early this week.
Pretty nice.
40,
right now, we got a gold
40.50.
Let's trade 40.50, 40.49, yeah, 40.50. We do have a gold tilt, 66% long right now, average price 40.60. So they are a little bit underwater here. But let's see if that tilt changes as we get through the gold open. Gold is officially open now. We are taking that 5-minute opening range trade, 61% of the vote going to the 5-minute. And we're going to wait. We wait for a 5-minute candle to close, and then we're going to wait for a confirmation candle, which is a close outside of that range. If it's a close to the upside, we'll be long. If it's a close to the downside, we'll be short. And we will let you know how that trade goes, ideally holding on to it for as long as the market is willing to present opportunity. JD, before we get into that trade, we got any news that we want to cover?
Sure, let's do it. Let's take a look at the eco calendar real quick. What is going on this week? It's Fed week. We get some earnings out. We got a couple items on the economic calendar that we're not sure if they're coming out or not due to the government shutdown. But there's still a few things on the calendar. We've got durable goods scheduled to come out at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Later on today, we got a 2-year note auction and also a 5-year note auction. Those are on the schedule today. Also, President Trump is meeting with the Japanese Prime Minister at about 7:30 p.m. Central Time later this evening. Look out for headlines throughout the day. Tomorrow, the 2-day FOMC meeting begins. That'll be followed up on Wednesday by the Fed rate decision at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, and then Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. We will be piping that in. We'll be piping in the Fed Chairman's speech and the Q&A afterwards, live here right on TopstepTV. Make sure you're tuning in for all things Fed related this week. 7:30 p.m. Central Time on Thursday, we have GDP still on the docket. We'll see if that number does come out or not. And then, of course, the Fed's favorite inflation gauge, the PCE number, personal consumption expenditures, also known as personal income and outlays. We're going to see how much people are making versus how much they're spending. Not sure if that number's coming out yet. These numbers on Thursday and Friday are tentative. GDP and PCE, they're still on the calendar right now. We'll see how this government shutdown affects the release of these economic numbers. But potentially some big data coming out this week. On the earnings front, we've got some decent earnings starting on Wednesday. We got Meta, Alphabet, and Microsoft after the close on Wednesday. Thursday, we've got Amazon and Apple. We have some more news on Amazon in just a little bit, too. As far as other news, though, well, back to you guys. We're about to get into a trade here, I think. Or we're going to look at this trade for a second. We've got
5 minute.
Bit of a pop.
Go ahead, Hogue.
Yeah, it just broke to the upside. It's about an 80 tick opening range, 5 minute.
I'm looking for a 2-lot micros. It's quite a bit of risk. 80 ticks. With our expanded risk parameters, that'll put us at about $200 worth of risk on this opening range breakout trade.
It's almost hard to say I want to be short gold.
It's very difficult. Yeah. Everybody in the world is buying gold right now. Every central bank on the planet is stockpiling gold. How do you still be short it? Or how can you how do you manage to be short it? I don't know.
It kind of goes against the trade for the last 2 years as well, right? Where it's just been find an opportunity to buy gold because it continues to go up. But over the past couple of days, it has taken some hits. So let's see what we get here. We changed the execution of the trade just a little bit. We are going to wait for a candle close outside of this range. So it may be a little while before we get into it. But Hogue, before we get into that trade, why don't we go over the checklist just so that we make sure we're prepared for the trading day?
Absolutely. Yes, you got to do your checklist. You got to do your homework before you start to trade. Pre-market research, that's what we're doing here. Always about context, good risk management, and remaining patient. Check. The morning checklist. You got your coffee, got your water. Are you fed? Did you get your exercise in? Check. Mindset check. Are you in the right mindset to trade? Are you feeling good? Things good around you? Check. Trade entry checklist. Got my pen, got my paper. Write down all those trades, review them at the end of the day when you are filling out your post-market checklist. We'll put the check on that. If you want to play, you've got to do your homework, folks. You've got to do your homework. And that's what we're doing right here.
Thank you. Doing the hard work for you, folks.
Yes, we are, JD. 40.54 last trade in gold, 40.54 last trade, 68% long in the tilt. Again, it was 66% long on that opening range. Average price is still 40.60, so still a little bit underwater here. Still trading in the middle of that 5-minute opening range. Again, we're not going to take a trade until a candle closes outside of that range. But we got some more charts to get to. Gold right now is down 2%, over 2%. Had a nice little gap down last night, filled the gap, and trading lower. Now, we'll get into those charts in just a minute. But JD, any other news we want to cover before we do that?
Yes, update on the government shutdown and travel at the moment. As the government shutdown stretches into day 26, it's putting a strain on air travel. Airports across the country have reported more staffing shortages than usual without enough manpower. There are rising concerns about possible safety lapses. In addition, thousands of flights were delayed Saturday, and more than 500 were canceled. Jen Sullivan has details on what's causing the staff shortages and what travelers can expect during the shutdown.
Thousands of flights have been delayed this weekend as airports across the country deal with staffing shortages.
There's going to be a lot less people coming in as people are going to be running out of money.
Oksana Kelly is a TSA agent in Orlando. Right now, she's not getting paid because of the government shutdown. Yet she still has to show up to work because TSA agents and air traffic controllers are considered essential employees. But many are having to call out sick because they say they simply can't afford to pay for things like gas or childcare costs.
If I have nowhere to leave my kids, how am I going to come to work?
According to flight tracker site FlightAware, more than 5,000 flights were delayed Saturday. More than 500 were canceled. Many of those delays are being blamed on staffing shortages.
We've gone up as high as 53% of the delays have been because of staffing shortages. And that number moves every single day.
It's frustrating some passengers.
I'm flying today on sheer faith.
They probably just need to come to an agreement and reopen the government.
Since the shutdown began October 1st, more than 250 FAA facilities have reported staffing problems. That's more than 4 times the number reported during the same period last year. The longer the shutdown lasts, the more financial pressure it puts on these workers.
That leads to an unnecessary distraction, and they cannot be 100% focused on their jobs, which makes this system less safe every day that this shutdown continues.
Travelers are being warned to expect longer security lines and to monitor their flights for any changes. All of this with less than a month to go before the busy holiday travel season. I'm Jen Sullivan reporting.
Couple of major concerns there, guys. First of all, we have federal employees not getting paid, going to work and not making money. Second, we're coming up on our second month of this government shutdown, and it's going to bleed into the holiday season, it looks like. So if you're making travel plans, plan ahead for sure. Let's hope these guys get their heads out of asses as soon as possible. What a clown show, these people.
Absolutely.
Fully so, JD. Day 26, I think we are nearing the longest government shutdown, which was the last one, right? Which was, 34 days, if I remember correctly. Yep. Hopefully we get this stuff figured out. Again, there are real concerns here. Let's see, no close outside of the 5-minute range yet. We did look above the high. Now we're trading below the low. Hogue, you like being short? Let's take a look at these gold trades. Where might we be going with this trade?
All right. Monday, starting with the monthly, and we are seeing signs of excess on this high. Get the chart up here, and here's my concern on the monthly chart is this long wick at the top here. That's presenting as excess. The last long wick we had at the top sent us into 3 months of balance. The one before that, this one right here, a little excess on that monthly chart, and that sent us into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight months of lower pricing. That was right before the beginning of 22, 24, 25. I mean, for the last 2 years, we've had a pretty good run here, haven't we? Take a look at the weekly chart. All right. Now, is there a sign on the weekly chart? Yes. I mean, this is a reversal pattern. This is a bearish piercing pattern for candlestick traders. And this is a reversal pattern. Are we seeing a bigger, longer time frame break in upside market state? Not yet. Are we at risk? I believe we are. Let's take a look at the daily chart. All right. So last week, again, another new all-time high. Last week's high, 43.98, is that all-time high. We haven't really changed much as far as the downside here, where there's still a lot of confluence near this $4,000 level here. We're kind of approaching last week's low, which was 4,021.20. And we're kind of holding below Jay's 20-session simple moving average here. Jay, what are you looking for? What are you seeing? What's notable on this daily chart for me, my friend?
On the daily, Hogue, like you said, we are under that 20-day moving average. What I'm looking at is the heavy volume that we've had since October 17th. We have 3 daily candles over 1 million contracts traded in gold. I had to look back to make sure that was right. Uh, it's a ton of volume trading here. If I'm seeing that, are you seeing that on your charts, Hogue? Am I seeing that correctly? These daily candles are huge anomalies. I had to make sure yeah, that is correct. Those are some huge volume candles. I'm looking at October 17th,
Yes.
the 21st, and the 22nd. So there's some real volume trading up here at these highs. Some aggressive selling, whether it's profit taking or shorts coming into the market. I think it could be some profit taking. You know, we have been on this crazy rally. What I'm looking at for today, Hogue, is our response to this 20-day moving average. We're below it. We haven't closed below the 20-day moving average since October 21st. So today is a potential market structure shift day in gold, depending on how this trades out. We have that 4,000 level right below us. Below that, we have the 50-day moving average, which again we haven't traded since October 26th. Feels a little different here. It feels a little different. We're kind of falling out of the range of that October 21st candle, which was the one I wanted to see the market hold. We still got a lot of day ahead, but gold does look very heavy right now.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Let's take a look at the 30 now. So yeah, we've pulled off considerably off the all-time high, last week's high. We've left some little breadcrumbs, naked point of control, a little bit of a gap here, session gap here. Single prints here from last Tuesday, I believe this was. And those single prints have shown some pretty resilient resistance up at that level in the overnight and in the regular trading hour session, unable to reach into it Friday. Overnight inventory, obviously, we are looking at some pretty substantial shorts. We opened here last night right about there, and we are trading below the range low from Friday's regular trading hour session range. That is going to be the dead low there, which was, well, actually, it was the initial balance low. 40.7340 opening with a gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we are looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which is another reason why I don't dislike the idea of being short the opening range trade. We are still waiting for that first five-minute bar to close outside of that range. So we're not in the trade here just yet. But again, when we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Friday, we added approximately 11,000 contracts on an up day, right? Most of the volume was to the upside on Friday as well. That is new longs, folks. That is new longs. And if those longs are trapped and they are underwater here, what kind of pressure is it going to take? Where is the max pain it's going to take to get them to liquidate those positions? Jay, what are you thinking here on this daily, this 30-minute chart, I should say?
So on the 30, Hogue, we are under that 200 moving average. 200 moving average is at 41.26 right now on the 30-minute. We are trending lower. What I'm thinking about, we are already down 2% in gold. And there are some times where I look at a market and I'll say, hey, we're already down so much. How much room is there really left? We saw a 5% down day in gold the other day. So nothing is out of the question. We've seen the metals trade huge percentage, huge ranges recently. I'm seeing silver down 2.3%. Again, gold is down 2.18%. So there is still a lot of room to the downside, and 4,000 is not far, right? 4,000 is another percent off from where we are right now. This looks heavy. This looks heavy. Even if I don't find a place to sell it, I don't know that I want to be the first person to buy gold here, Hogue. I think if there is somewhat of a short covering move or we see buyers come in, there's more than enough room to the upside that I don't have to try to be the first one, because the flow is definitely to the downside right now.
Yeah, I agree. And that profile on Friday was a kind of a P shape, which would indicate short covering, but the increase in open interest says those were new longs, probably meeting some short covering. When we look below in this market, that's why I love the December contract in gold, is because it stays the front month for so long. You get great information. And coming off those highs, there is a ton of visual targets, weaknesses in structure down below, when the market is as strong as it is, it leaves a lot of potential areas to go back and recheck. Now, all these green lines are naked TPO points of control. Points of control are comfort levels. They are the most popular and traded and most visited prices from those days on the way up. And when they are unrechecked, when we don't go back and check them, they become visual targets. We talked about this on the way up. A lot of these visual targets below weren't important as long as the market continued to push higher. We're starting to see a little bit of pushback up here with maybe some longer term possible market state changes. So do we go back and do we start taking out and cleaning up some of this weaker structure down below is really the longer time frame question that I have. Just wanted to show everybody all of that unfinished business, we could call that, down below in this market. And that excess on the monthly, the bearish piercing on the weekly, 4,000, a very important level. Again, we had last week's low was very close to it. We have another naked point of control, very close to it, big fat round number. We'll see if we can get there today, guys. I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to see when we're still not in this trade.
Still no trade in gold as of yet. 58% long tilt now. 40, 47, 10 last trade in gold. All right. We will wait for that trigger. Again, we were looking for a 5-minute candle close outside of the 5-minute opening range. We did not get that yet, so we are not in a trade. And we switched this up just a little bit to see if it kept us out of some of the false breakouts that we have on this opening range breakout trade. But that might mean we take less trades in this situation, which may not be such a bad thing. JD, while we wait for a trigger here, and before we get into the S&P chart, we got some more news. Do we have a trade deal, JD?
Not yet. But speaking of these gold trades, I'm not going to lie. I kind of like the 5-minute with the 5-minute confirmation candle. It saved us some money late last week, and it looks like it's saving us some money right now also.
Yes.
If we were playing it by our old rules, we'd be in a short trade on a 5-minute. 1 minute and 3 minute both triggered long trades. 5-minute triggered a short. So a little conflicting entries there. But we are back mid-range on that 5-minute opening candle. No trigger with the confirmation bar. So keeping us safely on the sidelines right now, I should say. Capital preservation is a big part of this game, folks.
Monday.
All right,
long
President.
week.
It is a long week. We got a lot happening this week, too. Make sure you save a couple bullets for later. We're going to have some volatility midweek. Again, it's Fed week. FOMC, 2 days. Scheduled FOMC meeting starts tomorrow. We have the Fed rate decision at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time on Wednesday, followed by Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference at 1:30 p.m. He'll also be doing Q&A. I didn't look at the CME FedWatch tool this morning, but on Friday, it was right around 98% probability of a 25 basis point interest rate cut coming on Wednesday.
6.7%. Yeah, 96.7% probability.
96.7. Thank you, Coach Jay. All right. In the news, President Trump is traveling this week. He's meeting with Japanese Prime Minister later this evening. And then later this week, he'll be meeting with China's leader, Xi Jinping, for their first face-to-face meeting since the U.S. presidential election. These talks come after months of escalating threats between the two countries, the United States and China. But there may be an end in sight. Let's see what Reed Binion has to say about it. Let's roll it.
I believe that we have the framework for the two leaders to have a very productive meeting for both sides.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Sunday outlining the framework for a U.S.-China trade deal to avoid imposing an additional 100% tariff on Chinese imports.
I think it will be fantastic for U.S. citizens, for U.S. farmers, and for our country in general.
President Donald Trump is set to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping Thursday in South Korea on the final leg of Trump's 3-country tour of Asia. On Air Force One over the weekend, Trump previewed what he hopes to achieve with the meeting.
A complete deal. I want our farmers to be taken care of, and he wants things also. We're going to be talking about fentanyl, of course. I think we have a really good chance of making a very comprehensive deal.
Halting Chinese exports of fentanyl's precursor chemicals was part of the framework U.S. and Chinese negotiators reached. On another component of the framework, Bessent said China will make substantial purchases of U.S. soybeans.
I'm also anticipating that we will get some kind of a deferral on the rare earth export controls that the Chinese had discussed.
Also, the two leaders are expected to finalize a deal to allow TikTok's U.S. operations to continue. In September, the White House announced an American investor group led by Oracle's Larry Ellison would operate the app's algorithm in the U.S. I'm Reed Binion reporting.
We talked about it last week. Huge pain point for U.S. farmers. China not buying any grain right now since these tariff battles started. Stockpiling soybeans. We see soybean prices sitting on lows right now because they got nowhere to sell their beans. They got nowhere to sell grain right now. So let's hope this trade deal, for the sake of the American farmer and moving some of this inventory, this could be a very positive thing. So.
Even soybeans up 2.25% right now.
Nice. That's all on headline news.
Yeah. I don't want to read too much into it, but hearing Bessent talk there, he didn't sound very confident. And that maybe that's just me listening to how he was speaking. He didn't sound very confident. I know we've been talking about getting close to trade deals before. I think there was back in August, I think we were really close to a trade deal, right? There were some tweets and things that came out, and here we are in October going into November. We're still talking about, we're pretty close. So we will see. Hopefully it does all work out though. With that being said, Hogue, I think the markets held on to the idea that, hey, maybe we're getting a trade deal. We got the S&P making a new all-time high, 68.90. What are you seeing on this daily chart, Hogue? Let's get into the S&P charts.
Oh, Monday mute fine. Monday mute fine.
Oh, man. So again, starting on Mondays with the monthly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight months after the April pullback created by tariffs. I think people have kind of forgotten about that. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. All right, so we've got the weekly chart, healthy pullbacks, continuation, and we've got a weekend gap today. Weekend gap. What's this look like on the daily? There it is. Seeing, the market really kind of, pulling back. Now finally closing one day above the October 10th bar. Seeing some, acceleration possibly to the upside. This gap creates excess below price. Excess probably means a pretty healthy auction to the upside. Jay, what do you think? We added 9,600 in open interest on Friday on that push to the upside. Another new all-time high. What are we doing here, Jay?
So you pulled up that monthly chart, Hogue, and looking at the monthly, we have 6 months of green. It makes it hard to ever want to sell the equities. We are just continuing to grind higher. We've said, we've used the word reluctant but resilient also. These markets continue to grind up. We are, and that Friday close above the October 10th candle, right? That was our highest volume candle of the year. One of our highest volume candles of the year. And we traded in that for 2 weeks. We closed above it on Friday, inviting more buyers to the party with that open interest number continuing to rise. When are we talking about 7,000s in the S&P? Today so far with this huge gap up, we already have the S&P up 0.83%. The question's always going to be out there, Hogue, do we fill that gap or do we just leave it behind? I don't see much as far as decisive price action from the overnight session so far. And we do have a Fed meeting in 2 days. So I'm not sure how much we're going to see directionally today. But we'll see that when we get into the 30-minute chart. But this market, I don't know what's going to stop it, to be honest.
And the strength
and do
in
we
the
want something to
equities.
stop it? I don't want anything to.
I don't. No, I don't either.
No.
I'm good. I'm good with it. Yeah, it makes it hard to buy cheap stocks, but it sure is doing well for those that are already in here. And
Right.
what was I going to say? Um, no, we
Talking about
added
the
again
strength of the
another
equities.
90. Oh yeah. With the strength of the equities, that's kind of another reason why I'm feeling a lot of the price pressure to the downside in gold. If those buyers are still around, man, anything can happen. They have been so strong. Why it's difficult to say I want to be short gold. I don't want to be short gold, but if the market is telling us that's what it needs to do, then that's what it needs to do. But we're right back up near the high of that range that we've set from the opening in gold here. Let's focus now on the ES and the 30-minute chart. All right. So we had 2 days of weak highs. We had a weak high here on Thursday, another weak high here on Friday. We've got the gap up, weekend gap. Um, with the FOMC and anticipations about that. I mean, you could see this market just kind of falling into range up here, leaving this weekend gap and session gap. Possibly just leaving it out there today. And the worst thing that I would see is if we were to leave that gap and then open range here and then open with a gap to the downside, that would leave an island top in the S&Ps. I don't know that I've ever really seen that. So that would be worst case scenario. But if we're going to see an overnight inventory, which we don't really have any overnight inventory, if we can't close the gap relatively early, we're gonna keep looking for continuation to the upside. We got another new all-time high, 68.90 in the extended trading hour session. We don't look for those to be lasting. If we do pull back into the range from Friday, I will be really kind of focusing on the afternoon pullback low, which is 68.24 quarter. That would take us all the way through value from Friday. And if we do see some meaningful participation below that, then I could see us maybe pushing a little bit lower. But right now, everything's coming up roses. I don't know if we're going to keep that, but it is Monday. We are out of balance. We are at all-time highs, overnight all-time high, another extended trading hour all-time high, and not to be lasting highs. Jay, what do you think?
Hey guys, heads up
So
real quick.
the
Looking at this gold chart, 5-minute, we did get a confirmation candle to the long side. I only put a single micro on.
Okay.
40, 59, 40. I'm going to scale in another bid. We know what our risk is on this trade. It's going to be below this opening 5-minute candle. So our risk is going to be below 40, 46, 80. So I'll scale in one more bid if it's looking good. If we start getting more of a pullback, or maybe we could add to this position as it continues
Okay.
higher. So taking very little risk on this opening range breakout trade in gold right now, but we could be adding to that risk momentarily.
Alrighty.
awesome stuff.
Excellent. Thank
Thanks,
you.
JD.
We're taking about $175 worth of risk on a one lot in the micros right now. So that's a substantial amount of risk for a one lot in the micros.
Yeah, it is. All right. All right. So,
JD.
Jay, back to you. What are you thinking on this 30-minute in the ES?
So looking at the 30-minute in the ES, Hogue, we are sitting at the 20 moving average on the 30-minute, but overnight inventory really not giving us a whole lot. We're sitting right at 50% of where we opened that first 30-minute candle. That first 30-minute candle from last night is the entire range so far. And the way I'm looking at this, Hogue, we gapped up, 0.75%.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be surprised to see us range here, if not fall through the range. It's kind of hard to see an extension of this move with such a big gap. And with some of the data we have coming out later in the week, of course, anything can happen. But this overnight inventory right now is just telling me that, to be patient, right? It's not really giving us a whole lot. Flat VWAP, 68.78. The New York session is going to tell us whether or not they're okay with price being this high, where they maybe didn't get a chance to participate. Do we want to bring the market back down to fill that gap before we attract buyers for the New York session? That open is going to tell us a lot, Hogue. Right under 6,900 major psych level, new all-time high of 68.97. I think I'm going to be patient here in the S&P today.
Yeah, watch the overnight high and overnight low for sure. And the profile on On Friday was a normal variation. You can see that the majority of the movement was to the upside. We have a very, very weak high here. We're already well above that, so it's not really a nuance that we can use when we cap this much higher. But we did have 2 days in a row of weak highs, indicating that the upside auction is probably not over, and not over by a long shot. So yeah, I'm going to be patient, watch the overnight high, overnight low. If we start picking a direction away from the overnight range, I can see it going in either direction here. And again, we're waiting for FOMC. That may just be enough to keep traders, kind of positioned neutrally, liquidate or hedge, and wait to see what happens on Wednesday. Quite possible.
It's interesting, Hogue. I just had the MES chart up and I quoted the all-time high of 68.97. But if you look at the minis, it's 68.90. The micros traded 68.97 last night.
Really?
So that kind of goes to show, right on that open, there was a spike up in the micros up to 68.97. The minis only traded up to 68.90. So they are technically two different markets.
They are
technically two different markets, but that high in the minis is 7 points lower, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's a liquidity issue right there. Liquidity.
Yep. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right.
Well,
That is what we got in the S&P. We do have a crude oil poll up in the chat, 56% going right now to the 5-minute. Crude oil does open up at 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern. So make sure you get your votes in there. 120 votes right now, 57% going to the 5-minute. JD, any news we want to get to before we get into the crude oil charts?
Yes, a little treat from Amazon Prime coming out ahead of the holiday season. Just in time for the upcoming holiday season, I should say. Your Amazon Prime account can save you some money at the gas pump, folks. Amazon has announced Prime members will now be able to get 25 cents off every gallon of gas at participating BP, Amoco, and AM/PM stations. This offer ends through December 26th, but is only good on Fridays. Fill them up on Friday. In order to redeem the perk, you need to get a free Earnify account and link it to your Amazon account. But don't worry if you miss out. Prime members will still be able to get their normal 10 cents off a gallon once the promotional period ends. Is anybody in the chat, raise your hand if you are not an Amazon Prime member? Does anybody not use Amazon at all? I kind of find that hard to fathom this day and age.
I don't
know how much I
does.
use it. Yeah, right, Hogue.
Every day's Christmas at my house. I feel like
absolutely.
But 25 cents off every gallon of gas going through the holidays. That's a nice little perk. A couple people saying
25 cents. Get your cost savings. Get your cost savings. 7 days a week, 7 days in a week. JD, you said it's Christmas every day. How often is there not an Amazon package at your door?
I would say maybe 2 days a week. I do not have a package at my door. My wife does quite a bit of Amazon shuffling. So
how do you not run out of stuff to
return
buy?
things too? She likes to return things too, and then repurchase them. I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know. All right. Looking at this gold trade, guys, how do you feel about it? We're taking about 40 ticks worth of heat so far on this trade. Are we in on the right side? What's your opinion? Kill it or keep it? Minimal risk right now.
It's minimal risk. I could see gold bouncing here, right? We do have, looking at last night, and the highest volume candle, I'm looking at a 5-minute chart since we're on the 5-minute. The highest volume candle from last night is 3:55 Central Time. We're trading right at the high of that right now. 40.33 was the low, 40.57 was the high. We're trading right at that high. If I attach a view up to that, it's right in the middle. So, yeah, I'd probably say we're not. I don't know that we're on the wrong side. I think our trade location, JD, is the issue here.
Trade location? Yeah. We
Yeah.
did trigger long
Like if
right
we
at
were
the top of
somewhere-
that 5-minute. Yeah. Say again, Jay?
Yeah. No, if we were somewhere closer to 40/50s or maybe under 40/50, I'd like the long a little bit better. I don't hate the longs here because there's some demand down here, right? We saw that huge amount of volume that traded last night for whatever reason here after that sell off. So I don't hate the longs. I just don't know that it won't stop us out before we get price action in our favor.
Yep. It's got to go a full 175 ticks against us to get us out. But I feel like we should have confirmation that we're on the wrong side before it goes 175 ticks against us. So
right,
we'll
the
be
range is
keeping an eye on this trade.
172 ticks.
Yep.
So far.
That's a pretty wide risk for a single micro contract. So
yep.
I'm hoping we'll get validation that we're on the wrong side of this trade. If we end up being on the wrong side of the trade, I'm hoping we'll get validation before it runs 175 ticks in our face. Ticking up a little bit. We're only down about 24 ticks on this trade right now, 25. So we'll keep you posted. Crude oil poll is up in the chat. We're looking at 60.40 to the 5-minute right now. Gold's going to open in just about 1 minute. I'm sorry, crude oil going to open in just about 1 minute. 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Crude oil, regular trading hours open. We're almost back to a scratch on this whole trade.
Looking good. 40/70s, I think, is our target here in gold. 40/70s. That would be a negative risk reward trade, but we are kind of going against the flow here.
Yeah.
40/70 and then maybe 40/90 is what I target here. But let's take a look at these crude oil charts. Hogue, we are opening up with crude oil in 15 seconds here. We got that poll up in the chat. 59% going to the 5-minute. Let's take a look at the crude charts. What are you seeing, Hogue?
All right, let's take a look. So monthly, no change. Range. This is the weekly. Monthly, I mean, it almost looks like the same. It's a gelatinous glob. Here's the daily. So, Jay, we were looking last week like this was maybe a little bit of excess on these lows here, and boy, it sure seemed to prove to be that. We've rotated back into the previous area of balance after rejecting this area of balance. We lost 12,000 in open interest on Friday. Was really kind of looking at that trade, that long on Friday, as a potential a good one, because we had negative delta against direction. Elvis left the building and left us hanging the bag, but that's the way it works. Some long liquidation seems to have come in a little bit up against these highs. You got the 200 session moving average right here. What is that? 62.04. 50-day right in that neighborhood, 61.62. Jay, what do you think of this daily chart?
Looking at the daily, we found enough buyers to get us to the 200 daily moving average, and they stopped. It's kind of right in the middle of that range. If you zoom out, it kind of cuts that range right in half, Hogue, right around that $62 level. I know fundamentally, we heard some bearish news for a while in crude oil. We got the president's goal of $55 a barrel. We got pretty close to it before the last week, where we heard some, what might have been bullish news for crude, just kind of keeping us in this range. Anytime we're trading near this 200-day moving average, I try to wait to trade crude because we do see the ranges consolidate a lot near this 200 moving average when we get here. Right, any extensions away from the 200 moving average, we see the ranges are wider. But when we get in the middle of this range, it is kind of tight. We're seeing $1.72 range high to low. So far today, we already have $1.38 traded. Or $1.50 traded actually. So I'm going to be patient here in crude and just wait for opportunities near extremes, because this 200 moving average is a level of contention for sure.
All right, let's take a look at the 30. So here we go. Big session gap from Wednesday into Thursday. Basically range bound on Friday. Again, losing 12,000 in open interest. And man, oh man, just another reminder. Crude oil is such a thick market. There's every contract month, for 10 years out into the future. So to be able to recognize a delta divergence that you might be able to trust makes it a lot more difficult. And we did have that delta divergence. We were long Friday coming in, and I was looking at it saying, this looks like really good. And as the words were leaving my mouth, the market really just kind of fell apart. So we ended up getting stopped out on that. So this long liquidation here, I believe, was the cause of the loss of the open interest, at least in the front month. Overnight inventory, well, we've pretty much reconciled that. Here's where we opened. Hang on. Here's where we opened. Here's where we are, flat. We did get a little bit too short here. Potential possibly of opening with a gap, but that potential has now gone away. We are right at the initial balance low from Friday, which was a neutral trading day. Market is going to start looking for new areas to facilitate trade, and it did not facilitate trade into this gap and into the overnight continuation of a move to the downside. I kind of like the long side for this trade, just because we had all that overnight inventory. We did not see any real good participation inside of this gap. We're back inside the range, back inside the value. There's a lot of confluence in this range on the 30-minute chart. You got VWAP, you got the 20, you got the 100, you got the 50. All of those are right in this neighborhood. So there is some confluence here. Probably IB low 61.76. What do you think, Jay?
I like the long side to in crude oil as well, Hogue. We had that trade last week, and we kind of saw just the rejection up here at this 200-day moving average. What we see in the 30-minute is during this is now London session. We have that highest volume 30-minute candle so far on the day that made the low of the day. We closed above it. So that to me kind of satisfies any pullback that I might have been looking for in this market. Ideally, I'm awake at 4:30 a.m. and I just get to buy it there because then I get better trade location. Maybe I should just move to London. But I think that kind of satisfies the pullback. Now the question is, how much room do we see to the upside to make it make sense for as far as the risk goes? If we do get in long again, I'm looking for the market's reaction at that 200-day moving average, which is at 62.09. But I do like longs here. 5-minute range is closed in crude oil, so we will be taking that trade again, waiting for a confirmation of a close outside. We got a 26 tick range so far. 61.82 at the high, 61.56 at the low.
Yep. 26 ticks. Anyway, that's what we're looking for here. Back in range, back sort of in value. Could be an interesting good trade. It could be a good trade. Could be an interesting one today. Although the boy crude oil has been very small ranged, small opportunities. Might be another one of those today. Who knows?
Seeing gold pull back just a little bit here now, 40.55s. Looked like we were going to push there for a second, but again, it's a market that's in a little bit of a downtrend, if not ranging 40.55, 30 last trade in gold. Jay, do you want to get into, should we go straight into the NASDAQ charts?
Let's take a look at what markets did overnight real quick. Overnight markets in Asia closed mostly higher. We had the Hang Seng Index up 1.05%. The Nikkei up 2.5%, 2.46%. Nice rip in the Nikkei overnight. And the Shanghai Composite up 1.18%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little bit mixed this morning. We've got the DAX down 0.03%, the FTSE up 0.13%, and the French CAC up 0.15%. The U.S. dollar index down marginally, 98.824 last in the dollar. VIX down 4.5% this morning, 1565, well below 20 in the VIX as we speak. And the yield on the 10-year U.S. Treasury note has crept up above 4% again, 4.018% on the 10-year Treasury note yield right now. We are seeing a little bit of a pullback in gold again, real choppy in the gold market so far today. It gave us a little, it took it away. We're taking about 30 ticks worth of heat on this trade again right now. So let's keep checking in on that chart and see how we feel about this trade in a few minutes.
Sure. All right.
Back to you guys.
NASDAQ.
Stack. Give the people what they want, Hogue.
Monthly. Doesn't get any stronger than that. We're sitting right at the high of the month. We've got this week, things could change on this monthly chart, but right now it just still looks like a very strong market to the upside. Weekly pullback a couple of weeks ago, continuation. We've got another gap to the upside here on the weekly chart and the daily chart. We got all-time high in the extended trading hour session, excess on the low here. This gap kind of leaves a degree of excess. In other words, price pushed quickly through that and has left some excess. There we got the weekend gap. We had new longs from Friday per open interest, adding about 10,000 contracts to put in a new all-time high on Friday. New all-time high today. Several key earnings coming out this week. Of course, we'll be watching those. FOMC, of course, you can watch all that right here on Topstep TV. There's a lot coming out, and I kind of feel like similar to what we were talking about in the S&Ps. Maybe we just kind of rest up here, consolidate a little bit, and look for opportunities. From market generated information, of course, but also as new information comes into the market in the form of some of these earnings and the FOMC. Jay, what do you think?
On the daily Hogue, I'm looking at a market that again is continuing to make all-time highs. We have that huge gap up. The NASDAQ right now is up 1.3% on the day. It's actually doing a little bit of a better job than the S&P, and we'll see that on the 30-minute chart. But so far, yeah, we have that gap up, and then we have 150-point range, high to low here. So far. So I'm looking at this and, asking myself, how much room is there available to the upside? We had that major level, 25,900, just a whole number level right above us, 26,000. So it's not too far off either. We're less than a percent off of 26,000 in the NASDAQ. I think the 30-minute chart, though, in the NASDAQ Hogue is pretty interesting. So if we want to get to that one.
Let's do it. Here we go. So, yeah, here's Friday. Buyers come in. We get a little bit of a pullback. Again, if we do close this gap this afternoon, pullback low, very similar to the S&P's 25 and 497.5 would certainly be an area of interest to me. But we are seeing a little bit overnight inventory, a little bit longer to the long side. As Jay said, the market is performing a little bit better than the S&Ps as we are sitting here looking at this. So no gap close. We look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, and so far the NASDAQ looks like the one to buy. Jay, what are you seeing?
So exactly that, Hogue. So now the question is, sometimes we play the leader laggard game, right? Who's leading, who's lagging? Is there a potential catch-up trade in the S&P if the NASDAQ is going to lead us higher, or is there going to be a divergence in the two today? The S&P we saw sitting right at 50% of that opening 30-minute candle. The NASDAQ is almost 0.5% above that right now. So if there is going to be a leader today, it may be the NASDAQ. If you are the trader that trades the correlation between the two, you might be looking at that divergence as a potential opportunity. Again, maybe the S&P plays catch up, or is the NASDAQ the only one that's trying to rally while everything else stays heavy, and then it pulls us back into it. We do have VWAP leaving that first 30-minute range to the upside. So not only is this empty price action, I think there are some real buyers trying to buy up here. 25,780 is that VWAP. We are getting a little bit extended from it, but yeah, if I had to pick one to buy right now, it would be the NASDAQ, just because it's proven that other people want to buy it also.
Yeah. Well, Jay, we were talking all last week about needing new buyers to come into this market for continuation. Looks like we found them.
We found them, Hogue. We found them. Do they take us to 26,000s in the NASDAQ? Do we get that this week on Topstep TV? You got to stay tuned. Make sure you are tuned in. On the daily, just real quick, back to the daily, Hogue. We did have that October 10th candle that we talked about in the S&P. Again, we closed above that high on Friday. If this fails, right? If this gap fails, I'm looking for what is the market's reaction to that high? Again, that is one of the highest volume candles that we had all day. All year. The market does like to trade back to those sometimes. So if this buying does fail, that's the spot I'm looking for them to maybe step back in, try to defend.
All right, so the top of that bar, right? Let's see. 25,388. Let's give that a little different look to it. 25,388. 388. Is that close to our afternoon pullback low? Not really. It's a little bit lower than that, but still interesting. We're going to leave that on here and see if we do get a pullback to that so we can make sure and watch what happens. But yeah, that's what we're looking at here, folks. I mean, all-time highs, everything's looking good. No guarantees. This is not financial advice, but we are looking at these markets in context, always reminding ourselves and everybody about the importance of risk management and remaining patient in your trading. And that is what we're looking at here in the NASDAQ and these other markets so far today. It's only Monday, folks. Remember, a lot of trading to do this week, a lot of trading to do, a lot of opportunities, always something happening.
Always something going on. Always something going on. House count is still long in gold right now. Gold is down 2% on the day, 40.54.80 last trade, 64% long in the tilt. 40.64 is their average price. How are we feeling, JD? Are we losing confidence in this trade?
A little bit. We're still down 40 ticks. It doesn't look like it wants to pop just yet. No trigger in the crude oil trade yet. And scrolling through the chat just now, I want to address something for all you natural gas traders out there. I will inquire with our platform partners why natural gas has not rolled to the December contract yet. The November contract goes off the board on Wednesday, the 29th. For all of you natural gas traders out there, I would recommend staying out of that market until the TopstepX platform rolls to the December contract. I'm going to reach out again. I'm going to reach out to our platform partners right now to find out why that contract has not rolled yet. Stay out of natural gas for today on TopstepX. That is my recommendation. This is not trading advice of any kind, but the most liquid contract is not displaying on TopstepX right now. So good call out, Rich Layton. Do apologize for the inconvenience. We're going to get to the bottom of it right now. All right.
So that is what you call keep one eye on the ditch, JD.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
All right. What's going on today, folks? Today, Monday, October 27th. What's coming up next? Coming up next in Fast Markets, Braden, C, and Dakota will be back. They'll be joined by Andre, Jack, and Hogue. They'll be trading it up, yucking it up, and just having a grand old time for a couple hours during Fast Markets. Our man, John the Goat Hogan's going to be back at 11 o'clock Central Time for the morning recap. He's going to take a look at some of the trades we took here in the opening call and the trades we may potentially take during Fast Markets. He's going to analyze the markets and tell us everything that we need to know about what's going on and what happened. We've got a rising star coming at 11:15. Thomas W., Coach J, and I will be there to put the screws to Thomas W. and see what it is he's doing in these markets. Shoulder Tap, Jack, and Risk Manager Ben, they're going to be roasting and toasting a couple of live funded traders here. We're also going to take a look at some live leaders coming up soon. That's 12 o'clock Central Time for the Shoulder Tap. Group coaching, 12:15. Me, Hogan, Hoop. The dynamic trio will be here. We're going to put a form up in the chat in just a little bit. If you have a question for one of the three of us, you just pull that link, fill out the form, and we'll answer your question live here on TopstepTV in that group coaching hour. Trade with Topstep coming up at 1 o'clock Central Time. Aaron E. is back. We all love Aaron Ellis for sure. He's going to be joined by Andre and Dolby Time. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, our man Mo. Mo, sound off if you're in the chat. Don't go crying to Mo if you're not here for Power Hour. Andre, Mo, and Dolby Time to close out the day. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way on this Monday. Thanks, you guys.
Can't say Monday without Mo.
Can't say Monday without Mo. You are 100% correct. 100% correct. Thank you, Hope.
Say Monday without Mo. I got to give a shout out to Anderbo in the chat. It says, if I had $1 every time Jay said Hogue, I'd never have to trade again. Literally excessive. It's only two of you. We know what you're talking about. There are actually 2,300 of us. All of our friends are here. 2,300 plus of us. So we got to make sure. Ander, how much money would you have expected for me to say your name on the stream today? If you had $50 for every time I say your name on the chat, you'd have $50. But thanks for pointing that out. I'll be aware of it next time. But no trigger on this crude oil trade as of yet, right, JD? We're still flat there. No trigger on the gold. We didn't get stopped out on gold. We still are holding on to that one.
We're about halfway there.
Yeah.
You want to take a quick look at this gold chart? What are you guys feeling here? Is this a pullback or is this an exit?
What do you think, Hogue?
You know, my idea was to look for an opportunity to short this market. We did not close the gap from Friday's low. We basically traded right to the point of control from Thursday's regular trading hour session, and we've found sellers there. I'm out on this long. And that's just me. That's just me. I've been wrong before. Believe me. I've been wrong before, but I do like the short.
I'm tightening up our risk. How about that? Instead of $175 worth of risk, we're taking $100 worth of risk on this trade now. We're tightening up the stop. Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Adjusting our risk on this trade. It is still valid technically. We haven't busted out below the opening range.
But. Okay, you can call me a Lenny if it happens. All right, I can take it. I can take it.
No, I think our stop is at a very solid point of invalidation on this trade. If it gets any lower, I don't think this trade is valid anymore. It's gone 60 ticks in our face already, which is quite a bit. If we had more size on, I got a feeling we would have pulled this trade already. But since we've only got a single micro on, we're able to expand our risk parameters a little bit. That's the only reason we're hanging in this trade right now. Excuse me.
You're right, Brad. You'd rather be the Lenny than the rabbit. That's for sure. That's for sure.
52.50 last trade in gold. That tilt was at 1.77% long. It did now flip. We're back to 50-50, 52% short on the gold tilt. Looking across the board, 59% short in the S&P, 67% short in the NASDAQ, 59% short in crude oil. Crude oil is still trading inside of that 5-minute opening range, so no trigger on a trade yet. Again, we are looking for a candle close outside of that range to take the trade. So no trade there. 66.82 quarter last trade in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, 25.821.50. JD, before we get into fast markets, we got some more news.
Just one more.
Ander was saying in the chat that every time I say Hogue, you would get $1 and maybe no longer need to trade. Somebody else might not need to trade, JD, if they pick the right set of numbers. What news?
That is right. That is right. For all of you risk junkies out there, we've got some action for you. The Mega Millions jackpot continues to grow after no ticket matched all 6 numbers in Friday's drawing. The jackpot has now surged to $714 million, making it the 9th largest amount in Mega Millions history. Next drawing is Tuesday, tomorrow night, 10 o'clock p.m. Central Time. If someone does happen to win, it would be the 2nd largest Mega Millions jackpot ever won in the month of October. The lottery says more than 482,000 tickets did win some kind of prize on Friday's drawing, but just not the big one. Mega Millions is growing. Can't win if you don't play, right?
Like what Dolby says there in the chat. I only play for $1 billion.
$1 billion, yeah. I like those rules too. I know they say this quite a bit.
Low probability, high reward over risk.
True. They say the lotto is just a tax for people who aren't good at math, but can't win if you don't play, right?
I may actually get a ticket. I'm feeling lucky. I might actually.
Mega Millions is Mega Millions is the expensive one. It's $5 a ticket, I believe.
$5.
If I'm not mistaken. $5 a ticket.
Well, I mean that's what it costs for a mute fine, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Man, Dolby in the chat says 700 million isn't changing my life. What can I say? Dolby, we need to hang out more. I'm gonna call you once we get off the air here. We need to hang out some more, Dolby. I miss you, man. I miss you. Hogue, you said you were feeling lucky. I know you had you went to a concert this weekend, and we were talking on Friday. You said maybe you're gonna play roulette. I have to ask, did you play?
I did.
Did you win?
I lost.
Okay. Well,
what'd you play?
But
use the bad luck. Use the bad luck there.
Yes.
I think you should buy that ticket.
Yes. No, I put $20 on my wife's lucky numbers, 8 and 13, and for the last 3 years, when we go to Vegas, I've gotten paid on it. So I threw it on at the Hard Rock Casino in Gary, Indiana, where I was seeing the show, and I got nothing. But I did make about $100 on a slot machine, which I never do slot machines, but hey, I just threw it in and made about $100, paid for the ticket, paid for a couple of drinks, and had a really nice time. It was a Jason Bonham Led Zeppelin experience. They were doing the entire double album of Physical Graffiti. If you know, you know. It was a fantastic show. Really had a good time. And even though my wife's numbers didn't pay, had a great time anyway.
I piggybacked those numbers with you in Vegas, Hogue. I was with you when you won.
Yep.
So I will second that. I made some money off those numbers also. It was a good
I was
night.
so excited when that hit for both of us. That was cool.
They slid over all those chips. People were gasping.
Yep.
And we went for a cocktail.
We were kings for an evening. JD, kings for an evening.
For an evening.
I gotta wonder, 750 million. What do you get, about 400 million in cash if you take it all at once, pay the taxes?
I bet the lump sum is probably going to be right around 340 or 350. I'd assume
340 or 350. Okay. How long?
What to do with that?
Do you think it would take for me to go broke with $350 million?
If you go broke with 300 million, you're doing it wrong, Hogue. First of all, you win the lotto. You never tell a living soul, right? You don't even tell your wife if you win the lotto. No, I'm joking. You can tell your wife. But you don't tell anybody else. Then you work for a couple more years. You let the juice build up. Never touch the principal. Live off the juice forever. That's it. 3 years worth of interest on 350 million. You'll never have to lift a pencil.
Whatever
for the
happened
rest
to
of your life.
JD? Oh yeah, I remember that guy. Whatever happened to him? He just kind of disappeared. Where did he go? He's on a yacht somewhere. He's on a yacht.
You'll never know I won, but eventually I will disappear. And then you'll ask.
There will be signs.
What happened to that guy? There will be
signs.
signs.
I remember JD.
Got to get into fast markets here. I think the team is ready in the back. The opening call comedy hour. We're here every morning, 8:15 Eastern time, 7:15 Central time. Make sure you join us. Great way to start your show. Great way to start your morning. But we got Braden, Dakota, Jack, and Andre in the back. Hogue, do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
You got it, JD and Jay. Always a pleasure to spend the morning with you. Top of the chat, Tom, Shubham, Dan Trader, Socrates, Bashir, Anastasios, on Alexandre. I'm calling you Alexandre. I don't know if that's correct, but Logan, Billionaire, Yabbersmack, Nick Nichols, Tim Artis. Great to see everybody this morning. As always, make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. If you get off center, get back on center before you start trading again. As always, pray for peace. Folks, fast markets coming up now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Happy Monday to my friends and traders. Welcome to Fast Markets. Stocks went boom, boom over the weekend, Andre. We got deals. We got the Fed this week. We got earnings from companies with a combined worth of, I don't know, conservatively $100 trillion. It's going to be a week. Are you excited?
Yeah, absolutely. This week's going to be absolutely $100 trillion. I can wipe out the U.S. debt, no problem. Let's get it after it. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Who we got in the house? Oh, yes, Mr. Braden, lower left-hand corner, Mr. Dakota, lower right-hand corner. Let's get right into it on this Monday. Huge week ahead of us, Braden. Your thoughts coming into this trade?
Hey, guys. Good morning. You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep. Clear.
Cool. Thoughts going into this morning. Obviously, the huge gap that we left. We have over 200-point gap on NQ, and we're just up almost 1.5%, I believe. So really strong market. Obviously, I got to be long bias on that, breaking into new all-time highs, showing a lot of strength pre-market. So I look to play continuations alongside, hopefully, if sellers don't step in. Now, I've noticed the pattern. Sellers like to step in very, very aggressively at the open, it seems. So I'll be watching the bell very closely and hopefully see us hold these levels.
Yes, all-time highs, new all-time highs, new all-time highs all around overnight. Look at the NASDAQ, new all-time highs, 25,852. We're about 30 points off that. We got about 60 seconds till the opening bell. Happy Monday, Dakota. Thoughts coming in to this week and this trade? How's it going, Dakota? Happy Monday.
All-time highs, man. It's always difficult to trade all-time highs for me as a technical trader because you don't really have any reference to the left. And so you kind of have to just wait patiently for pullbacks and opportunities on that aspect. I like a play to go retest the gap. I mean, we don't have to. The gap's down to like 25,700, 600s. I would like to see a pullback down there.
Okay, yep. We did open with a gap on the reopen. We gapped up higher on the reopen. Jack, happy Monday. New all-time highs, trade deals, and yes, there is another gap from Friday to the reopen yesterday. Thoughts, Jack? Get those prices down too.
Yes, indeed. Well, this is why it's tricky to hold things over the weekend. There's been a real rhythm to the way things are announced where we get bad news towards the end of the week, and then it resolves itself before the futures open on Sunday. It's a great thing. I will point out we are back above the line of destiny in the ES. Once again, this puts us back on track to hit SPX 7,000 by mid-November. And we're off.
Back on track indeed. All right, we are now open for this trading day, this trading week here on TopstepTV. Let's get locked in.
Points.
Now look at pop. New highs, new all-time highs in the NASDAQ, 25,857. Take a look at the ES, little buying coming out of the gate as well. 68.86 last trade. Dow shot out of a cannon. 47,700, call it. Gold selling off 40.42 last trade there. Crude oil trading $61.58. Dakota, nice 50-point pop in the NASDAQ right off the bell. Any levels, any prices of interest you have your eye on, Dakota?
I mean, we just made the first price of interest I'm looking at is these 813s. If we could break below that, then I'm going to look for a deeper pullback. But it's hard to get long up here. It's hard to get long. It's hard to get short. Just watch and see what happens. I know it's a lot easier said than done, but just closing your eyes and find opportunities to buy, like you said, Braden. But just patience. Patience pays. I think. I think we might even continue up 2% here in the NASDAQ.
I just tapped on some new highs there. Will we see 26,000s? Will we see 26,000s by end of day? 26,000, about 150 points to go in the NASDAQ. ES, will we see 7,000s by end of week? Last trade 68.86. Dow staying a little bit strong, not as much as the NASDAQ, but NASDAQ holding bid right now. Sprinting new highs in the NASDAQ. These are all-time highs, of course. Gold selling off a little bit. 40.40 last trade. House account trade in the micro growth did get stopped out. We are flat. Dow did turn around, seeing a red candle now in this first opening candle. Jack, any prices of interest in the ES? We'll get those
not
gap
quite
prices
yet.
What do you got for gap?
I mean,
what do you got for the gap?
The SPX here. Let me show this tab instead for the SPX, because then you can really see the gaps, right? You sold off a little bit into the close on Friday. Oh, sorry, this is Friday here. Sold off a little bit in the close also on Friday. And then we gapped up from the close a good 60 points in the ES. To even get back to touching the range, we'd have to get down about 45 points from here. So it's a pretty big gap. Because of the gap, I got to wait a while to see what the options say about this, but I will let you know when I have those.
Excellent. I've got the gap in the ES down around 68.25. 68.25. We reopened around 68.81. Well, someone's going to double check my math there, but I've got it down to 68.25, about 60 points lower from here. Did see some selling reject those buyers in the ES. ES did turn around. Dow did turn around as well. Huge week. We got FOMC this week. We got all those earnings this week. Wednesday's going to be a doozy, but some of the big names this week, we got Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Apple, just to name some. Of course, we have the all-important Fed decision on Wednesday. We'll be bringing that to you here on TopstepTV, wall-to-wall coverage. Right now, markets are just kind of feeling themselves out a little bit. Braden, you got any eyes? You got your eyes on any prices of interest in the NASDAQ? Last trade, 25,844. Anything you got your eye on? Downside, upside?
Honestly, just these whole numbers, honestly, like 25,800, 25,700. Want to see buyers sustain these prices in whole, kind of, and then just look to take it higher. But I don't have it actually. I mean, if I had to have one, probably VWAP at 784. But no, we're pretty extended here. I just kind of want to see general levels hold, not specific levels. But yeah, 800s would be nice to see hold. We're holding that so far.
Yes, we are.
Somebody asked, by the way, like, why is there a gap in the ES? Well, because there's no trading during the weekend, and we got some news about a China, I guess we'll call it a deal, that sent things to the moon. So when it opens up, people have to put in bids and offers at where they think the price is going to be. And they knew it's going to be higher, so nothing traded in that gap.
New pricing. They repriced the market over those 48 hours where there was no trading. Dakota, you are short. Hit me with the price and how many times?
38. Short from 38. We broke through some of these pivots that we were making to open. Like this is the open right here from 8:15. We tried a rally. We failed to break. And I'm looking at these pivots that we just broke below. And just looking to go test these 814s and maybe have a chance for a runner lower. Lower. I'm not going to play for an entire gap fill. That'd be crazy. But at least some type of pullback from all that buying. Yeah, we're starting to see that. Yeah,
we are.
I'll take one profit right there. I'll take some contracts off. Yeah, now we're going. We're picking up speed to the downside.
Yeah.
Go retest that 800 level.
Points out you can now trade NQ perps on Hyperliquid over the weekend. So it'll be interesting to see what effect that has on the weekend markets.
Interesting. Yeah. Go to short. Would you sell 5 micro?
Yeah, I'm now down to 1, so I have 1 runner left on that. So up 32 points. Like that was
just really like that.
Awesome trade. So quick too.
Close overnight view up in NASDAQ. 8 points to go. Overnight view up, I got at 25,792. NASDAQ fighting with these 800s. ES a little heavy as well. Session lows 68.76. Go ahead, Jack.
Really quick, just to explain this concept so people get it clear. Once you think about it, it gets pretty simple. Can you explain how the candle skips prices during the gap up or gap down? I never understood that. It's because the market closed. Here, I'll make it even bigger here. The market closed at this price on Friday. I'll make the gap more obvious by taking off the VWAP here.
What price do you have, Jack?
You know, we talk in ranges, so around 68.25, okay?
Right.
What happened was there's no futures traded over the weekend. When we opened, there was news that traders suspected would send prices higher. Right when you open, the ladder's essentially empty, and you have to fill in. Sometimes it happens slower than others. Fill in some offers and some bids, and all the bids were higher than they were before. So no prices traded on the CME over the weekend there. And when they did start trading again, they were higher. So that's why there's a gap.
Exactly. Sellers thought they could get a better price on the reopen. So they moved their offers higher. And if buyers wanted to buy, they have to pay a higher price on the reopen. Yep. Excellent, Jack. The repricing. In the chat, Dakota, there's alluding to it may be your birthday. Is this true? Happy birthday. If so, Dakota.
Yeah, I told him I was going to wear my birthday suit, but I figured I don't want to get kicked off YouTube. But here I am with a shirt and clothes on my birthday. Yes.
Yeah, happy
Congratulations.
birthday, man.
Everyone wish happy birthday to Mr. Dakota. Already got one traded, nice little winner, but happy birthday, Dakota.
Thank you. Thank you.
Birthday suit. Man, it's a Monday, Dakota. Gonna ease our way into this week, but you did sell 5 micros at 25,838. I saw some rejection. Buyers stepped in around the 800s, all the way down to 25,796. Popped it back up. A little bit of a muted open. Typical on a Monday morning. We're just trying to feel themselves out. Take a look at the calendar for the day. Not seeing too much. We got a 2-year auction at 10:30 a.m. Central, so about 2 hours there. Then we got a 5-year auction at noon Central. Auctions just today alone. Jack, I took a peek at the 10-year. We're above 4.4% again, above what, 4.01%?
4.02 feels good. We're back.
We're back. That's where we should be. Right now.
Let me, that's been a pretty good.
That's the magnet.
This is 4 hours, but if I go back to the day, we've tended to, in the 10-year, bounce back above 4% once we get there.
We were under 4% for 3-4 days last week. Probably got all the way down.
Never much. We were just slightly. Maybe had like 5 or 6 bips below 4%.
Thank you very much. Clocks went back in the UK on Sunday. Does that mean the London close is now maybe 11:30 a.m. Central? Or 9:30 a.m. Central. Help me out with that. When's the London close? Chat, when's the London close? Is it an hour or is it in 3 hours? Typically it would be in 2 hours, but the clocks have changed. Thank you for that update. Take a look at the ES.
I hate doing time math. They went back.
Right.
And they're 1 hour closer. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
we'll get our quants and back to look at a calendar.
Please help us out here. We need all the help we can get. We do. Dakota, did you still stay in that one or right back to point?
No,
entry?
I'm flat. Up 1,000.
Hey,
great.
That's good.
Nice trade. Nice start. Take a look at the ladder here. Not seeing too many big orders in the ES or take a look on the NASDAQ. Anything jumping off? Nope. About one on the bid, one on the ask. Seeing some selling here in the selling coming in right now. ES got hit with some sells. And there's a market order going in there. 68.82 last trade. NASDAQ
mentioned
bid.
Wow. Earlier, finally got some things to shake things up this week. Wednesday, we got the Powell press conference.
Yeah.
Cuts baked in, but we'll be looking at every word he says. We got Trump meeting with Xi on Thursday. We got Apple and Amazon earnings on Thursday. This is the earnings week.
This is a hell of a week. This is just what's on the calendar. Of course, anything can happen. Expect the unexpected. Headlines hitting, news hitting, anything that could move the markets. Again, tuning to TopstepTV. We'll bring this to you live in real time. Ourselves in that. So thank you. Welcome aboard. 4,000 people watching all across the globe right here, right now. Please click subscribe. Please click thumbs up. Please click the bell. Also, pinned to the top of the chat, you got those Topstep daily levels. Those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. You don't have any real estate on the screen. You want to see them right there on your charts on Topstep X. Click on that indicators tab right there at top of the Topstep X. The Topstep daily levels and those charts and those levels will appear right there on your charts. Seeing some selling here in the ES still. A tick and a half beneath overnight VWAP last trade. ES 68.80. NASDAQ staying bid a little bit better. Dow continuing to sell off here. A little downside pressure. JK.
Someone has a good question about to explain why the all-time high from last night is several points higher in the MES. Or several points. Which way is it? I can't look at both of them at once.
It's higher. I believe it was higher by 9 points less, Jack. 9 points less.
Okay, so what happened was, I presume it's on this candle here. People got squeezed, right? And there was a puke. And if you're doing like serious size on a puke, you're going to do it through the ES, right? That's probably what you're in, that you have to puke. And so that's probably what just happened. Somebody just like forced through it at whatever price. And the MES didn't in that instance go with it. Now, a gap between those instruments is not going to exist for very long. But on like a violent puke or something like that, yeah, they can get out of whack for a few seconds or something.
Oh, they are different prices. I see that. Nice catch. Good job. NASDAQ thing's holding bid a little bit better than ES. ES again saw some downside pressure. Looked like a market order hit all those bids to sell. Sold it all the way down to 68.80, 68.79, call it. Back up to 68.81. So pretty much holding a range for right now. Just again, see this on Monday. A lot coming up this week. Big name of the game today is don't put yourself in a hole where the next 4 days of this week, you're going to be just digging yourself out of it. Dink and dunk, base heads, set yourself up for success for the rest of the week. Just holding right now. Take a look at the tilt. Nothing really doing 50-50 across the board for the most part. Looking at the GC, the Crude, the NASDAQ, and the ES. We are in.
Yeah, I'm going to quick scalp short on gold at 32. Looking for the sell-through session lows, which is right there at 27. So not looking for much.
I just got into a short NASDAQ as well.
Okay, hit me with the price, Dakota.
They're at 23.
25,823. These prices are wild. 823. Got brain short, micro gold, Dakota short, micro NASDAQ. Short and short. Will we see 26,000s? Will we see 26,000s in NQ today? We can run. Let's run that poll. Will we see 26,000 evens in the NASDAQ today? We're only 15 minutes into this thing. We've got all day to do it. Will we see 26,000? Will also be all-time highs. Just got through 25,000 like 2 weeks ago. And
last week.
Last week we were beneath 25,000. Will we see 26,000 evens print today in the NASDAQ? About 170 points to go to the upside. ES, we get to 7,000s this week. Got about 120 points to get there to the upside. We'll see. 26,000. Question for Jack. Is there any correlation between GC and NQ, Jack? Is there any correlation? Well,
I mean,
depends when.
There's probably some correlation, but I bet it's kind of weak.
Sometimes.
I mean, they're both assets that have been like, if you zoom out, here, I'll throw them together on a chart, but you got to give me a few minutes.
Yeah, I got you. There's that matrix we can pull up too. Dolby, I knew you got that thing handy. The correlation matrix you can look at sometimes, and the correlation would be a flight to safety, headline risk. Sometimes you will see if the correlation, you'll see equity sell off and gold rally, but it needs to be tied to a pretty specific event. Where did see it for a little bit last week. Saw gold pushing higher and equities selling off. Sell equities to, which is risky, to something a little bit less. Rotate out of it into a less risky asset like gold. It doesn't always play out. It hasn't been holding as much. There's the poll. Will we see 26,000 print today in NQ? All right, we'll vote yes. I will. Yeah, the correlations, they both go up pretty much. There it is. Thank you, Dolby. There's that correlation grid. And Hoag's got it in there as well. Check that out.
Here we go. I got the chart up. And we can go different time frames. For now, I just use daily. What I have here is the triple Qs. I want to use ETF, so it's like the spot price and the GLD. And yes, there is correlation in that they both go up, but you're going to experience some very violent dislocations because what often happens when stocks get hammered is people pile into gold. So like you look, what is this? Like in March this year, you got the NQ getting demolished while gold goes through the roof. So it's like, they're correlated, but I don't even know what you would do with that unless you're just constructing a long-term portfolio.
Is that risk on or is that a risk off trade? I still get confused with what is risk on and what is a risk off trade. Risk on
depends on the day. Depends on the day, Andre.
You can bring it down to something like high beta is risk on, low beta is risk off, and gold used to be pretty risk off. That is not the case recently.
Risk on. So
Usually when I say risk on, I mean people are buying like Bitcoin's going bid, AI stocks are going bid, NQ's going bid.
okay, gotcha. Risk on. Headline risk on. Go pile into gold. All right, poll is back. Oh man, 50-50. 51% are saying yes, we will see 26,000s in the NQ. BBC for Market says, why do you repeat 26,000 for NQ? You're giving the wrong expectation. Certainly not the intention. I was simply saying we're about 150 points away from 26,000s as we trade 25,000. More speculative stuff. My apologies. Will we get there? Simple poll question. Will we rally? Will we see higher prices? And will we make new all-time highs in the NASDAQ as we've continued to do so as we trade 25,830? Chat is fired up. Like it's staying locked in. Braden's still short from 40.32. Code is short from 25,823. Can't win them all.
Lots of chop here in the NASDAQ since the open. Not really seeing too much.
All through one way or another. Not financial advice, indeed. Thank you for that.
Never.
Gold. Yeah,
gold's going off. You're in that short, Braden, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how it's looking on the daily. We're pushing back in. We're 8 points off at breaking the lows on the daily here at 20. Where we were a second ago, but I like how that daily candle looks off of that aggressive pullback we saw, I guess, last week. That 7% pullback, a couple of days of flat, and then this daily candle trying to extend through the lows at 4,020. So try to look for the breakdown trade a little bit. We'll see if we can get it.
Sneaking
Pretty consistent pump here across the Mag 7. Everything, including Broadcom, is up over 1%. Highlights Google plus 2.5, Meta plus 2%, Nvidia up 2.5%. That is $125 billion in market cap right there. Tesla up 2.23.
Those are reporting earnings this week. The poll shows the expectation. My apologies. The poll asked the question, and the chat simply voted on it, and it was 50-50. But those will be the end of those fun polls. Thank you for coming. And I'm going to run those polls. Thank you for that. 68.79 last trade in the ES, about 3 points off the session lows. Pretty wide open. Markets are just feeling themselves out right now. We want to make a push higher, lower. Anything kind of NQ fill the gap. The gap is way down there. Jack, can we get? We do have those gap fill prices. We talked about 68.25 in the ES. I've got gap fill around 25,510 in the NASDAQ, about 300 points lower. So sure, someone's gonna get it to the gap purist, Jack. So they can get it down to the tick. But I've got somewhere around 510, 25,510, 300 points lower.
Yeah, I think a range is good enough.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What are you looking for here? You're short from 23, 823. What?
Yeah, I'm looking for a breakdown, retest those 800s.
800s, yep. Saw some buying we got down there.
Somebody asked about earnings. Some highlights. Tomorrow, we got Visa, United Health, Novartis. On Wednesday, we got Microsoft, Google, Meta, Caterpillar, Boeing.
Yep.
On Thursday, we have Apple, Amazon, Eli Lilly, MasterCard. This is a stacked week.
Yeah.
We got ExxonMobil and Chevron on Friday. Big week of earnings.
Yeah, I'm flat. I scratched that one.
We got crude pushing higher here a little bit, $61.80. It's a nice bid in there in that first 20 minutes or so. The New York session, Dow catching a bid as well. Yes, just drifting around right now. Take a look at the ladder, 50-50. That's the tilt. Also on the bid ask, got 50 on the bid, 50 on the ask. Looking at the ladder, nothing really jumping out. Dakota, you scratched that trade. Braden, did you get into more, or did you scratch that as well?
Yeah, I added 2 more on that fade off of 40s. If we can get back under 30s, I think we'll get the breakout trade. But trying to catch this before it picks up too much momentum if we get the break. But it looks good. I'm playing it very tight, so I might get stopped out, but we'll see.
Short 3
It'll
now.
be a little sticky right around here.
Short
We're
5.
right at 68.50 in the SPX.
68.50.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Jack, we're about 20 minutes into this New York session. So you're waiting for the option chain to populate, Phil. And then from there, you use that to look at prices in the ES futures, so to speak. So talk to us about that process, because I think we should really start trying to incorporate this a little bit more into our trade decisions.
I'm trying to find
waited 20 minutes.
the gamma exposure
now?
levels, right? Where there's a lot of calls or puts, depending on where we are, whether we're positive or negative gamma. Those tend to be prices where you can get, at bare minimum, you usually get consolidation. So if, in a market that's always up, if you're looking for a short, sometimes that gives you the breather that you need to. Because if it sticks around one of these levels for a while, right, with all these zero-date options, there's, for those that are out of the market, there's delta decay happening in real time because the entire life of the option is the next few hours. So if you find resistance in one of these places, it makes me a little bit more confident that we are probably going to get a pullback. But that's how I look at it.
Okay. Range short 5, micro gold. Give or take, what, 40, 34, 40, 33?
Yeah, 33 flat is the entry.
33 flat. Last trade, 40, 35. NASDAQ trading right there, 25,839. 839. ES trading 68.84. First 25 minutes of the session. We're talking about a 10-point range in the ES. NASDAQ, we're talking about 60-point range.
A6B, I actually mean both. You can think about it as theta decay, but what theta is decaying is the delta. So now we're getting into the second order ones. So theta is the first derivative involving time. And then the derivative of that, I believe, is charm. But basically, it accelerates the amount that the delta is decaying. So
yes,
I would expect gold to go here.
0 days.
I'm not.
Sorry to see a push lower. Braden, why'd you say that? What'd you see in the chart? What'd you see on the ladder?
Well, just it continues to make these lower highs. You cut it down to like a lower time frame. It continues to make these lower highs, lower highs. We rejected off 60s, then 50s, now 40s, and we're trying to test the session lows again. I would expect it to happen now if we're going to get a breakthrough 26 20s. I'm not putting it on a time limit or anything, but I would like to see it happen here based off of that continued lower high price action. So that's just kind of what I'm looking at. I want to see it happen in the next couple of minutes, or maybe by the top of the hour.
Okay, stuff. Let's trade in gold.
I like those shorts on gold. NASDAQ, I'm no longer looking for a pullback. To me, I was looking for a pullback to start this. Market held the market NASDAQ up, and I can see continuation to the long side here.
Well, I'll tell you who to bring in here. Went to a concert this weekend. Heard he played roulette. Bring him in here, Hogue. Come on in. Happy Monday. I, too, also played roulette this weekend. I heard you didn't hit your number. That's okay. Come on in. Happy Monday, Hogue. Break it down. All-time highs. Also, let's talk about the gaps, if you don't mind. Get some of those prices out there for the reopen. But happy Monday, Hogue. Let's do the damn thing. What's up, my man?
Happy Monday, everybody. Good to see you, Andre. Hey, Dakota, happy birthday. I was giving you happy birthday last night during slow markets, but happy birthday today. Braden, good to see you. Jack, good to see you. All right. NASDAQ, new all-time highs in the overnight, new all-time high in the regular trading hour session now as well. A lot of question about these gaps, right? And Jack, you explained it very well. We used to see a lot more of these gaps before electronic trading. But yeah, this was where the market finished the day on Friday. The market opened at a higher level last night, creating this gap. Now, to close the session gap, we've got to get to 25,570.75. That is the session gap close. To get a settlement gap close, we got to get down to 25,509 quarters. So Andre was right around 25,510. S&P's same situation. We have a weekend gap that has created this kind of difference in prices from where it closed on Friday to where it opened today. And again, if we're going to close that gap, we're going to have to get all the way down to the session gap close is 68.41 and a quarter. A very weak high there on Friday. We were looking for this market to continue this auction to the upside, and boy, has it. Session settlement gap close takes us all the way back down to 68.27. 68.27 would be the settlement gap close. Gold, we are really kind of looking at this market in a little bit of reversal pattern on the weekly chart. We've got a lot of excess on the high here on the monthly chart. We were kind of looking for, or at least hoping for, a potential short for the opening range trade. We ended up with taking it long, and that's the rule, right? You got to follow the rules. We are out of that trade. We lost about $100 on it, but we are continuing to see this market push lower. We've taken out the initial balance low. The initial balance 720 to 820. That range goes from 40, 64, 80 to the upside to 40, 44 to the downside. As long as we hold below this initial balance low, we are liking the idea of being short. Braden, nice trade we got going here. See if it plays out. It is wrestling, however, with the overnight low, which comes in here at 40.28 even. So just keep an eye on that low. If we can't take that out and see some movement to the downside, maybe a little bit of a tougher break here, but we are still looking for this market to trade eventually down to 4,000, that big fat round number, as well as the weekly kickoff low. Crude oil, what do we got going here? Well, we also had a session gap and a weekend gap, but really just kind of inside the range from yesterday. We got a little bit too short in the overnight session, back into range, back into value, back into the range from Friday. So try and stay patient if you are trading crude oil. We'll come up with those initial balance levels here in a little bit. In the NASDAQ, I mean, Dakota, in the S&Ps, Dakota, you kind of nailed it. It's just been really choppy up here. There's a lot of information coming out. Earnings, FOMC. That's all we've got to lean on because, of course, we still have the government shutdown. But just trying to stay patient here, looking for some sort of direction. My focus in the equities is really just going to probably be on the overnight high and the overnight low. See if we can take those out in either direction with some momentum. If not, fade them. But again, very choppy open here for the equities. Nice gap to the upside. Can't close that gap. We are looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. We'll see if that plays out. That's the story, folks. I'm sticking to it.
I love it, Hogue. Thank you very much. Braden, so you're coming into today already up $4,000. Braden, when did you take your trades? Did you trade the reopen? And what was the trade? Up 4 G's already. Nice start.
Yeah, I did take some gold short trades yesterday night. We kind of opened down, came up, tapped into the gap, and then just faded back into the session lows. And so I played it short. And it was kind of brutal, honestly. I could have made a heck of a lot more, but that's trading, right? We kept taking the session lows, and then we would get these 30-point retracements, and I held like I was holding through them, and it was painful. It was giving me anxiety, so I just closed it off. And then I started to continue trading it, and I started getting back profit. So I said, okay, let me just stop. So that's how I ended last night. But I had some success playing it short. But man, it would tap into the session lows just under it by a couple of points, and then 30-point retracement. It did it 3 times, and it was just brutal.
Braden, do you find it difficult to say short gold?
Yeah, I mean, I literally was short at 117. here, like into the gap. I was kind of short on the rejection after we tapped in that gap, and then we came up 115 on this. Once again, took session lows by like 5 points, and then 30-point retracement. And I was like accepting defeat. I was like just talking to myself. I was like, there's just too much institutional buying in this market to hold any type of short. I give up. I held it and it came back down, and sure enough, but just brutal. That was brutal. And it finally did roll over. Of course, I thought maybe, I know gold can dump a little harder into London or deeper into the overnight. And so it did. And we finally broke 60s with some strength. But even here, like I was holding this thing for hours, and then we came and finally broke. And I was like, okay, nice. We broke. Let's continue lower. And then we get this bounce all the way up to hundreds. Okay, here we go.
Right.
It was really a brutal one.
We just saw some more.
See, you gotta be quick to exit this too. Let me see. We did break 20s.
Yep.
Yeah, it took out last week's low, 21.20.
Yeah, we took out. The exit plan is I wanted to trade it through that level. Then it's kind of price action from there. But obviously, I'm a little traumatized with how gold likes to take the lows, then just bounce right after.
Right back into it, Braden. So traumatized, you're right back into gold, catching the shorts to the downside. Just tapped on some new lows there. 40.18. Braden, short from 40.33. 40.33.
New highs.
We get 4,000 today.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yep, new highs, yes, indeed. 68.92. New print. Those are all-time highs. In the ES, NASDAQ, same thing over there. New all-time highs, 25,875. Call it 876s. Yep. NASDAQ holding bid.
New highs.
Next area of interest for me would be, I think, the biggest call wall at, let's say, between 69.05 and 69.10 in the ES.
Okay. Not too far from that. Yep. Hogue, I got to ask, your weekly kickoff highs in ES and the NASDAQ. Weekly kickoff highs, you got those levels. Link, but what do you have for weekly kickoff? We're making new all-time highs already. On the reopen yesterday, more all-time highs today. What do you have for weekly kickoff highs in the NASDAQ and the ES, Hogue?
NASDAQ, weekly kickoff high, 26,065.
There you go.
S&P is 69.50, 6,950 bucks.
Okay.
They're not too excessive.
That's
not too excessive.
Incredible. Prices are incredible. 69.05, 69.50. That is so about 60 points higher in the ES. 26,065 in the NASDAQ. So about 200 points higher from where we're trading right now. Dow on the rebound to the upside. 47,682. Crude rolled over a little bit. About 40 cents off the session highs. $61.58. Nothing. What do we got? Tilt. I'm not seeing nothing really jumping up. All right.
I didn't take anything out of that gold trade at all. So break even.
Okay.
Yeah, we broke and then we just completely rejected out of that level.
Yeah. It did that all night last night. It's really brutal.
Okay, first level in the house for the 69.05. Well, we got some work to do to get through there. 68.90. Volume's a little light right now. Price action a little muted, but the national bid has come into the markets for now. And nothing on the headlines from now. I haven't seen much from the president. Pretty much all I'm seeing is a 2-year and a 5-year auction today. Did we get that London close time, by the way? Help us out, chat. London close in 90 minutes or an hour and a half or 2 hours? No. Close it in the bottom of the hour, or is it closing? We're back in.
I joined you on that gold short, and I'm taking some profits here on these lower 20s. That was fast. That happened really quick. I'm out.
Okay. What price did you get, Dakota? Did you get in at?
I got 40.30, and we're already down to these 20s. Like that happened quick. I think it flushes now. pushing these lows.
Yeah, it's coming through some
Look at that.
previous support on the
Got you thinking.
22nd and the 21st. It bounced right here both times, but we're going lower.
Wow.
Braden, you're
Yeah,
back
gold
in
is-
short too, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm obviously the entry's not as good. It like kicked me out, then faded it again. I liked how we kind of started to see these fade candles come in, and then now it's through the lows. I'm just gonna manage it really tight. I don't really want to go red on this trade.
What's your
But
entry?
I am, yeah, 23, 5 micro short.
Or
I'm not
23.
planning to really hold this too long. If it comes back up, I'm just gonna cut it.
Thank you. All right. Last trade 4019. 4019 Dakota. Quick scalp to the downside in gold. Lots of gold trades today. Look at this. Gold getting all the action right now. 40. Gold selling off.
There it is.
4015. New lows.
All right, I'm out. I
14.
took
Nice trade.
8 points from that. Exit 16. Entry was 23. So yeah, 8 points.
Nice
I'll
trade.
update the P&L. Yep, absolutely.
Quick. See
Gold.
a lot of folks asking what are the weekly kickoff levels. This is an article somebody did on a LinkedIn channel. I think he does a very good job of explaining what the weekly kickoff levels are. If you want to read that, there it is. It's in the chat.
Can you summarize it for us real quick, Hogue?
Yeah, the weekly kickoff levels are levels that I calculate usually on Fridays after the close, where I'm looking for longer time frame traders to need to, want to, or be forced to adjust inventory at those levels or near those levels. No level is precise. Everything is a zone, but those are levels of importance and longer time frame, but through the lens of the things that I'm looking at in the markets. Sometimes they're fantastic. Sometimes they become magnetic. Sometimes they can be toxic, like any level. You just have to use those levels to manage your risk is one of the big things I like about those levels is they will help you manage your risk.
You Hogue. Speaking of levels, the bottom of the hour, we'll be noting the initial balance high, initial balance low prices in the equities. And first hour of the trade, we high price and the low price. First hour. Continue to hold bid here in the NASDAQ, 25,870, about 5 points off session highs, also all-time highs. Gold bottomed out at 40.12, and popped right back up to 40.20. Here comes a little bit of selling. Yes, NASDAQ.
Man.
A little bit. I mean, a little bit.
That NASDAQ's a tough one to trade today.
Is it a type of day where, obviously the gap, and then we're really extended, like size way down and give it a lot of room and don't expect too much crazy breakout
That's exactly
potential?
what it is. Just kind of lower your expectations, right? We've been saying, Jack and Andre, we have so much coming out this week. We're ticking all-time highs. We have that gap and go, and expectations need to be lowered when it comes to base hits. I don't think the day's the day where you're looking for big 100-point moves in either direction, and you get whipsawed really quick.
Back in.
Trying to gold short scalp real quick, all the way back down to session lows.
Love it.
17 2 micros short.
Braden. Primarily gold trades. A lot of gold trades right now. Braden and Dakota. Just a couple of NASDAQ trades. Right now, they are locked in on gold. Seeing it push lower here. Just made some new session lows. 40.12. Braden is short 2 micro gold. 40.17. So a little bit of rejection, a little bit of a pullback in the NASDAQ. 25 points. 25,850 last trade there. So 50-50 on the tilt. ES pulling back a little bit, 68.88, 4 points off the highs.
Yeah,
go ahead, Braden.
Dipping my toe back in here. Obviously, this is something, after we take a good scalp like that with some decent size, if I want to dip my toe back in this market, it's gonna be less size because, well, we've already gotten the break of the session lows. Whenever you get breaks of key levels like that, you can make the argument that took a lot of work for sellers, so there might be some selling exhaustion here. But I still do like the idea of lower. We still have momentum on our side, but getting back into this market is going to be just less size because we've already had kind of the main trade is already played out. Break of the session lows is all I was looking for, but I still like to set up just less size.
Makes sense. Dakota flat. Nice P&L there for Dakota. Nice P&L for Braden as well. Nice little start to this trading week. I'll show you some other. We got some other traders, live fund traders here at Topstep. Also have a nice start going for this week. Let's bring in those live leader update right here. We got Yihang up 11,000. Rafal up 8,300. Quentin up 8. Trader J up 77, and Samuel up 7,300 bucks. Nice start to the week. Again, most important is that they keep Green Day green. Make sure you hold on to those profits, manage that downside risk properly. We'll give you updates on those traders throughout the day, but a nice start to the trading week. 50-50 on the tilt. Nothing really doing there. NASDAQ can't. Seems like it's holding bid. They're trying to buy the dip here. Pretty tight range. A question in the chat for you, Hogue. Thoughts on where gold can go? I know we're talking about 4,000. Is there more room to the upside, Hogue? We were joking around. We're throwing it out there, perhaps hitting 5,000 bucks by Christmas time, by Thanksgiving. Something fundamentally changed in gold, or are we just taking a breather for perhaps another leg higher?
Well, at this point, to me, this is a breather. This isn't necessarily major like market state change.
Yes.
If you wanna, we can look at the monthly.
Okay, the monthly.
Okay, we're gonna start way out here. Monthly.
What is that?
That's a lot of excess on that high. Last time we saw excess like that, it sent us into 3 months of consolidation. That's not necessarily a major market state change there. That's just rallying to idling to continue the push to the upside. So this is a little bit unnerving for longs, I would think. I mean, there's still, for 5 trading days left on this monthly bar. If we close this monthly bar near the highs, it's going to look a heck of a lot better. But on the weekly chart, we also have a reversal pattern. We have a bearish piercing pattern from the week before last to last week. This bar, this candle body closed more than halfway through the candle body of the previous week, which is technically a reversal pattern. When's the last time we saw that? We saw that here. We did pull off a little bit. Not tremendously, but we've been seeing these pullbacks and we've been seeing these excesses that have created more balances than major changes in market state.
Right.
So we've got a reversal pattern on the weekly. We've got excess on the monthly. Do we see anything on the daily? Well, we did see some losses in open interest as we were coming off those highs. We started to see some open interest come in later on in the week, but that was longs. We added longs on Friday. Just when you look at the direction of the daily, the regular trading hour, it was to the long side. So we brought in some longs here. There's still traders willing to purchase. Unfortunately, those longs are now underwater, and I'm looking to see if we can get a deeper pullback down to that 4,000 weekly kickoff level, and then we'll take a look. On the daily, we had some consolidation there. Okay, maybe we'll see some consolidation there, see some reversal pattern, and we continue this move to the upside. Andre, do I think it's going to 5,000 eventually? I do. We are just in a little bit of a pullback, and there is the potential for a longer time frame market state change. Not ready to pull the trigger on get short the house or anything, but we are looking at a pretty deep pullback here. Braden, you're back in.
Just closing on the break of the session lows. We're 9 points off of that 4,000 level. Just making me, just with how close we are, I'm feeling very confident that we see it, at least a test of it. So I took one off at 4,009, and then I'm leaving one on to see if we can get 4,000s. Maybe we dip a little bit under. Maybe I'll put a limit buy to cover in at like 998 or something. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so I mean, Andre, it really depends on what happens from here. We start seeing, open interest coming into the short side, and we start seeing some of those divergences in Delta. that could be a major market state change.
Just going to ask you, Hogue, what do you look for when you see a market when there is a market state change? Hogue, first thing you look for is
well, one of the first things is we've been seeing open interest, coming in and piling in with new longs coming in. At the highs here, we started seeing open interest falling. So some of those longs are bailing out of those positions. Are they bailing out for good, or are they looking for a pullback to where they can buy back into those positions? Really, to me, is the question. So, one of the first things we look at is open interest continuing to increase at higher levels, or is it starting to fall off? And it started to fall off at these highs up here. So, if you had like any longer time frame positions, like ETFs, anything like that, this would have been a really good area to lighten up on them, but maybe look for an opportunity to come back and buy back into it if we do get a decent pullback and we find some reversal patterns. But we're right at weekly kickoff low now, so let's see how this plays
4,000.
out.
All right, 4,000 just printed there. Braden in gold, seeing some selling in the NASDAQ and the ES as well. Seeing a 75% short tilt in the NQ right now. Average price of 25,843. So about right here, right now. ES, 72% short tilt. Average price of 68.85. Essentially where we're trading right now. Gold has moved. We're seeing gold move lower right now. Right down to 4,000s. 20 cents.
We take out 4,000. There's a lot of weak structure down below in gold. Go ahead, Dakota.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, go ahead.
I had a very important question for you, Andre.
Yeah.
Is gold done?
You got me there. Yeah, gold is not done. Put me on the spot. Gold is all-time highs in gold. 43.98.
Yeah.
Gold might be done, actually. Gold might be done when on Wednesday. It might be it. Wednesday's FOMC decision, cutting rates, inflation. I'll say gold is not done, Dakota.
Okay.
Gold is not done. That's going to ruin my bit. Gold is done. That's going to ruin my bit. Gold cannot be done, or else I got to come up with something else. 40.06 last trade. Again,
big if true.
Birthday boy putting me on the spot. I love it. Seen some selling here in the ES and the NASDAQ. 68.81 last trade. ES 5,830 last trade in the NQ. And the bottom of the hour, in 10 minutes, we're going to get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices.
I don't want to add it to this gold short. Okay. But we need to break 4. Let's do it. Let's add 3. Oh, wow. That really tightened it up. Okay. We're looking for the break of 4,000.
There we go. Let's do it. Bring back in. Heading to a winner. Looking for a break of 4,000s. Closing in on right now. We've got short tilt in the ES, short tilt in the NASDAQ. 75%, 73%, respectively. Keep an eye on gold. What's your average price there in gold, Braden?
4,006. That brought my average way down. So we're right here.
4,006. Well, last trade 40.04. 40.04.
6. All right, I'm stopped out.
Okay, looking for that quick acceleration to the downside.
NASDAQ's right. The opening range. We're not really doing too much. We tested those all-time highs right back in the middle of the range for this New York session.
Did see a little bit of turnaround in the NASDAQ. Sellers took it down to 823. Buyers popped it back up about 20 points just to see us right back in the middle at 25,835. 835. 9 minutes. We'll get those initial balance high and low prices. Let's see some more selling perhaps in the NASDAQ. Keep an eye on those tilts. Got 75% short in the tilt in the NASDAQ, 72% short in tilt in the ES. Another run lower here in gold. We'll see it. Braden, are you still looking to get back into gold?
No, I think I'm done.
Okay.
I do think it'll break 4,000.
Might be happening.
Just reminiscing on this trade that I was in yesterday.
Talk to me
Looking
about
at
it.
gold on the hourly, I was in on a different account, 50 micros, 50,
Mhm.
so 5
How'd you do?
minis at 117, and I ended up closing it. I want to say I closed it at 87. That's it, which was still like awesome. It was, I think, a $15,000 trade, but man, we went so much lower, which I thought we could do, but man, I got to get better managing my emotions, because this was like, that's a high stakes trade, and this is 8 hours of, just a wide 50-point range.
Mhm.
The threat of it maybe bouncing back up to like my stop at break even. And then of course we finally get it. And then now we might break 4,000. That would have been a massive trade.
Into your emotions. Braden, you got emotional.
Yeah.
Did you get mad? Did you get down on yourself? Did you yell at the market?
Yeah,
What does it look like?
What
What does it look like when Braden gets emotional? I'm dying to know. What does it look like? You seem like a pretty cool cat. What does it look like when Braden gets emotional?
I don't do anything on the outside. I just talk. I'll talk to myself on the inside.
Sure.
I don't yell. I won't yell, but I guess sometimes I'll like say stuff under my breath, but it's usually just like, I'm usually talking about the market. Yeah, I guess a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to talk a little bit of smack. I don't know.
Yep. Can we put
But yeah,
one
that
more
was
poll in
just-
the chat? Do you talk to yourself? Do you talk to yourself when trading?
I do.
You talk to yourself. I think a lot of people do. It's one way to help manage
You
your
have to.
emotions. Yeah, I know. I certainly do. Put a poll. Do you talk to yourself while trading? As well as listen to TopstepTV. Okay, it's Monday, so you know what that means. Oh, watch gold. Gold might be closing on those 4,000s, trading 4,000s right now. Can we see? There it is. New low. Damn. 39.96. Just printed in gold.
Oh, but look out. We'll see.
Wow,
97.
and right back. Yeah, right back to it's about a $10 pop right there. Right back to about 4,000. I mean,
Had to hit those stops.
that's exactly what happened there. Okay, well, let's bring the tip of the week. New tip of the week. Since it's a Monday, we bring you a new one every single week. It is backtest your trading plan. Oh, good stuff. Verify strategy with history. Test across market conditions. Just for better results, and then build confidence in your plan. Goes to Dakota. Dakota, backtesting. What does that look like when Dakota backtests a plan? How do you approach
Man, it's
that?
been a
How do
while
you
since
approach
I
that?
backtested. It
How
really
do you
has been a
approach it?
while since I backtest. I like forward testing because the one thing that I truly believe can't be backtested is emotions. And the emotional side of trading is what like gets to a lot of people. But you do need to do if you're new to trading, or if you're starting a strategy for the very first time, I think it's very important to understand like there's some legitimacy behind this strategy based off of historical price. So like this says, verify strategy with history. Just understand like, hey, this is a 3-bar reversal. Does this work out, over 50% of the time, or whatever statistics that you're looking on? You can test it across multiple market conditions, depending. I'm a firm believer that focusing on one market can be just as important as testing across multiple, and then making small adjustments. But I'm a firm believer of not only back testing, making sure you're forward testing in a safe environment like a practice account or a prop firm account, because the emotional side is the one thing that can't be back tested.
How do you backtest? How exactly does one go about backtesting? You want to backtest a strategy, Dakota. Say you want to reversion to the mean. How does one go about actually backtesting a strategy? Have a strategy.
Well,
Look at overlay on your charts.
Yeah, real quick. I am short from 836, but
Never mind. Get back
I
to
think there's
trade.
a lot of
Go ahead.
ways. I think there's some softwares out there that you could just replay market data. You could just go back and go through like yesterday's price action, scroll back. It's been a while since I back tested, so I might not be the best one to ask when it comes to that point, because there's so much. Seems like every month there's a new technology coming out to help traders with something.
They want to know about forward testing. How do you? Well, all right, you're in this trade. You're short from 25,836, 5 MNQ, I do believe. Bottom of the hour in 3 minutes. We'll get those initial balance, high and low prices. Poll is up in the chat. Do you talk to yourself while trading? Yes, externally. Yes, internally. Or no? Wow. easily 10% just saying no.
The more size you put into the trade, the more likely you are to talk to yourself for sure. I'll
Pretty
never talk
much,
to myself
right?
trading a couple of micros.
No, 50 micros though. It's a full-on conversation.
Oh yeah, it was. I was going a little bit crazy, I guess.
Oh, it's all good. All
It,
good.
it was really brutal. Like actually holding through, man, because I kept thinking it keeps setting up like it's gonna go. It's all these wicks here. This, like, I don't know if you guys can see that, but it was more just rangy because I guess we didn't have the volume to get the break. But like we took session lows and then bounced all right there. You know what I mean? We did that from 70s to 115, and I'm short right here, like just right here. Right. And then, okay, we take it again. Now I'm looking for some follow through. You know, we have the low to the left at 56, and then obviously the 20s that we saw break today. And then from there, we bounce, you know, back into the 100s. And then it was just so tough. Such a tough trade to hold, especially when you have that much size on. Like I watched my P&L go from 25,000 to where I closed it at like 15,000 right here.
Damn.
And that was what, 40, 30, 35, 40 points. So, I mean, if I was still in that trade, obviously, in hindsight, that would have been like a $60,000 or $70,000 trade.
Oh man, yep, you're doing it to yourself. Hey, it was a good trade though, Brandon. At the end of the day, it was a good trade, but sure what it could is we'll get you. Look at that turnaround in the NASDAQ, 25,860 last trade. This 5-minute candle. We're looking about a 35 point pop. Turn around in ES, trading back up to 68.86.
Yeah, we got short 5 MES too, but
let's go.
Pretty good risk reward on it if it does start breaking down.
Nice stuff, Jack. What price did we get?
I sent it to him. You can see it up there, 82. So it's a little bit against us.
Okay, sounds good. And bottom of the hour. All right, 30 seconds. I'm gonna ask the chat. Need your help, chat. Hit me with initial balance high, initial balance low prices in the NASDAQ and the ES. And we're looking just to note the first hour of the New York session. Just want the high price and the low price. And let's figure out what to do with it. But in about 15 seconds, I'm going to ask the chat for help. I'm going to throw it to Hogue. Hogue's going to say yes or no. Are you right or are you wrong? I think I got the prices here. Chat, NQ. What are we looking at for NQ? Initial balance low. I think I got it. I'm never quite sure because I know the chat most likely does. Initial balance low. 6. High of. Help me out, chat.
Not seeing anything.
All right, poll is back. Poll is back. Oh, everyone talks to themselves. Good to see we're not alone there, Braden. Everyone's talking to themselves. Yes, 47% externally, 43% internally, 10% saying nope, not. But yes, yourself is pretty normal. You talk to yourself in the third person, Braden. Do you refer to yourself as Braden when you trade?
No, I don't talk to myself. I don't really talk to myself. I talk to like the market more.
Okay.
I more so talk to the market, saying, you know, why aren't you selling? Blah 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 blah. This, that, the other.
Do the
you
right
suck.
thing. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. All right.
I talked to
IB high.
chat.
They got it. I think they got it. All right, NASDAQ. IB high, Hogue. What do you have for IB high in the NASDAQ and IB low in the NASDAQ and the ES? I think they got it. Let's see. I got 875. Oh, Hogue, you're on mute. Hogue, you're on mute. Chat, I think we got NASDAQ first. NASDAQ first.
25,875 in the orders is IB high. 25,796 and a half is IB low.
Yep. Well done, chat. And for the ES, Hogue, what do you got?
And for the ES, all-time high, 68.92 and a half.
Yep.
Top. And 68.77 even, the low. Initial balance low.
Well done, chat. Good job.
Good job.
Yep. All right, Hogue, let's talk about that. Okay, so we got those initial, I did it again, international. Initial balance high, initial balance low. What do you want to see? What do we do with those prices? The next 30 minutes or so, we kind of puts a framework with which to work. What do we do with those prices moving forward? Or I guess, hell, in the next 15 minutes, what are we looking to see?
Well, I mean, in the Nasdaq, I would look to see if we see some sort of breakout above the initial balance high again, 25,875 in the orders. If we see some continuation above that can become a support level. If you're expecting range bound trade today, then you might be looking at possibly using the initial balance high to limit your risk on shorts up against that level. Or, the initial balance is really kind of back in the old pit days, was that first hour where traders in the trading pit, the locals, were looking for some sort of reference, some sort of levels to be able to kind of assume two-sided trade, right? A two-sided trade would be some sort of a balance. But so yeah, we're watching the NASDAQ right now. It's up against that initial balance high. If we break out and we hold above it, there it is. There's the break of the initial balance. It's not a very wide initial balance. It's about 80 points. So it's not going to take a whole lot of energy to extend outside of it, but we do have a little bit of time to wait before we can kind of look at this as a potential failed upside auction or a continuing auction, a successful auction. So just due to the time, we're in a little bit of a pickle here. S&P is not doing so well. Still in the middle of the initial balance. No sign of anything really changing in the S&Ps, but possibly in the NASDAQ. We'll see if we close this 30-minute bar above the initial balance high, 25,875 in the orders, because that could bring some continuation, and we are seeing some pretty good price action here. Let's look at the NASDAQ. So we're seeing some pretty good price action. The market is attracting eyeballs up here. That's good for continuation. We will see. We gotta be patient. We gotta look for the right opportunity, and if we're gonna preempt, we can preempt, but we're also putting ourselves at greater risk possibly by waiting for confirmation. Confirmation sometimes costs in trade location, but we're really kind of hanging around this initial balance high. I mean, I would stay patient here.
Yep. New highs for a split second there. New highs in the NQ. 5,008. For long gold. Hit me with a price.
Building a position starting at 07. 07 spot 3.
Okay, long 3.
07 half. Looking for a break back up to 010.
All right. Started with 3. Yes, started with 3. Looking to build in.
Yep. I'm in.
You're looking
in 10 now.
You're in 10? Okay. Well, you built into that quick. Average price of, we're trading 40.07. I'm assuming you're long.
7.5.
Around 7.5. Very good. What's your, are you just looking to shave and peel to the upside here? A bit of a scalp, Dakota? Or what's the
this
plan?
is a scalp, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, it's a scalp. If we start to fail, I'll get out.
So your 3-bar reversal here, Dakota?
Yeah, Hogan. That's exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, we hit 4,000. 4,000 is a big psychological number.
NASDAQ staying strong here, staying bid. Again, it is Dakota's birthday. And new highs NASDAQ. 5,883. Yeah, 68.88. Again, we did see that 75% short tilt in the NASDAQ. The market did move higher. Crude turned around, $61.85. That's right, 10 cents off the highs. ES lagging. But NASDAQ
was looking weaker.
Yeah, it is. New highs NASDAQ. Look at this thing go. 25,887. Closing in on 25,900. Yep.
A lot of eyeballs on the NASDAQ.
What price, Hogue? Just right here with this price action, or certain 900s?
Yeah, people care. People are reacting to the price being up at this level. It's more likely to continue with this push to the upside.
Look at this thing go.
I'm out. I got out at 02 half.
All right.
If we hold these 4,000 again, I'll consider doing it. But do you place a trade, Braden? Was that you?
Yeah, I'm just kind of scalping this in key move to all-time highs with a couple micros.
Okay. Catching some. Did you get long? I assume when you said catching the wave.
Yeah, I took 2-3 micros in the 70s, trimmed some on the pop above 80s. I've got one left now.
Gold now beneath 4,000. New session lows 39.96. Nice cut, Dakota.
Yeah, we failed. Yeah, we failed that.
95.
Yep.
See what the buyers want to do. The buyers are going to try to take it above 4,000. They've already tried it once, ran out of steam. And we just put a new low 39.95 in gold. 50-50 on the tilt across the board right now.
Gold's the big leagues, that's for sure. It's definitely not for amateur traders.
It's moving. Braden, I see what you mean. It was not just going in a straight line. It is a bit stubborn, to say the least. Saw some rejection there in the ES. They rocked up to the 68.90s, to 68.87. Watching gold. Yep.
I mean,
Are you flattening the NASDAQ now?
Yeah, I'm not in the NASDAQ. Nope.
Okay.
Flat.
What were you gonna say, Braden? Gold is certainly not making it easy to go lower. Buyers continue to try to hold it, but sellers do continue to win the battle for now. 38.98 last trade. Gold, $3 off those session lows.
I'm gonna try and build a position in gold again right here.
Okay.
I still like the longs off this 4,000 level.
Okay. Did you get in, Dakota?
Yeah, 98.2.
All right. How many times was Dakota? It is Dakota's birthday.
I'm in 16 right now.
16 MGC.
Trying to build a position for push higher. I like 4,000. 4,000 is that big round number.
Right back to holding 4,000s right now. Till 50-50. Dakota's birthday. We're going to let people know. We're going to remind people throughout the day. Why don't you give us a thumbs up? Please click like. Click like. As a gift, as a birthday gift to Dakota. How smooth was that, James? Yeesh.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Click like for Dakota's birthday.
Let's get this gold pumping first. Then we can worry about it. We're getting some movement here.
Yes, we are. Stay locked in on this trade. 20 minutes to the top of the hour. NASDAQ staying bid right now. It's still about 4 points off the.
You know, it would be a good birthday gift.
What?
Join me. I'm still doing slow markets tonight with Jay.
Oh, okay.
Come join me. Tonight's going to be a good one. Here's that pumping gold.
You bringing cake for everybody?
No.
Nice.
There we go, gold. Let's keep going.
Ooh, selling there, little selling in the ES. Please click Dakota 68.86. Oh, gotcha. All good, James. All got you. What was in with 16 micro MGC?
Yep. Just took two off.
All right.
Looking for that push higher back up towards these teens. Like, okay, take another two off at 7. Just trailing this up.
I gotcha.
Someone says, "How old am I?" I'm 25. If anybody asks, I'm 25.
You're 25. Oh, I see what you did there.
Me too.
And next year, I'll be 25 again.
Forever.
Yeah. Some people believe I'm 25 though. They'll never know.
You look 25. I'll give you
that.
Dakota.
When I'm in the boxing ring with 18-year-olds, I feel 40.
Was that supposed to mean?
I feel old when I'm
Wow, Unk.
fighting.
Can they call you Unk, Dakota?
No,
Called
no. They don't know. They think I'm 25 until I actually start boxing them. They're like, okay, you're slower than I expected. So,
You got old man strength, though, Dakota. Old man strength.
I'm taking
Nice
some
pump.
profits here at these 12s.
Nice catch, Dakota.
Dre, it was my wife's birthday this weekend.
My
wife. We did karaoke at the VFW post in Bucktown. It was
Exactly where
lit.
that is.
Yeah.
What's your go-to song, Jack?
You know, you might hear it in my voice. I've been struggling with something respiratory for like the last week, so I didn't sing. I enjoyed. My brother was there, and they had a couple of. They had a snake cage in the basement and $2 PBRs. So we were going over there.
Sounds about right. So Jack did not
Shout out to my wife though. Maybe I'll show this at some point, but she kind of embraced the costume. My wife's hair is growing back, but it's buzzed right now. And so she did Sinead O'Connor, Nothing Compares to You. Like that was her Halloween costume, and it was pretty awesome.
Respect. What would be your go-to song, Jack? If you weren't suffering from respiratory issues, what would you be? I got you, Sweet Caroline.
Oh no. No.
What else? I'm just throwing some generic shit. What else? How about
usually
Mr.
anything
Brightside.
David Bowie.
Okay.
Fall Out Boy or Johnny Cash, A Boy Named Sue is a good one.
Oh wow.
Impressive to know the
Hogue
words.
approves. Hogue approves. Happy birthday to your wife. Happy birthday to Dakota. See if we get to 1,000 likes. Can we get to 1,000 likes for Dakota's birthday? Really appreciate
Tonight during
Dakota.
slow markets, we could get to 1,000 likes too.
Slow markets, Dakota. 7:30 p.m. Central Time on TopstepTV. Who will be joining you today? It's a Monday. Again,
Me and my man, Coach Jay.
Yep.
Coach Jay.
Coach Jay's also. I see Coach Jay
There's,
also did karaoke. Hogue went to a concert this weekend. A lot of
I'm
music.
flat. There we go. Up 2,000. That was the trade after getting chopped up a little bit there.
Nice trade.
Braden, are you in a position as well, Braden?
No,
I just one long new highs.
Yeah, I took that long off, and I kind of took that long off and put orders back in where I was originally just to see. But just want to be exposed to this market long and just continue walking it up, kind of is the plan. But not going to chase anything. Not going to try to look for a breakout trade because we are breaking out, but it's really slow price action, and we're kind of just bleeding up rather than running. So
yeah,
I don't want too high of an entry, but I'll take entries on pullbacks and continue trying to get long.
All right, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. So CNBC has a Chiron of their own. So see our Chiron says like and subscribe, TopstepTV. CNBC's guy right now says AI and the threat of human extinction. AI and the threat of human
That's good.
extinction.
Jeez.
That's what it says. I had to do a double take.
Going for those clicks.
I just yes, AI and the threat of human really? Oh man.
You saw the Terminator too many times.
I mean, what are we doing? That is
You can't see the Terminator too many times. It's great.
Oh, that is incredible. Okay, everyone flat.
We're still short these MES,
Oh, yeah,
but it did not do what I wanted
yet.
Not like terribly against us or something.
We can hold this thing. No fear mongering there. Yep. I know. Seriously, CNBC. It's Monday. Chill. Run this out like a Wednesday or something. And the threat of human extinction. We got maybe turning over a little bit. All right, we'll see what happens here about 15 minutes. Again, we got those initial balance highs, initial balance low prices in the ES and NASDAQ. A little bit of selling coming in here. We'll see if we do have a failed upside auction. Perhaps we just put in new highs, all-time highs. NASDAQ only. ES not quite there. Braden in the house. Dakota in the house. Jack in the house. Hogue, of course, in the house. We'll hear about this concert after this. But we do, again, over the weekend, perhaps there's a framework for a deal, trade deal between the United States and China. So those headlines really moving the markets the last couple weeks. Let's bring that clip and let's get caught up on this because I'm trying to find out what I missed over the weekend. Thank you.
I believe that we have the framework for the two leaders to have a very productive meeting for both sides.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Sunday outlining the framework for a U.S.-China trade deal to avoid imposing an additional 100% tariff on Chinese imports.
I think it will be fantastic for U.S. citizens, for U.S. farmers, and for our country in general.
President Donald Trump is set to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping Thursday in South Korea on the final leg of Trump's three-country tour of Asia. On Air Force One over the weekend, Trump previewed what he hopes to achieve with the meeting.
A complete deal. I want our farmers to be taken care of, and he wants things also. We're going to be talking about fentanyl, of course. I think we have a really good chance of making a very comprehensive deal.
Halting Chinese exports of fentanyl's precursor chemicals was part of the framework U.S. and Chinese negotiators reached. On another component of the framework, Bessent said China will make substantial purchases of U.S. soybeans.
I'm also anticipating that we will get some kind of a deferral on the rare earth export controls that the Chinese had discussed.
Also, the two leaders are expected to finalize a deal to allow TikTok's U.S. operations to continue. In September, the White House announced an American investor group led by Oracle's Larry Ellison would operate the app's algorithm in the U.S. I'm Reed Binion reporting.
There you go. That feels like the saga continues. No real finality to this just yet. But again, moves the markets. Keep an eye on the TikTok deals too as well. I mean, how many times are we going to see that, hear about that playing out? ES, we got a 600 lot up at 68.89 on the ask, about 2.5 points higher. Look at the NASDAQ. Anything jumping off the page in terms of size? Nope. Still about 5 on the bid, 5 on the ask. A little bit more downside pressure here in the NASDAQ. About 20 points off highs, 25,872. Jack, what's our downside target?
Probably trailing. What I really want to see it do, if we're so lucky, would be to like start testing the overnight lows there. I doubt the gap's going to get filled today, but I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been at least one decent effort at testing into that gap.
Gap fill by Wednesday before FOMC. That'd be
a lot of earnings and stuff, but earnings are always good.
Netflix, Tesla, but yeah, I mean, stocks just
they ignored it.
Yeah, I know.
Well, not Netflix did. Not Netflix.
No, Netflix went down quite a bit.
Netflix printed, but Tesla was good for both of us, Jack.
Yeah, Dakota and I both won that trade. Good game.
We did.
All right, I'm long 5 micro NQ at 876. Looking for all-time highs. Maybe a break above 900s.
5.876, 5 MNQ. All right, Hogue. Next 10 minutes. Saw some people in the chat already alluding to it. Failed upside auction. Failed. Too soon to tell.
It would be a preempt now.
Mm-hmm.
To short it.
Be a big preempt.
I mean, S&Ps aren't doing anything.
Sure are. Ooh. Even that was just a point. So if I got to keep everything in perspective here, 5 minute, the y-axis is in 2-point increments. 68.5. Overnight view of 68.
I would love the gaps to be filled. I would like to see the gaps be filled this week.
Yeah.
I have a financial interest in that occurring, so yes.
67.
A little pushback in gold here.
Yeah, I'm watching it, Hogue. If we get back down there to the 4,000 level, I'll look for a long again. It'd be the same trade.
Hogue, what do you have for gap fill in the ES? What do you got for gap fill and the NQ?
So, session gap.
Exactly. Here we go. Yeah, no.
We've got 68.41 and a quarter to close the session gap.
What's the
settlement gap? 68.27, and that's for the S&Ps.
What's the difference between session and settle? Simply, I go off settle. Why settle?
I usually look at gap closes for the session high or low. That's just me.
Yeah.
Some people look for the settlement gap, and sometimes they're going to be right. Sometimes they're not. Right. So I'm more of a session gap close, and again, that session gap close in the S&P is 68.41 quarter, and NASDAQ, the session gap close to Friday's high is 25,570 in the orders.
Where are you getting
25,570 in the orders. But if you want settlement,
yeah,
you're going to hold them all the way down to 25,509 quarter, which is right. You were mentioning that 510, 25,510 level earlier, which could certainly, be a settlement gap close.
Okay. Why? I actually don't know why session gap. We're seeing some selling here in the ES. Where are you getting 41s from in the? I don't want to get bogged down.
It's just
in
the
this.
high. It's just the high that traded on Friday.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what I would
session
consider
gap.
a gap fill there, because it's like, here's the gap. So like that's good enough for me.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
For me, it's like if you see if I go to daily candles, I remove the darn VWAP.
The VWAP.
Okay.
Where's he at?
To me, it's like, here's the gap between these daily candles where nothing traded. If it gets into this candle, that's good enough for me to call a gap fill.
Okay. Let's see if we can some follow through the downside here in the ES. ES 68.81. House account short from 82. 82 session lows, 68.76.
Gold back down to 4,000.
Looking at this gold long position now. I'm building.
Okay.
We came back and tapped 4,000.
What is your price? You long from Dakota?
016.
Thank you. 1.6. 600 lot offered in the ES. 68.85. Offered 600 times. First one was not filled when that 600 lot came in a little higher. About point. Went away from it. 68.83 last trade. 50-50 on the tilt.
All right. Come on, buyers.
Come on back.
Long. Yep,
Let's do it again.
Brain still long 5 micro and MNQ.
Yep.
Okay. And put along gold. 301. You're long 5, Dakota?
I'm now long 14.
Long 14. Right. What'd you start with? And how did we get to 14?
I start with 5. Yeah, you're right. I start
Okay.
with 5. And I'll build in as I see market hold this level. And if we just fail, I'll get out.
Good question here. Good question for, let's hold this one. 500 lot trading in the ES on the ask. It is trading a little bit. Didn't get completely filled. Not filled. 500. Oh, shoot. They came in back. They came in back to back there, Hogue. 3 times. 68.85, Hogue. We got what, 1,500?
Okay.
2,000 on the ask.
Yeah.
2,000 on. I'm seeing 2,000 just trade on the ask. 68.85. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Question for you, for Hogue, right? Let these gentlemen manage these trades. Hogue, why gaps that important? I mean, I understand that gap means why are they important? What is the significance of a gap? Especially when we see a big gap like we saw in the reopen. Why do we keep that in the back of our mind? What's the thought there?
It's a degree of excess. So when we think about how auctions live and die, mostly they're going to die in excess. Price is going to go too far one way. Buyers will back off, sellers will take over, and you'll leave excess. So when we look at a gap like the weekend gap, in the equities, this would be considered excess. Price was viewed as too cheap by traders before the open that bid price up higher and higher to where the market finally opened. So there is a degree of excess in that. Excess is, we got a little bit of an excess high here on this opening bar, and we've been kind of struggling up against that level to see some sort of continuation. But gaps, even if there's like no weekend gap, they're also considered a form of excess. Like this gap here in the S&Ps goes from the 17th through the 20th. Overnight didn't create a gap, but the market did gap higher from session to session, and that is a degree of excess because there's very little volume there, and price moved away from the previous day's range and value. So it's always about where did price move through quickly, and that's going to be a considered excess. Is that clear?
Yeah. Yes. Well, gaps are important because the markets like to go back to them. Not every time. They just have over time. They've got a bit of a tendency to go back to those prices. Not financial advice.
Yeah,
just
like
recognition.
This weekend gap, if it doesn't get filled relatively quickly, then it's showing that price is accepting price above the excess and may continue to roll higher.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all in how quickly it closes that gap. And yeah, the gaps do have a tendency to be closed eventually, and I fully expect this one to be closed eventually.
Before FOMC.
Is it going to happen today? We don't know. But typically, when we have like a session gap, like, here's Thursday to Friday in the S&Ps, this was a session gap because the volume is so low there, it's considered excess below current price. If this market would have opened up and closed the gap quickly, that's saying something different. Okay, this market opened, kept the gap all day long, didn't close the gap, and showed evidence through time of acceptance of prices at a higher level. Now we can look at a lack of excess as well. Andre, we talk about weak highs, weak lows, and exactness as being a weakness. This was a weak high on Thursday.
Yes,
it indicated the auction to the upside was not finished. Well, then we had another excess high, another weak high on Friday with the exactness of these three bars up there. And as well as this one, this was not a strong high because there was no excess. Kept going back to that same price. So this is a mechanical level for short time frame traders to take trades against, and until it, and you can do that until it fails, but there's no excess on this high. This is a weak high, no excess. So that's why that's why I would probably have been thinking on Friday that, this upside auction isn't over. We've still got more room to the upside before we're going to find buyers being exhausted and sellers taking over and creating some sort of excess tail. And when we look at a failed upside auction, like we're looking at now in the NASDAQ. Now, I don't know if this failed upside auction is going to continue, but this is excess. Price got to that level, couldn't maintain price above the initial balance high. So we have this selling tail up here, which kind of creates the failed upside auction. Now, if the market is really strong, which it really seems to be, at least in the NASDAQ, this may not hold as an excess high, but it presents itself and it allows you to limit risk based off of this information.
Yeah. Basically, the closer you get to those prices, bit of a magnet happens. We got a headline here. U.S. Department of Energy is building 2 supercomputer, forms $1 billion partnership with AMD. Billion for 2 supercomputers. 2 supercomputers cost $1 billion. Damn.
Advanced money destroyer.
That is a power partnership. We did see gold print some new lows there, 39.88. Top of the hour has come and gone. London closed not in the bottom of the hour. So a bit of a pop there in the NASDAQ, probably off that news. ES not doing too much with that. Again, headline here. Saw a little pop in the NQ. All right, Brain, talk to me.
Yeah, I'm just sizing into this. I'm in 8 micros at 875 on NQ as it's that nice pivot off 50s, and then we're kind of back to the all-time highs now. So sized into that. While Ho was talking, I took that scalp short gold 4,000s to 390s. It took less than 30 seconds.
Nice.
Those are the best. It was 4 micros. I took probably a couple $100 out of it, but I just loved how quick that played out.
Nice.
All micros, yeah. Braden, yesterday, last night, as well as today, all micros up well over $4,000. Reading,
yeah,
micros.
Just 15 micros is my max. If I'm gonna stick to the micros, and I did see a comment. It's like the 15 micro. Somebody said, I think somebody was talking about what's like my size. Like what size do I usually use? I'd say my stock size or like my base size is anywhere from 5 to 15 micros. But of course, if I see a setup that I really like, if I want to stay to micros, then you'll see me on the heavier end of 15. Like with that Bitcoin trade we had a couple weeks ago, I was 15 micros in that. It really depends on how much conviction you have in the setup. So you'll see, even Dakota does that. He'll size in aggressively to ones he's more confident on, and that's something that is very important in trading, as well as sizing into trades that you're confident in. And ones that you're not confident in doesn't mean you don't have to, ones that you maybe aren't over the moon about, that doesn't mean you can't trade it. Just, a couple micros. Probably not as heavy as you usually would.
You ever trade minis?
Oh, yeah. I mean, most of the time when I'm dabbling in minis, it's probably not for the right reasons. But yeah, I trade minis from time to time.
Get your drift there.
So the Europe closes at 11:30 our time, Andre.
Yeah. 90 minutes. Yes, just hanging right around here on overnight view. I have 68.83. Cody, you've got those longs. Did you hold it? Are you still in the gold?
No, I closed out of that one, but I'm wanting to build another long here in gold. I like longs off this zone.
Show us why. You show me what you're looking at. No, it's big fat round number.
It's a big round number. 4,000 is a big round number. And we held it once, twice, and seeing if we could hold it again for a third time. I got stopped out in this consolidation. I tried to build a position. We came down, stopped me out. I'm gonna try and get into another position here, and it's just range. I'm looking for us to push back up to those 012s.
Okay, last trade 39.95. House count short 5 MES from 68.82. Last trade 68.83. Look at NASDAQ trading 25,878, about 15 points off highs. Those are also all-time highs. Oh, top of the hour has come and gone. We set those initial balance highs, initial balance lows in the ES, and the NASDAQ did extend, correct? We extended.
Yeah. I mean, it's holding that IB high as support right now. ES just doing nothing, but the NASDAQ has certainly some buoyancy to it. Got to take out the high here.
In NASDAQ? Oh, yeah, we got about 5 points to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Hold, why'd you say we got to take out the high? And then what? We take out the high.
That's the upper extreme of the failed upside auction.
Okay. What would be the set?
We want to see participation above that for continuation.
What Hoke says, I'm looking for through those highs, right? We get through 25,892. See more acceptance of higher pricing. Perhaps get a pullback. Perhaps set up pull back to that initial balance high of 875s. Maybe take along that. Perhaps, or we get rejection. See turn around like we're seeing right now. 25,885. Again, a London close is in 90 minutes. 90 minutes. Although in the bottom of the hour, we do Again, reason for that, the clocks changed over in Europe and London. See a downtick here.
We got what, another couple of weeks?
Is that what it is, man? I hate it.
Yeah, we keep failing.
We get rid of
gold,
that.
So
we get rid of that.
I know, right?
It's getting a little heavy here.
Was it November 4th?
I don't know. What is it? I mean, why do we need it?
November
Why do we
2nd.
need it? Let's just let's do away with it. It's not necessary. November 2nd. Thank you, James. 50-50 tilts. Again, we have a 2-year auction. A 2-year auction at the bottom of the hour. Well, Jack, they're just gonna make us wait. It's gonna make us wait on this ES trade.
This was always going to be a long one.
Yeah,
as most things are with larger targets.
What is our target again for this downside? What are we looking
That's for me to know and you to find out.
There you go. There we go. 68.82. Session lows 68.76. Tilt 50-50. Hey, crude. Session highs $62.01 here.
Is the market open Halloween?
Friday.
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 Yeah, Friday.
What are you dressing up as, Braden?
Oh, we're doing a whole bunch of stuff. It's funny.
Hit me, man.
No, we had this idea to do. Well, she had the idea. My girlfriend had the idea to do like movie covers for Halloween. So we went and got outfits for Step Brothers, Stranger Things. Of course, that's not a movie; it's a show. But we're gonna do Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
Talladega Nights. We're doing all those. And then I'm pretty decent at Photoshop, so I will take those pictures and then I'll literally edit it into a movie cover. So it's pretty cool.
That's nice.
So you're going to be multiple costumes. So you're covered for the next 5 years for Halloween.
Costume change.
Yeah. We'll probably end up posting all of them this year because we're impulsive like that, but it'll be cool. I've already done Step Brothers. Like I've edited the Step Brothers photo. It's hilarious.
Can you show it to us?
All right. Yeah.
Show it to
Put it on the
send it to
full
our
screen real
producers.
quick.
Send it to our producers, and we'll be
Oh,
sure
okay.
That's I did not know that. What, you got 4 costumes lined up for?
Oh, there's more than that too. And then we're gonna go to the Renaissance Festival. I don't know if you guys have that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we do. We got to run fair.
Do those goals.
Bristol.
Yeah, we have it this weekend, so we're gonna go check that out too. I'll be a pirate for that.
No, Braden, I like it. New
Yeah,
lows.
we're
gold,
being
39.
we're being Ninja Turtles, Andre.
Are you really?
Yes.
No, or Dakota. Well, it's your birthday today. We'll hear about your plan. Dakota, what are your plans for your birthday today? We got Halloween costumes. We got Dakota's birthday today. I want to hear about your costume. Ninja Turtles. I love it, Jack. Which one?
Yeah.
Raphael.
It's process elimination. My oldest son, he's the impetus for all this. He wanted to be Raphael. And then the twins, if you know their personalities, one of them is very much a Leonardo and one's a Donatello. So that left Michelangelo for me. And then my wife's being April O'Neil.
Love it. Which one's the party dude?
If you want to be Splinter, Andre, I can get you a rat suit. You can come hang with us.
What are you trying to say there? Wow. What exactly are you trying to say there? I mean, man, I was just trying to.
That's the next character that's left.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Splinter. Dakota. Plans for the birthday and any Halloween costumes. I saw some of the chats talked about a hot dog. What are you going to be for Halloween?
No, that's what I was last year.
Yep.
This year, I think I'm trying to get Coach Jay to do a Statler and Waldorf.
Ah, that's good.
That would be a good one.
But
my birthday, honestly, it's Monday. I have sparring this afternoon.
Ooh,
and then doing my slow markets class is going to be fun with Coach Jay tonight. I had my birthday over the weekend. I went to I had front stage tickets to Maroon 5 on Saturday.
Moves like Jagger.
Yeah, they played that.
What a banger. People laugh. Maroon 5 top.
Yeah, Flavor Flav introed them.
What? Really?
Showed up. Flavor Flav just decked out in all green. I'll see if I could send some
incredible.
I'll see if I can find the photo at some point. But me and John Doherty ran into Flavor Flav when we were in Vegas.
As well,
Crossing the street
with the clock, incredible, man. Ring so much. Okay, we got bottom of the hour here, about 18 minutes or so. All right, Top Step TV. We got 4,100 people. Click like one more time for Dakota's birthday, and so you get that picture from Braden. I got to see this Step Brothers photo. We got NASDAQ making a push for highs here, about 4 points off that. Anyways, get Dr. Volatility in here. Let's get some updates. What we got coming at us here on Top Step TV. Happy Monday, James.
Happy Monday. Hello, everybody. Did you know that on Friday, I asked you to leave us a review on Trustpilot? Now, I understand that was a lot to ask for in the moment, but you've had the weekend to think about it. All right, you could reflect on Saturday. You thought hard about it on Sunday, and you said, Monday morning, I want to leave a review on Trustpilot. Well, chat, I hear you. I got your back. Right now in chat, we're going to drop the link to our Trustpilot, and we encourage you to please go leave us your honest feedback and reviews. We love 5 stars, but we'll take your honest review. So please let us know what you like. Let us know what you don't like, what you want to see changed, any new additions to the program you would like to see. We read each and every Trustpilot review we get, and I promise that your voice matters. What you suggest gets put into the works, and the works turn into reality. So please, Trustpilot today. You guys know what to do. Also, we're going to drop another link in chat because group coaching continues every day this week at 12:15 Central Time, right after Shoulder Tap. If you're new to the stream, group coaching is the segment where Hogue, JD, and Hoop sit down for an hour, grab a ham sandwich, and they answer the questions you submit live. If you have any trading question, no matter whether you are a beginner or an expert, Hogue, Hoop, and JD are here to provide you their expert analysis and market insight for any questions you may have. So that link is going to be pinned in chat all day until group coaching. So if you don't have a question right now, but one comes to you later, it'll be there for you. That's what we got going on today on Topstep TV, but it's only Monday. We got a lot ahead of us. So for now, I'll throw it back your way, Andre.
Moves like Dr. Volatility. Moves like, did they close out with moves like Jagger? They had to have, Dakota.
No, they closed out with payphone.
Oh, shoot. Well, yeah. I do believe. What was that pop? NASDAQ about to push higher here. So we'll pop in ES as well. NASDAQ still 3 points beneath the session highs, trading 25,892. 895's all-time highs. He wants to go get it. Some stops up here. Hogue, are we seeing a bit of a just a grind higher here? Some call it a zombie rally. Why we call it a zombie rally? Well, zombies just kind of sleepwalk, and maybe the market was going to sleepwalk higher here.
Yeah,
natural bid to the market, Hogue. New highs.
When we broke out of that IB high, we were saying it actually looks pretty good. Like people actually care that it's up here. Mm-hmm. Obviously, that is continuing to ring true as we just put in a new session high, new all-time high right there. Just got to see if we can hold this IB high. I would like being long if we could hold that.
Mm-hmm.
25,875 in the orders. S&P
has been
right in the middle.
Rising. Like the only thing I can put my hat on.
Dakota, you said you had front row tickets. I'm sure those were not cheap.
Yeah, we're right up there.
Who's we? Who's we?
Me and a date.
Excellent. Was it fun?
Yep.
Will there be a second?
Chat tried to get it out of me last night, but they couldn't.
Will there be another?
Will there be a 48th? A 48th?
Yeah.
There will be a second.
Okay, the second. Excellent. That joke that Jack was talking about, Dakota went on 50 dates with an individual, and they're just friends. Just friends, right?
Just friends, yes.
Something like that, yeah. That's something, yeah.
Yeah, happy birthday to me. Chat's always wild.
Yes, they are. Chat is indeed wild. Click like we gotta get to 1,000 likes for Dakota. Yeah, I know. There we go. Chat's gonna go. Let's get those likes up. We gotta get to 1,000 for Mr. Dakota's birthday. All right, let's go around the horn here. Braden Flat, talk to me.
No, I'm still in the 8 micros at 75,
That's
looking
right.
for pop above 900.
Dakota. Price. What's your position? Sorry, I'm watching this chat. What's your position right now?
No, I'm flat. I'm still looking at long in the gold. Just waiting, being patient. They might not show up, and I finish. I mean, that might have been it. We'll see.
She wrote. ES not doing a whole heck of a lot. We did see last size trade at 68.85. Four separate 500 lots came in on the offer, and those were filled within about 2-3 seconds of each other. I don't know if necessarily was an iceberg. Can you iceberg 500 lots, Hogue? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
if someone reloads 500, 500, 500, is that still an iceberg?
Well, if they're showing it, not really, but
Okay,
yeah, I'm
yeah,
guessing
showing
in
it.
a manner of speaking, yeah.
Yeah, right.
You know, because they keep replenishing it. What was that level? 85 in the S&Ps.
Yes, right here, right now. A lot of size, a lot of volume.
11,000 traded there, and almost 1,900 of them were on the offer. So those 500 lots were sells, right?
Yes, they were.
Yeah. So to some degree, you could say those were icebergs because they just kept replenishing them. But usually icebergs are hidden better than that. You know, they use small numbers, 40, 15, 6,
Try to blend
15, 42.
Trying to
Just
blend
feed
in
them
with
in.
the rest.
Yep.
You can imagine what they're going to ask. They're going to ask what iceberg is. Group coaching. You'll get the full breakdown what iceberg orders are and how to deal with them. Again, I'll pin at the top of the chat. We have the link for the Trustpilot reviews. Again, all kidding aside, please fill that out. We read each and every single one of your responses and discuss them as well. So greatly appreciate that. 3-bar reversal on gold. Dakota, we looking at a 3-bar. Surf Dude in the chat says, where's Leon been, by the way? Surf Dude in the chat, Dakota says, we got a gold 3-bar reversal on the 5 minutes. Are you seeing that?
Yes. Yep. I'm trying to build a position here. And
people got
10 and then 15. 15 micros.
Okay. Nice job, chat.
I still like at the position at 4012. Chat, I mean, I think there's people in the chat that's watched me trade so much.
Seriously.
That they just know. They're like, hey, you know, this is how Dakota trades, which I love that. That's why I want to do what I do. So like it's such a fulfilling feeling when I see traders like be able to identify my trades before I even do.
Very impressive. Well done. Gold trading 39.97, about 10, 12 bucks off the session lows of 39.85. Here we go. A little bit of a pullback in NASDAQ just to pop some new all-time highs at 25,897, about a 15-point pullback. Now I call it 17 points as we trade 25,880. Did you add into more there, Braden, or did you would you pose the play?
Yeah,
there?
I added I'm in 10 now at 77.50. I just added 2 micros there on the low 80s.
On 10 MNQ 877. Jack, we're just hanging out short in the
different time frame.
MES.
Hopefully it works out. Yeah, for Braden and for me.
Oh yeah, no, well yes, yes, definitely weaker between the two. ES has found its range.
I'm adding 5 minutes.
All right, go ahead, Dakota.
I'm now long 15 to average price 89.3.
893, 893, 39, 89. Thank you.
Yeah, 89.3.
15. Dakota trading primarily gold, micro gold. So nothing really jumping off the page right now. 25,882. We got Braden Long, 10 MNQ. We got Dakota Long, 15 MGC. A little bit of a pop there. See the 10-year uptick just a little bit. When you see prices uptick in the 10-year, yields go down. What do we have again? We'll get a link up for group coaching. Goldie time, it's up to you. But I know we got group coaching after shoulder tab. Get those questions in with the link up there.
There we go.
JD, Hoop, and Hogue. It's like 45 minutes. It's you're not gonna get that anywhere else. It is a resource that no one else can bring. These three have, I mean, combined 150 years of experience. Family business. They've their family members were all in this before they got into it. So lean on them. Ask them questions. Ask them anything. You know, try to stump them. Hell, try to stump them. They will say, "I'm not sure." However, it's difficult to do that. Always something to be learned.
I'm only 25, Andre.
You too, huh? A lot of 25-year-olds
Me
on the
too.
panel today. A lot of 25-year-olds on
Only
the panel.
25.
Oh, man. Yep. Get those questions in. All right. Again, we have a 2-year auction at the bottom of the hour. There's the link for the group coaching. Get the volume dead for now. Always rise. Volume dead for now. All right. We just saw 2,000 lots trading on the ask in the ES. We have a holding pattern right now. All right. Let's stay locked in. Competition. Don't let the market lull you to sleep. That's what happens to the competition. Not here at Topstep.
No, let's go. Gold making a move. Let's get through these 4,000s again. I'll be happy.
Oh wow!
I'll start taking profits.
We can't
get through these 4,000s. My ultimate target is these 4,012. Top end of this.
Well, Braden, we did get the picture. I did take a pic. I see it. It's incredible. However, we gotta get approval. We gotta get approval before we show it.
Yeah.
I know, man. Next time you're on, hopefully, we gotta get approval. But incredible. Absolutely. What you did.
Yeah,
there.
that's A+ work.
We got Dawn. Dawn Freeman always in the chat. TST is a resource. TSTV, TopstepTV is a resource and a whole vibe. All caps. Thank you. No, thank you, Dawn. Always in here, bringing the good vibes. Haven't seen Leon. Leon hasn't screamed at me yet today. Leon, if you're out there, please let us know how the trading is going. And 2-year auction, bottom of the hour. Pretty quiet on the wire right now. No, the president's over in Asia as well. So Dakota, slow markets, Asia session, maybe.
Every night, man.
He prepares. Yeah, now he's in your neck, although he's oh yeah.
Yeah, if you tuned in, like I told everybody, Asian session, gold, just like pumpkins, man.
Gold just like the go on. What does that mean? Gold just like the pumpkins.
Because we're carving them up.
Oh, I got you. Oh man, I thought you were like a turkey, like a carving station. What was the name of that? Jack, what was the name of the
carving station?
What was the carving station? That so good.
Yeah, that was a great name for it.
It was a great. Roundly rejected though.
What time is the Asian session? Slow market starts at 7:30 p.m. Central.
Yeah, Braden, we are indeed trying to getting approval in real time for that. We'll see if we can bring that to you here in fast markets. Oh yeah, lawyers. We lawyered up, man. Everything I get approval. We're holding the bid here in NQ. That's a new highs. Braden long 10 from 877.5. 877.5. Got this 2-year auction. Try to get that on Wednesday, Braden.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Send us some more too if you got any more. Absolutely incredible.
Gold's struggling to get back above 4,000, chat. You just gotta trust the process.
Process over profits.
Pop squad.
Top squad indeed. Braden in slow markets. Yeah, well, all right, let's see what this 2-year auction does. How often do we get a 2 and a 5 in the same day, Jack? I know it happened not too long ago, but that's somewhat of a rare occurrence. Yeah.
Those were never as big for what we were doing. You still wanted to stay out of the products associated with, the spreads there, but 10s, 20s, 30s where it's at.
60.
I'm so close.
80. Happy birthday. All right, yeah, we get him one more time. Wish Mr. Dakota a happy birthday. Click like. We got to click the like. Let's get to 1,000 likes by the end of Fast Markets. 30 minutes or so to go. This, yeah. Oh, you got drive. Check Slack. We're just gonna grind this thing higher. We're gonna see 25,900. We got about 5 points to go. And the NASDAQ. Oh, be back. BRB.
All right, you're driving.
Just won't give up at 4,000 in gold there, will it?
I know it hit 399.9.6.
Like 3 times. What's the fourth time's a charm?
Fourth time's a
Let's
charm.
go.
If we break back above it, I think we gain some of that momentum, some of that Momo.
Mm-hmm.
If
and Braden, you're looking good on your NASDAQ longs.
You still long 10?
Yep. I'm looking for the break at 900s. I was just giggling to myself because sometimes we make the Borat references, and I just remembered I have a black wig, and I can literally dress up as Borat for Halloween. Maybe I'll do that.
Very nice.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very nice.
Things are a little bit. I mean, gold's flying, but
yeah,
given the huge
Gold
gap
doesn't
up,
know it's my birthday.
It's been like 5 different new all-time highs in NASDAQ since the open.
right?
And there it is
has just
again.
been a
There
range
it is
since
again.
2 a.m.
Yes, it has.
Gold testing 4,000. Let's do it.
NASDAQ, you're killing me.
There's the break. There's the momentum I'm looking for. 4,001, 4,002. We'll take some profits on this momentum. Tighten up risk. Now we got to hold
When did you
above
get
it.
out of there?
I was in 15. I got out of 6. We're getting through these threes. Let's let this momentum carry us.
Uh-huh.
Man, that NQ chart just looks so much more bullish than the ES.
Yeah, I don't know what got into the ES today. It's just taking a nap.
Needs to go
Good thing
get
I'm on
nappier.
gold. Gold's a lot better to trade today.
Yeah.
There's another momentum push right there into those 4s.
Gold's been such a great market all year.
Down to 4. Don't stop. I'll get out of 2 more right there. These, I'll have 2 as a runner. 2 as a runner. My ultimate target here on this trade is going to be, like I said, I'm looking for O10s to O13s. I got out of most of my trades.
Good trade.
Yeah.
Great trade location on that. Very close to those lows.
Get chopped up a little bit, but
yeah. Well, sometimes the stop's a better trade location.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
You caught it this time. This is great.
We got it now. It's cooking.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll just let this one just play out now. Up 3,100.
Beautiful.
Scaling in with these micros.
Yeah. Trading mini gold is just I don't think that's a great idea in this market. Although I was in 5 mini gold. I was in 50 micros yesterday. So what do I know?
Well, and it's not really a mini contract. It's actually the full size contract from back when it was in the pit. It's $10 a tick.
Look at this thing
Crude
run
too.
now.
I mean, we all call Crude minis and micros, but Crude is the full size, like same contract.
And
Here we
your
are.
close. Yeah, London close. Not London close is an hour from now.
11:30.
Not now.
30. Yep. New highs, new all-time highs. And Q. Yes, not quite there. Braden taking a sit back there, hands on the head, relaxing, enjoying this trade. You still in this thing? We're long 10.
Yeah, I'm still same position. Looking for some extension through 900. A couple points, so then I'll cut some of it.
Very good. Again, we got a morning recap coming up after this. So Hoag's got to get to work. Hoag, great stuff today. Markets continue to grind higher here. A couple words before you get out. We'll see you in about a half hour, Hoag.
Yeah. Looking forward to the recap. Dakota, again, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hoag.
Braden, always a pleasure. Jack, Andre.
Yeah.
We'll see all of you in just a few minutes.
Stuff, Hoag. Let's just chill. Again, we got morning recap after fast markets. Then we've got rising star Thomas W going to be joining Coach J and JD. We got shoulder tap with Ben and Jack. Group coaching, form pin to the top of the chat with JD, Hoag, Hoop. Trade with Topstep, Aaron E, Jack and Dolby, and then of course Power Hour. Close out the New York session with myself, Mohammed, Dolby, and at the buzzer, Coach J, Coach Paul. Stay tuned for all we bring you here on Topstep TV. Can we get to 1,000 likes by the end of fast markets for Mr. Dakota's birthday? You seeing Crude selling off a little bit here? 200 to go. 200 to go. Crude pushing a little lower here. Crude down about 40 cents in the last 10 minutes. Beauty of micros, Jack. We still 5 MES, correct?
8 MES because
okay.
Should have been patient. My original one was the top of that range. So had a few more, but it's very short on it. So we're risking like $360 for the whole trade. So the average price now is 68.85 half.
85 half, Roger. That's 85 half. It's pretty quiet on the wire right now. Haven't seen much in terms of news. Go to update your position, please. What are you long now?
Yeah, I'm still long one from 989 spot 3, and just holding this as a runner. See if we go back up to these 412s, 410s. I mean, 4,000 is such a big round number. I'm going to be not surprised if we just hover around it back and forth for a little bit, right? Like we came down, broke below it, back up, broke below it, back up, and just kind of consolidating. And that's what I'm looking to see more of in gold going forward.
What's your P&L, Dakota, on the day?
Up 3,100 realized with a 150 running.
Is that your biggest day in the XFA so far?
I don't know. We could look. We could
Let's take a peek.
For a minute, I didn't even know what my balance was for like the longest time because I forgot to include all the dates. I've just not been focused on the balance. My biggest day, it's got to be close today. Yeah, it is. 3,100. It's my biggest day in the XFA. Biggest day in the XFA.
Look at that calendar.
Look at that curve where you just put your mouse over it where it showed your biggest. Like, look at that curve. You can tell you're, sizing in. No, the one with the green bars, but I guess that shows it too. It just shows your days are getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, that one there.
Oh, yeah.
You can just see.
As you gain confidence, just scaling into better trades, bigger trades, I guess. It'll take some time.
Wow.
Micros, I am an avid when it comes to teaching, just micros, just build the balance, focus on the process, and the P&L will take care of itself.
Yeah, Dakota, you said you don't pay attention to the balance. What do you pay attention to then, Dakota? Come on,
Process,
you pay
right? You see
attention.
how up at
You
the
don't pay
top of the
attention to the
left-hand
balance at
side.
all.
What's that?
You don't pay attention to the balance at all. You don't take a peek.
No. Chat loves to watch it though. Like I get likes out of the chat because they want to see my P&L because I have it hidden. But when I place the trades, you can see I have points. When I trade the NASDAQ, I focus on the points. When I trade the gold, it's points or ticks. I just focus on the process. The balance to me right now just does not matter. I had a post on Twitter where everyone just asks, what helps you become profitable? What helps you in your trading? And honestly, it's just you don't give a fuck. You don't care about the less you care.
Yo,
The easier it is
birthday
to
boy,
manage
tell him
things.
what's up.
No, it's
He's
so
one
true
of those.
though.
It is.
But it's easier said than done.
Absolutely.
Care less,
Yeah.
but don't trade carelessly.
Whoa. Okay, I like that one.
Profound.
Did you hear that, Andre?
I did hear
Yeah.
that one. Which
We're
one,
okay.
Dakota? Yeah.
No, that was me.
All right.
I was trying to put in another 5 to my M&Q trade to go 15, but I guess I had a contract limit at 10.
I think that was you.
I don't,
Did you put that on
yeah.
yourself? You put that on yourself.
Yeah, I put that on a couple. That's when I had my red day last time I was on with you guys.
Right.
I went and put a contract limit on. Although in this situation, I don't really feel like it's breaking rules because I'm just trying to size in and I'm going to tighten the risk accordingly. If I was just doing this with no plan, I wouldn't. But there you go. I'm adding another 5 and try to follow this up, tighten the risk, and look for the breakthrough 900s.
Okay.
So I'm in 15 at 883.
883 plus 15 MNQ.
It's a good add.
25,883. 16 minutes here in fast markets. Last trade 25,899 in the NQ, making all-time highs about 6 points higher from here. ES still trading 68.90. Tight range for most of the New York session. Call it 10-12 points right around here. Upper end 68.90 down to 68.80 for the most part has been the range. Gold grinding higher here. 40.03 stuff here. All right, with that being said, my man JD, saw JD here in opening call. See more JD in group coaching. JD, come on in. Let's get an update on Monday's top live funded P&Ls. What's up, JD? Happy Monday.
What's up, guys? Happy Monday to you too. Let's do it. These are the top 5 live funded P&Ls from Friday. Here they are. Impressive numbers coming from our live funded traders. Dan T, $45,748 trading the S&P and the NASDAQ. Abin, $24,866 trading the NQ and the micro NQ. Samuel, $13,683 trading gold. Nothing but gold for Samuel C. Carlos D, $12,016 trading the S&P and the NASDAQ. And Quayan rounds out the top 5, $11,560 trading the NASDAQ. Again, very, very impressive numbers coming from our live funded traders on Friday. All right, payout numbers. These guys all had great weekends. I guarantee it. Jin, $10,171 payout. Justin S, $7,731. I believe that should be Trader J. My apologies. Manvel, $3,724. Jonathan R, $2,768, and Young Me, $1,800. These guys all pulling real money out of the real live markets and lining their pockets with it. Great job to all of these live funded traders on their payouts and P&Ls from Friday. Back to you guys.
Thank you, JD.
And chat, I was referencing a book title.
Yes,
Talked
yeah,
about
yes,
it
you
during
were.
slow market. Yeah. It's a good book. I read it. I read it.
What, the art of not giving a
Yeah, that's exactly. It's
Subtle
a good
art.
one, and it's true to trading as well.
Yeah, JD just mentioned the live payouts. I just got an email from Topstep. My $10,000 payout for my live account just began processing. So awesome.
Love it. Excellent. Congratulations. Well done.
Yeah, it's the first payout I've actually taken from this account.
No
Oh, wow.
kidding.
So,
Good job.
yeah. And I've had it for, I think, like 80 days, 70, 80 days.
Respect. Respect on the keeping the account. Name of the game's longevity. Payouts will come the longer you're in this thing. Oh, I see NASDAQ just made new all-time highs, 25,910. Braden, you're long 10. You're long 10, Mike. I'm sorry, 15, correct? 15?
Yep, 15.
What's your upside target here? You were saying all new all-time highs. We just got there.
I should have
Which
exited
all-time
some of
high?
it. Yeah, I just kind of want to like sprinkle out of this trade a little bit as we move through 900s, but
I like that sprinkle out.
Yeah,
sprinkle out. Sprinkle.
The
I should have covered some there at 908 in hindsight. We'll see.
Well,
Give it
yeah.
some.
Yep,
Got a
50-50
little
on the tilt.
rejection
Yeah, Jack.
at the IB high in the ES.
Anything in the options that you're seeing? Is there call wall up here at 68.90? In that?
No, like really the next big area would be like 69.05 to 69.10 area.
Okay.
So I'll be out long before we go that one. I was hoping maybe we stick back to 68.50 in the SPX, which is about 8 points lower than here.
Okay. Trade's still valid. Yes, nothing's changed.
Oh yeah, risk is in. If it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yep. Again, pin to the top of the chat. Get those group coaching questions in for Hogue, JD, Hoop. I can get that anywhere else. I get that anywhere
Here we go.
else.
See if NQ can take out 908 right here.
Last trade 906 is 906. 907 is now a trade.
Put in like a limit sell 912 to cover a third of the position.
Okay. And these are all-time highs. All these prices, every session high made today, every high price in the ES and the NASDAQ. These are all-time highs. Haven't given much love to the Dow. Sorry about that, Steve. Take a peek. Yeah. Weaker of the three. All-time highs, 47,775. About 130 points from that. Be on the grind higher. Gold's pretty much stuck around 4,000s. As we trade 39.94 now.
If we can push into like 915 and I can close this trade, my P&L should be about 6,000 on the day.
We'll get you on
And
that
I'll
one,
just
really.
walk out. Yeah.
Nice.
Because I'm up about 800. My realized is 5,200. So yeah, I'm pretty much there. I just need this pop through 910.
Fantastic start. It's Monday. Fantastic. It's a hell of a week. A hell of a day. Again, huge week. Lots of earnings this week. We got the big names. We got the Googles, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Apple. We also have FOMC on Wednesday. We also have President Xi meeting throughout later on this week. What else? I'm sure there's other stuff. Data. Who needs data? We never got non-farm, Jack. We never got non-farm because government shutdown. We are, we are what day are we in? 27?
Float into ether. Shutdown. Also, that CPI number, they imputed like 40% of the observations on it. So
hold on. What do you mean?
Meaning there's still things that were shut down that made it hard for them to collect data. So they imputed a lot of information from, things that are correlated or areas that are correlated. So it was a heavily engineered number. And it's funny when you have a heavily engineered number that like comes right in line.
Those crude oil inventories need to take note.
Yeah.
So we'll have two non-farm payrolls.
Yeah, we will. Andre just got sent into the phantom zone.
Click the wrong button. Click the wrong button there. It goes happy Monday. Andre.
Okay.
These guys are locked in. I am not. But yeah, we did not get our non-farm payrolls. They told us we'd get non-farm before FOMC. That indeed was not the case. So whatever. The market's got a price in 25 basis point, 99% probability of a 25 basis point cut. What's most important is what will again, it goes, you get the policy announcement that comes right at 1 p.m. Central. Then you have the prepared remarks from Jerome Powell. And after that, you have the Q&A. It's about hour and a half, 2 hours start to finish. Oh, yeah, 98.9% probability of a 25 basis point cut for this Wednesday. Then 6 weeks after, on December 10th, there's some offer stacking in the SPOOs. 6 weeks later, December 10th, we have another Fed meeting, a 96% probability of a additional 25 basis point cut. So it's looking like 2 more rate cuts this year. Starting to see some size on this ES ladder here. 300 on the bid, 300 on the ask. We trade 68.89. Chats. Up incoming. 50 on the
Do we
tilt.
think Powell's going to mention the lack of data?
He may.
Yeah.
An unusual circumstance with, the government closed during this. But they have been pretty, I think it's a talking point that they've been careful, most of them, to say that we have enough data to confidently make the decision. They seem to repeat that quite a bit with their other sources, etc.
Well, Myron, the dissenter, want a 50 basis point cut on Wednesday. We got the 25 basis point cut back in September. Myron voting for a 50 basis point cut. Very dovish. Will that be the case again this Wednesday?
Oh, yeah.
Crude trading $61.72. I'll say this. A lot of people I see in the chat, this price action is garbage. There's nothing to do, no opportunities. We're seeing opportunities. You're watching some of these traders right here, Jack and Braden and Dakota, able to capture that opportunity. Most importantly, manage the risk. On a day like today, you grind higher. And we're just one headline away from
one tweet.
One tweet. We were looking for it on Friday. Didn't necessarily get it. But you never know. It's
completely redeeming ourselves.
Yes, absolutely. Again, can we get to 1,000 likes? Thumbs up for Dakota's 150. Dakota, we are 150 likes away from the greatest birthday gift you could ask for is 1,000 likes in fast market. Dakota, you get 1,000 likes in slow markets. Your numbers are going.
Yeah. Everyone just show up, like the stream. If you're not going to stay for the whole show, just show up and like it.
Still got 10 or 15 there, Braden.
Yep.
Have you touched the stop? Dow just sold off. Have you touched the stop at all?
No, I'm okay with the risk at 870 is my stop. It's $300 a risk. I'm just going to hold this. I'm fairly confident we'll go up and fill these orders in a second, but just being patient.
Absolutely. Hold on today. Markets weren't really rocking, but still able to take advantage of the market move. We do have some earnings after the bell. Waste management. About it. Some of the big ones. A little bit of a pullback. What happened there? Dow moved first on this. A little selling here. Yes, and NASDAQ. Yes, down to 68.88. 4 points off those all-time highs. NASDAQ, a little bit pullback. 25,893. Tilt has been right around 50-50 for most of the fast market session.
Gold is at 4,000.
Gold is at 4,000. Gold is at 4,000 indeed. When we opened fast markets, gold was trading around 40, I'll call it 40.46, 40.46, 40.45. We're down about $45 again. Just another reminder, in 30 minutes, or call it 40 minutes, 11:30 Central Time, that will be the London close. And it's going to be like that due to they changed their clocks. We have not. So I think it's going to be like that for, a week or so. So London close in 40 minutes. Buyers jumped right back in there, Braden. Back up to 25,900. Usual split screen between both. We love Dakota, they say in the chat. Absolutely. 906 buyer just hit the eject button. Oh, Yeah, 25,899. Jack, do you
I
have
love the chat too.
I mean, Dakota, I love you, but we can't get to 1,000 likes. Jack, I'm gonna ask you, do we have a bid a bid?
No.
You know, that's always looking
Because there could
just
be
to
a
stop.
tweet, right?
Yes.
My plan right now is if we get so lucky to take off 3 near the lows in case it bounces there of
Okay.
the European or the maybe the initial balance, we'll say. I took my VWAP down. Let me see what that's doing.
I got 83s for VWAP. I got initial balance highs pretty much held in the ES. Braden's still long. 15 of them. What was you looking for? You looking for what? New all-time highs, 25,912. Braden for possible exit. I do believe.
Yeah, like kind of a push through 910s to 930s, kind of in that range. I would look to take some out. Just a slow bleed up. We haven't really seen any crazy selling attempts today, so I'm kind of comfortable just sitting in this and being patient with it and letting it work through the all-time highs.
It's like when you look at I'm sharing the SPX right now, and it's kind of like, how many days straight are we going to gap? Vroom. Vroom.
One's before FOMC. I think they'll
a little there's a little bit unusual of a pattern if you go back. Let me go
we always gap up
4 hour.
Nothing is but we always gap. 2 weeks ago we did the same.
This is interesting here.
What?
I gotta move all that stuff.
You're on to
a low cap stock.
You're on to them.
Gappy.
Look at that. Every Sunday, every reopen. All right, Jack, keep us posted on this trade. All right, let's bring it to the birthday boy. We got about a minute left. We've got morning recap coming up next, and then we've got Thomas W making his debut to TopstepTV after the morning recap. Let's get to meet Thomas W. All right, Mr. Dakota, what are you going to do for the rest of the day before slow markets? It's your birthday. What does a Dakota do after we finish up here on fast markets?
Well, as soon as I'm done here, I'm gonna get dressed.
What?
For training? I have training with a personal trainer. Then I'll have sparring this afternoon, and then slow markets with Coach Jay. I had my fun over the weekend.
Dakota has fun over the weekend. Awesome. Great stuff. All right, Braden, keep us posted on this trade. Jack as well, Dakota, fantastic stuff. Again, happy birthday, Mr. Dakota, one of our favorites around here. See a little bit of sell-off in the NASDAQ, a little bit of sell-off in the ES. Again, we're making new all-time highs. That being said, morning recap coming up next. Is there more room to the upside in these markets? TopstepTV, let's go. Stay locked in. Big move coming.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
All right, it is time for the morning recap. Some good trades going on today. Braden and Dakota, excellent risk managers, great traders, some really good stuff. We're going to take a look at some of their good trades, take a look at what the house account did here this morning in gold. We've got equities all-time highs here again. Here again. Well, let's take a look at what we did this morning in gold, as well as a couple other trades that we're taking in gold today. So the opening range, the 5-minute opening range, we finally got a 5-minute bar closing outside of it. Put us in a relatively, I don't know, not a very good trade location, if you asked me. If you remember, during the opening call, we were talking, and we were, I think, all really liking the short side on this. Unfortunately, the opening range did trip us into a long only one micro gold. We didn't really like the trade to begin with. 59.40 we weren't in it for very long. We got stopped out. We actually trimmed the risk on this because, again, we kind of all agreed we didn't like the longs on this one. So we did trim the risk on this, losing about $100, getting us stopped out about 40.49 even. So a couple of really good trades. First from Braden here. I would say this was probably one of his trades of the day. And just remember what we were looking at here as far as context is concerned. We were seeing lower highs, lower lows. We're coming off of all-time highs. We needed a pullback. We've got our weekly kickoff level, 4,000, very in play today. Not necessarily seeing any huge changes in inventory and longer time frames at that level just yet. Let's take a look in a little bit shorter time frame here. So Braden shorted 5 micro gold 40.23. Was a very, very good trade. He was in the trade for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. He wasn't looking for anything huge out of it, but ended up making some pretty good change on that 5 micro gold, taking a little under 10 points on that. Dakota picked the low here in gold this morning. Just checking down here, there were a couple of trades that both of them took that were pretty much scratches along the way down. They weren't seeing what they were looking for. Excellent risk management on the side of both Braden and Dakota, but Dakota really picked the low here in gold. He's got along 15 micro gold, 39.89, right off these lows here. Got out of 14 of them up here around 4,004. Overall, at this point, Dakota's up about $3,000. He made some money if you were watching him on slow markets last night, so he's just adding to that. So a couple of really, really good trades here. One for Braden, one for Dakota. House account, still short, 8 micros, 68.65. Still haven't been able to take out the initial balance high, which is at this time the all-time high, 68.92 half. So we're going to see if we can't hold this initial balance high, maybe see this market roll back down for us a little bit. I know Jack was talking about maybe looking at the IB low for a potential profit target, which would be a perfectly reasonable and even probable profit target if we don't see continuation above the initial balance high here. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. A couple of good trades in the NASDAQ as well. One in particular, really interested in. Braden was looking at the breakout of the initial balance high. He accumulated 15 longs over kind of a long period of time here. He's long 15 at 25.883. I believe his stop was somewhere down here around 25.850. Let's call it maybe 860. Let's call it. But he's still in this and still, sitting in profit, still looking for potential profit target above this 910 all-time high here that we've just put in. And he's looking for somewhere between 910s and 930s for the exit on that. So here, we have him entering into the initial position right around 945, 950. Did take some heat on that, but as the market continued to hold the initial balance high, he added to the position and added to the position again. And again, he's still holding this position, 15 micro NASDAQ, 25.883, looking for a break of the current all-time high, looking again up around 19, 10, 20, and 30 for the exits on this trade. and we hope that he gets it. So I think Braden was currently up about $6,000. He came in to fast markets up $4,000. So Braden already had a really good night last night, adding to it today. Great trading, great risk management on both of their parts, on everybody's parts on fast markets. And on that note, let's take a look at today's quotable quote. See Jay popping his head to that little ditty for quotable quotes back there. But don't let your bad days trick you into thinking you have a bad life. You can really kind of break this down in much smaller ways. Like don't let one bad trade trick you into thinking you're going to have a bad day. Don't let one bad day trick you into thinking you're a bad trader or that you're never going to make money at this. Putting yourself in that position just kind of exacerbates those bad feelings. So just remember, one bad day is just one bad day. Tomorrow could be a tremendous day. One bad trade is just one bad trade. Look for the next good trade. Stay positive, folks. Stay positive. That is it for our quotable quote and our morning recap. Blessings to you all. We have some great stuff coming up here. Thomas W. welcoming to Topstep TV. Recently earned a live funded account. He's already up $2,000 on the day. This is going to be fun. Meet Tom W. Again, coming up with Trade with Topstep. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
welcome back to TopstepTV and to Rising Stars. I'm Jay, guy on the far right. That is JD, and our rising star today, Tom, in the middle, one of our newest live funded traders at Topstep. Tom, welcome to TopstepTV chat. This is Tom's first time here, so do what you do. Welcome, Tom, to the show. Tom, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. Nice to be on. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Great for you to join us. We're going to get into Tom's trading journey in just a little bit. JD, how you feeling over there, man?
Excellent, man. Jay, I haven't seen you since the opening call, but everything is looking good. We're creeping up to new highs in the yeah, it's been forever. We still sometimes never see each other, right?
Right.
Crept up to new highs in the ES. We pulled off just a little bit. New highs in the NASDAQ also. So ripping all-time highs in equities. Gold's kind of pulling back a little bit. We'll talk about gold in just a few minutes. But yeah, Tom, let's get into the story. You're having a nice day today. You want to talk about it for a little bit?
I traded a bit of gold last night. It opened lower and then it ripped, so I was lucky to get long that. I like to long in strong uptrends, so obviously gold's been ripping. I think the top might be in. I'm not totally sure, but until then, I'm just going to keep trying to long it. So that's pretty much what I did last night there. Let me scroll back and try to find it. I was long 40.82, and then I wrote it up, I think, for about 20 points. It was a pretty crazy move last night, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
What is that bottom to top? It's like 75 to 25, so a nice 50 points. I didn't even capture half of it, and then I just said, listen, I'm going on TopstepTV tomorrow. Let's not get too crazy. So I just kind of stopped it there.
Good call. We appreciate that.
TV with a nice jumping on TV with a nice $2,000 P&L in the live account on a Monday morning. That's a beautiful
and
thing.
It's green. It's not
That's
red.
a great day. I don't care who you are.
That would have been a little bit of a different intro for sure.
It was a great day for sure. Looking at gold last trade over here, 4,850. Again, the equities did make new all-time highs. 25,912 is the new all-time high in the NASDAQ. 68,9375 is the all-time high in the S&P. Crude oil right now trading 61.68. All right, Tom, we asked this question. Andre asked this question a lot. And you said you are a viewer of Topstep TV, so you probably know exactly what I'm about to ask you. How did you find Topstep? How did Topstep find you?
Oh, man. When did I start? So I started with penny stocks, and then I started trading options for a while. And then I got into props probably 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. The first 3 years didn't really make any money. I was losing probably way too much, more than I'm willing to admit. Put it all on my Visa, of course. And then last year with Topstep, I was a bit more than break even. I think I was up 10 or 15, maybe 20 grand. And then this year I've just totally taken off. Like my costs are a lot lower and I'm taking withdrawals all the time. And now I have a live account. So it's been really nice this year, honestly.
Yeah, tell us a little bit, and we'll get into your trading strategy. And again, if you see a trade that is setting up, I know you said you were looking for long gold. Cut me off at any point if you do see an entry that you want to take, and we might actually take this one with you. But what do you think has changed for you? Right, you said about 5 years trading props. This year, really starting to gain some traction. Is it something different in your trading strategy? Is it mindset? What is clicking this year? Just market conditions.
Yes. I'm working a lot on my C game. So there's a book that goes through, it's called The Mental Game of Trading. It shows the A, B, and C game. Pretty much when you're in your A game, you're on point, you're trading well. And then all the way down to C game is when you're revenge trading, you're oversizing, you're not patient and all of that. So I've really worked on the C game, sort of making it just less frequent and less damaging. And then honestly, small changes to that. And then capturing more upside as well, just holding my winners. It's translated to a massive year. So
it's good stuff,
That's
man.
awesome.
Basically, just suck less.
Yeah, suck less.
Try and suck a little less. Try and suck a little less every day. Yeah.
Yeah, it was not good for a while, but no, this year's taken off, and last year was okay. It's a grind every single year, but at least I'm starting to see some profits. It's nice.
So is trading psychology sort of a new thing to you? And out of curiosity, you talked about the mental game of trading. We used to have Jared Tendelar on here all the time. I own his book.
Oh, really?
I've read it a couple times. Did you know about him before you started trading at Topstep?
No, someone introduced me to that book. Yeah, someone introduced me to that book like 2 or 3 years ago. Lines up well with when I started to trade better. So, because I was always focused on like, which indicator or which pattern or which setup, I guess. And obviously those are important, but the biggest thing was psychology for sure. Like you'll notice my chart has
Yeah.
nothing on it. I stopped using like moving averages, Bollinger Bands, EMAs, SMAs, all that stuff. And it didn't really work for me. I just went right down to price action, candlesticks, and that's it. So
keep it simple. Keep it super simple. The KISS method.
yeah, exactly.
Keep it super simple.
I'm going to comment on that because I do see there's literally nothing on your charts, right? You have a time in sales up there, and then everything else is price action and volume. So talk to us a little bit about what gets you into a trade. What makes you click the button? Yeah, what gets you confident in taking a trade?
Yeah, so I just try to join the trend. Like I try not to make it too complicated, and I know that sounds kind of crazy. Just join the trend. Once you identify a strong trend, try to get with it. So right now in gold, I do see that at the bottom of the range here, we've put in a sort of hourly reversal pattern. You know, we're closing over the highs of previous candles. We're starting to push. So now I'm starting to think, okay, maybe this has bottomed. Maybe I can get in. So I'm gonna go down to like a 15-minute. Try to find somewhere to get in. I mean, I want to get in closer to 4,004 here, but we're kind of pushing 11 already. So maybe on the 15-minute, like a reversal, if we start to pull back and then we start to reverse higher, even if it's higher than 4,000, 4,005, I might try to get in there. I'm not too sure. I'm just pulling the charts up now since like 10 o'clock. So we'll see what happens here. Maybe I'll get another trade on stream.
Stuff, man. No need to force anything if we don't see it, but maybe looking for a little bit of a pullback into the lower 4,000s here for a potential long in gold. Seeing the equities kind of top out just a little bit, 25,900. It's kind of be a sticky area here in the NASDAQ. 61% short tilt in the NASDAQ, 56% short in the S&P, and a 73% long tilt in gold right now. Average price 40.19, so they are a little underwater. Tom, are you always trading gold? Has the run to the live account been sponsored by gold, or is it you trade any other markets?
Yeah, pretty much. Sponsored by the tariffs and by gold, pretty much. I've been long NQ and gold since the tariffs, the original one, and what was that, back in March? And honestly, just not trying to short it, just trying to find a good spot in long, maybe hold it if it's not working, and I'm still within my risk. But gold's been crazy. There's nothing quite like catching a 5-contract gold. I'll tell you that for free. When it's on your side, at least. But yeah, mostly gold and a lot of NQ prior to maybe a month ago. So,
gold has definitely been the trade of the year, no doubt about it. We've seen a lot of converts from equities to gold in the last couple months. People really like the price action. It's been super clean compared to equities. I mean, well, both of them have been hovering around all-time highs. It's kind of all you got to do is buy the dip. But charts do look a little bit cleaner in gold than they do in the equities right now, and it's attracting a lot of new business. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Funny, I've been with Topstep for. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, no, I just interrupted you. It's all right.
No, I was going to say I've been with Topstep for a couple of years now, and of course, I think since I've gotten here, it's been mostly an equity, trade. Everyone's focused on the equities. I know Dolby says when he first got here, it was crude oil. Now we're seeing, maybe more gold traders. I wonder if we do start to see, what those numbers look like. Do we eventually get more gold traders than equity traders? I think it'll take a lot because everything that you see out there in social media right now is, hey, trade the NASDAQ. It's the quickest market to trade. But as we see more traders have success in other markets, I think there is potential opportunity for us to move over there. Micro Bitcoin is also a sleeper pick over there as well. I think that at some point is going to gain a lot of eyes.
Well, that was what I was going to say is I wonder when crypto's going to start to run. I mean, run further than it already has, of course.
Let's pull up a micro Bitcoin chart. We had a nice run overnight, didn't we?
We did, JD. We did. It kind of gapped up like everything else did, right? And of course, Bitcoin, when we look at Bitcoin futures, Bitcoin doesn't close. It's a 24/7 market. But of course, with futures, we have that hour where we can't trade. So we have that gap. But yeah, really nice run up in spot Bitcoin overnight. And right now we're trading around 115,000. Tom, do you trade crypto at all? You trade Bitcoin? I know you said you started in penny stocks. Any crypto exposure, or is the futures markets enough?
Yeah, well, futures is crazy. Intraday, I do hold crypto kind of as a savings account, but I just buy and hold it for the long term. some Bitcoin, some more risky than Bitcoin. I like the big names, so like Ether and Dogecoin is a big holding of mine. So I try not to trade them. It gets too crazy enough, right? And futures trading is already kind of crazy, as you were just alluding to. So
Absolutely.
yeah, I don't trade it. I just hold it.
Yeah, I practice the same strategy with crypto. I started in about 2020 investing in crypto, just a little bit, 50, maybe $100 a month kind of thing. I was buying it all the way down.
Yep.
Bitcoin, that is. Same with Ethereum. And yeah, it's just been a buy hold for me. I don't day trade it at all. I don't see the point in it. But eventually, I'm either going to be. I haven't added any more to it. Yeah.
The amount of crap.
I'm sorry, say that again.
For holding Doge, I love Doge, and the amount of crap I get from my friends for it is it's pretty funny. I'm also trying to get long micro gold here at 4007.5. Almost got filled there.
Let's jump back over to gold.
It's an okay price. It's not the 90s or 4,000 like I wanted earlier, so I'm not going to take any size. I'm usually in 2 GC. I'm just in half of a GC right now, so 5 MGC, and we're only risking 250. I don't want to give back more than 500 on the day. It'd be nice to have a big.
What was your
and big trade?
What was your entry price one more time?
4,007.5.
Got it.
Risking
piggyback here.
Yeah, risking 02.5.
I just got on one also. 4,007 even. Sorry, 4,710.
Awesome. We can lose together, my friend.
We're gonna win together, my friend. Yeah. Let's do it.
We're gonna win together.
We got a couple tickies in it.
Honestly, it's got room all the way up to this hourly level, I think, here in the 20s, like mid 20s. So if we do get up into 20, I'll start to trail the stop and look for a reason to get out, I guess, because we are in a medium-term downtrend on the hourly. We're not just ripping every single day anymore. So I'm not going to just hold this all day. But yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah. What is the risk you put on this trade? Where's the CYA again?
This is 250. The stop is
all the way down to
4,250.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. 02.5.
0250. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
0250. So house count is long right now. Tom is long as well. And Tom, new live funded trader at Topstep. Long micro gold from 4,007.5. House count is long from 4,710. Looking for about the 20s here as a potential target. I got to say that I do like this trade as well.
I like it a lot.
If I wasn't already in a trade, I would probably be looking at one here. But shout out to the Russell. I'm short the Russell right now, JD.
Tell us about your trade.
What's up,
JD? What are you
JD?
doing? You didn't
I'm short
mention
the
this.
Russell.
Tell us about your trade.
It's not in a Topstep account. This one is in a personal account. My Topstep account, I caught the same long that Tom was in last night in gold, so that account is locked up. But I'm short the Russell right now from 25, 35, 90. Was short about 5. I was short 5 contracts from 25, 35, 90. Down to a runner, but just managing this position here. My exit on this one is right above 25, 30s. If we do get a pop back up there, but kind of looking at the equity markets, I like the short that Jack was in the S&P. So I kind of just scanned the 4 equity markets and said, okay, which one is actually playing out for a short? Well, the S&P was kind of just stuck, and the Russell looked the weakest. So maybe we do get a potential gap fill here, but for right now, yeah, that was to me the cleanest looking equity trade. We actually got the gap fill when everything else kind of held up.
The only problem I see with this is it's so heavy, right? Like I said, if that was
Gold?
the top, or yeah, if it was like the multi-week top, at least it's not the same amount of buying coming in. Like the shorts are in profit. They're not sweating right now. A lot of the longs maybe just got wrecked. They're not so keen to just keep adding. So we're just kind of seeing it chop around here, but we'll see what happens. It's honestly, it's an okay setup, I think, but let's see.
I think it's an okay setup too. So we busted through last week's low, 40.21.20, and we're looks like, well, we were targeting. We talked about this in the opening call this morning. We were targeting the 4,000 price area. Both Hogan and Jay were talking about it pretty extensively. We hit that, and we blew out some some liquidity down below. We had a nice stop grab. Now we're sort of starting to run a little bit higher again. Down a couple ticks on this trade right now, but it seems like buyers stepped in and really protected that 4,000 level. So I like this trade, but I don't like it super long term. You know what I mean?
Same. Yep.
And by super long term, I mean, let's give it an hour. We got a micro on. We know our risk.
Longer than 30 seconds on full size. Yeah, I totally get it.
How long are you typically holding trades, Tom? Are you
So in my XFAs, when I went on that nice run, there was 27 green days in a row before I got the live account. I was in a trade on average, I think 15 and a half minutes, and that sounds about right for me.
Perfect.
Again, Tom is long micro gold right now. Last trade 4,580. So let's talk about that a little bit, right? So you are normally holding trades for 15 minutes. I know you said you took a trade last night. Do you trade all times of the day? What does your schedule normally look like as a trader? Is it whenever the market's presenting opportunity? How do you go about that?
Yeah, so that's a good way to put it. Definitely whenever it's presenting opportunity. I do find that the open, so the 6 p.m. Eastern, whatever that is, Central 5 p.m., it does have a lot of opportunity recently. So gold will move. I mean, last night was crazy. Gold was moving. Like the spread was like 4 points. That was nuts. But yeah, NQ after hours can still move over 100 points. So I don't really mind that. I try not to hold stuff overnight if I don't have to, and then I get aggressive in the morning, right around probably 8:30 Eastern up until maybe 11.
Nice. And then after that, just shutting it down. What do you do after that, right? You know, we hear traders talk all the time about, oh, I trade for freedom. I don't want to sit at the charts all day. I want time freedom, location freedom. What does it look like when we're not on the charts? What's Tom getting into?
Man, it's pretty boring. It's usually go have my daily sushi and go work out, go for a walk, and just try to eat right and not get too crazy. So still in grind mode for sure, trying to make money, trying to get payouts, waiting for this crypto alt season that I guess is never coming, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Right. Still alt ice.
Do you have a 9-to-5-er? Do you have a job outside of this?
I do. So yeah, it's fully remote. It's a payroll company. I have a lot of time off that I don't use throughout the year, so I actually have today and tomorrow off anyways. So it was good timing to come on here. But yeah, I still grind the 9 to 5, and then I trade for like an hour and a half when I can, in between meetings and all that stuff. So yeah,
that's the dream, right? Jump in
yeah.
for a couple hours a day, make a couple bucks, and shut it down. That's everybody's trading in this business, right?
Trading is funny because it'll be multiple paychecks in 15 minutes, either up or down. It just really puts things into perspective. Like when you hit max loss and then you have to go work for another 8 hours to make like 1/20th of what you lost, it's always a great day.
Yep, exactly. It's not tangible till it's sitting in your hand. You know, it's just another number on the screen, right?
Yeah.
What's up, Jay?
No, I was going to ask, Tom, do you find that having that income, a stable income from a 9-to-5, helps with your trading at all? I don't know if you've ever traded without it, but do you think that just eases your mind with like, hey, you know what? I don't necessarily have to make money from trading. Because a lot of times we hear people say, oh, all I want to do is trade. And sometimes that's a difficult place to trade from.
Yeah. Whether that sounds nice or not, and of course it does, it's never worked for me. So the only time I've quit my job and I thought I was a hotshot trader was the time right before I blew up and I had to get another job anyways. So I'm trying not to use this. Like my goal isn't necessarily to quit my job, at least not quite yet. And I just got stopped out on that. That's incredible. So we are down. Yeah, we just lost 250 on that. I'm still up 1750. I'll probably just be done, to be honest. But yeah, having the job definitely keeps a structure in my day and just keeps me following the rules better. I don't get too crazy. It keeps me humble, all that good stuff.
Man,
it's a different mindset too. You know, we've talked about this on TV here multiple times with many different guests and hosts here. But it's a shift in mindset. You know, once you start depending on trading, you know, to pay the electric bill, to pay the gas bill, to put gas in your car, you know, to buy groceries, it turns into a mindset shift that like you need to go in and make money every single day.
Yeah.
And it burns people out, and it forces people to do things that they wouldn't typically do when they're not actually worried about making money every single day. So we always say it's a very huge benefit to have that income coming in while you're trading. So trading can be sort of more of a I won't say you take it so seriously. You should take it seriously, but when you're not fighting for every single tick, it's definitely a different mindset. I see some people in chat saying, yeah, they agree, but I feel the same way about it. You know, when you're not depending on trading for a living, it's a little easier to take on some additional risk.
Well, just be realistic. I mean, if you're consistently replacing your paycheck, okay, I mean, it's like you just got a nice raise, but maybe if you're consistently replacing it 4 times over and you do that for 6 months, okay, maybe you can quit. But if you're going to quit, what are you going to do? Trade more? It's like, well, you might just start losing then. So it's a tough balance, really.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about this, Tom. You built up an account balance. We got stopped out of that trade, just one trade. I do want to say you took the trade last night with minis. I could hear it when you were taking this trade. The risk management side came in. You said, this is a counter trend trade. I'm not looking for a whole lot. I'm going to take it with smaller size, and I'm not losing more than $500 if I continue to trade for the day. And, you know, I think that in itself is a lesson, because, you know, we could continue to trade and say, hey, I'm up $2,000. If I take this with the same size I did last night, I could be up 10 grand on the day or whatever it is. But just the awareness of saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to scale down. I already have some nice profits from the day. Talk a little bit about account management. Right? You've taken payouts, you've taken a decent amount of payouts from Topstep as well. What does that plan look like? A lot of times we focus on, hey, what's my trade entry and exit signal? But if I get those right over 30 days, how do I pay myself? How do you pay yourself?
Yeah, and it's totally different when you're using the prop firm model, I think, anyways. Like, I'm way more okay, especially when I was using 3 or 5 XFAs to make $1,000 a day. Maybe 2,000 was a massive day. I'm not trying to hit a 5K or 10K day. I mean, sometimes I did, and sometimes it worked. But what got me consistently paid was just hitting multiple accounts, $1,000, maybe $1,500 a day, and then all of a sudden, within a couple weeks, you can take like a pretty massive payout. And I say massive, I mean like multiple paychecks for most people. So that's sort of the mindset there. It's not like a cash account where you got to make that $10,000 in a day and then just not trade for a week. It's kind of different. But that's just been what I've done. More consistent, but definitely like swinging for the fences when it is smart to do so. Usually when I already have profits on the day, and then I'll just risk back to break even. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Do you mind if we talk about that for a second, Tom? So you copy traded a couple different accounts at the XFA level, right? So when you moved to the live account, you took your profits from those 3 or 5 accounts, moved into the live account. Did you start scaling up on size right away, or were you still trading the same size that you would have if you were copy trading, or did you go right into, you know, a 3 or a 5 lot?
That's a great question. As if it was all 3 accounts. So the same size, but with just one account, just the one XFA instead of 3, or sorry, the one live account instead of 3 XFA. And of course, gold is now bouncing off that 4,000 that we wanted. But like you're saying, Jay, it's about risk management, and it's okay. I'm not going to get too upset about it.
Yeah. Did you find it difficult going from? A lot of people ask this question. They say the hardest thing in trading is going from a 1 lot to a 2 lot. It's like, you know, doubling your size, and it can be hard for a lot of people. But going from 1 lot copying across 5 accounts to being in the live account and trading, you know, a 3 or a 5 lot, did it take time to adjust? Were you okay with it right away?
Oh, it's definitely scarier seeing the bigger numbers on one account instead of spread out. But I'm trying to take it slow. And if you just make it easier on yourself, like if you're already up on the day, and then you start to take more risk. I know that sounds backwards, and I think a lot of people do it differently, but usually I push it when I'm up, and when I'm down, I sort of just kind of relax. And when I started to do that as well is when I started, I guess, losing less and making more. Like I'll have those random $8,000 or $10,000 green days, and that really makes a difference during payout time, obviously.
Awesome. Love to hear that for sure.
Yeah.
Quick check-in on some prices in the market here. 68.92 half last trade in the S&P. We did make a new all-time high, 68.93.75. We're trading a couple ticks below that. 25.906 last trade in the NASDAQ. 25.912 is the all-time high. Gold trading 4,410. And crude oil. Let's take a look at crude, 61.58. Crude not really doing too much here. Tom, I gotta ask a question. This might be a selfish one, and if the answer is not Jay, you could answer. You don't have to answer. It's fine. You said you watch TopstepTV all the time. Who is your favorite host TV appearance on TopstepTV? Who do you like to watch? Not a loaded question at all. Don't worry about
That's
it.
a great question. Yeah, definitely not a loaded question. I think Andre's pretty hilarious. Like just the stuff he deals with in chat, and then how he kind of throws it back as well at them,
Oh, yeah.
and just kind of rolls with it, and is, I don't know, I wouldn't say sometimes stirs the pot. He has fun with a lot of the comments. I know the comments can get crazy. I'm probably getting roasted right now too, and it's all good. But he knows how to roll.
No,
with
not
it,
at all,
and
man.
I really appreciate that out of him. It's fun to watch.
Awesome. Andre, if you're watching, you got a fan.
I do have to say, I don't see you getting roasted in the chat. A bunch of people are saying, hey, you know what? Tom sounds like a very down-to-earth guy. So all good stuff. Were you nervous about that at all? I do have to say, when I first got on TopstepTV, my younger brother said, whatever you do, just don't read the comments. I'm like, damn it. Are they that bad? Are they roasting me that bad?
Well, I had
but yeah,
a YouTube channel for a while that was decently popular way back in the day trading penny stocks. So I'm like kind of used to it. It's definitely been a while, and I think it's kind of fun. I'm kind of twisted like that, but no, it was a bit of nerves, but it's all right. It's all good. It's a lot of people though, to be honest. It's like a full football stadium almost where I'm from at least. So.
Yeah, right. I got to tell you, it took me a long time to get comfortable in front of the camera too. There's definitely a curve there, you know.
Yeah.
We have a comment in the chat. We were talking about P&L just a few minutes ago, and AJ Controller in the chat says people lose perspective on the amount of money. If you make $60K a year on your 9 to 5, you only need to make $30 a day to give yourself a 10% raise.
Yep.
And that's fair, you know. If you extrapolate it, every $100 a day that you make trading is $25,000 a year. So if you make, I know everybody's trying to hit home runs, swinging for the fences, but $300 a day extrapolated over the course of a year is $75,000. You know, that's real money. That's double a lot of people's salary. That's more than a lot of people make at a 9 to 5, you know. So I understand the need to hit home runs all the time. Everybody wants to do it. But small ball is where you pay the bills at, right? $300 a day is $75,000. $100 a day is $25,000 a year. You know, that's a nice bonus for somebody only working an hour or two a day. That's for sure.
we just hit a new all-time high in the NASDAQ, 25,918, pulling back just a little bit here. Just a slow grind day. Really not many pullbacks. You know, I'm seeing I think the biggest pullback on the day since the New York session started was about 40 points. But we made a new all-time high in the NASDAQ, trading right now 25,907. But 25,918, our new all-time high. I know Andre had the poll up in the chat before. Are we going to see 26,000s in the NASDAQ? Kind of feels like it. It kind of feels like it. We're less than 100 points away, and it is just a slow grind up. And here goes gold, right off those 4,000s, back at 4,008 in gold.
Without us, unfortunately.
Just had to stop us out.
Andre
just had to come and get us.
Andre got roasted. He got roasted for putting that poll up too. Did you see that part?
I did see that. It's like, hey, it's a legitimate question. We are less than 1% off of a huge major level in the NASDAQ. Is it a possibility that we hit it or not? Of course, anything we say here is for educational purposes and sometimes entertainment purposes only. Not a suggestion to take a trade. And if you disagree, it's a red button on your screen that you could click and hit the short if you don't think we're getting to 26,000s. But 25,905 last trade here in the NASDAQ. So, Tom, for you, I want to ask, you know, you said most of this rally, most of this run on your account has been with gold. What makes you look at a different market, if at all? Does the price action in gold have to completely dry up, which it doesn't seem like it's going to, for you to then look at the NASDAQ, or is it you take a day to day?
That's a great question. Yeah, sort of day to day, but also just like the context. So right now, if since we're kind of off the highs on gold, we're going to see slightly less volume and maybe still a lot of volume, which obviously we still are. So I'll still trade it. It's being consistent. NQ is being consistent. Actually, funnily enough, now that NQ has broken highs, it's kind of being choppier. And let me check the chart. I haven't really looked at it much today, but
It's not doing much.
yeah, you can buy and hold, which is a great idea in an uptrend, but it does not seem like it was too easy. It was up, down, kind of chopping. So whatever seems to be easiest to trade. I know that's like a mind-blowing concept, but when I was like, man, what looks easy to trade? So I try to find strong trends. Like the easiest trades are when it goes straight up and you're long. I know that's not all the time, and that sounds like I'm being a smartass, but that doesn't look like MNQ or NQ is easier to trade today. If we go back to gold here, it does look like the case, either long or short. So like long last night or short overnight seemed pretty easy. I wasn't short. I managed to long before it goes down. I think the trick in the market is to long before it goes up. I think that was my mistake today. So
Don't take this the wrong way, but it feels like in your trading, you don't want to have to think.
yeah,
And I mean that in like the most respectful way possible, which is great, right? Where hey, the market's going up, so I should be buying it. The market's going down, so I should be selling it. There's not a lot of overcomplications in anything that you're saying. Again, I can see it on the charts. I'm assuming that you. I don't. It kind of seems like it's part of your personality, but did you have to go through just trial and error of trying a bunch of things and saying, hey, you know what? At the end of the day, what works is risk management, and I just need to get in a trade.
Yep, pretty much. Just losing a lot, taking a lot of the wrong things. I didn't use much of my, I'll call it my education in the markets, which was really just taking other people's setups and other people's playbooks and trying them, and they never really worked. So it was just kind of forging my own path in there, seeing what works, including risk, including size, including just all the mistakes along the way. Like this is 8 years of losing all day, every day, which I'm sure people can relate to. The market is brutal. So if you stick around long enough and you keep yourself in the game, you will just most likely find your path. The problem is getting cocky and quitting your job, running out of money, not being able to continue in the markets, and just never finding your path. So it takes a lot of time, a lot of freaking time.
Well said. Well said. Well said. There is no substitute for screen time.
Yeah.
No, there is not, JD. No, there is not. Tom, I got a question for you. I can hear the accent. Where are you from?
Ooh, what could you hear me talking, eh?
yeah, absolutely, man.
I was just going down to Tim Hortons.
Our neighbor up north.
Yeah. I'm Canadian. I live near Toronto, so yes, I'm definitely Canadian, and I definitely love my Tim Hortons, and it's almost igloo season, so it's coming up.
Almost igloo season.
We have so many Toronto-based traders here at Topstep. It's unbelievable. We got to get a meetup going.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Maybe I can get my Topstep hat.
I think we have someone from Toronto on the show twice a week. I'm not kidding. We had
James D.
I guess James D. John Ellis is Nova Scotia, but we got a couple more. Ali hasn't been around in a while. He's a Toronto guy. I've got a whole list, but yeah, we should plan some kind of meetup. I think that would be a good idea.
I'll be there. I'm like 2 hours away. I'll drive up for that. That'd be fun.
Oh, for sure.
You love your Tim Hortons. I went to school in Buffalo.
Oh yeah, so
I went to school in Buffalo, and I was going to Timmy Ho's every day before class.
Timmy Ho's. That's sacrilegious.
That's what we used to call it. That's what we called it in Buffalo. Yeah, seeing a little bit of a pop here, 68.93. Let's see if the S&P wants to take out this high. I don't have my charts up where I'm not seeing any size on the books really here. Speaking of Canada, I don't know if you're a baseball fan, Tom, but your Blue Jays.
Yes, the Blue Jays.
I mean,
how you feeling about it?
I don't follow a lot of sports, to be honest, and I definitely don't follow baseball. It's more of like a UFC kind of guy for a while, but I love watching live sports. I should probably go to a game. Everyone's nonstop talking about it, so it sounds like a good
Yeah.
time.
Yep.
What do you think? Give me the elevator pitch on what's going on.
I love the city of Toronto. I love Canada. I hope the Blue Jays lose this series because they destroyed the Yankees when they played, and I'm from New York, so I can't cheer for you guys. I'm sorry, but Toronto's a
right.
great city.
Are we still allowed to be friends then?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. This has been a great segment so far. So
awesome, excellent.
We can't let baseball tear us apart, guys. The series is tied 1-1.
We'll see past our differences. I like that.
Here's a question. Now, I'm curious to know the answer to this one too. Next game's tomorrow, JD. Next game is tomorrow,
yes.
I believe. Tom, all the indicators, you don't have them on your chart. Edgy Invest wants to know, and I'm curious as well as a volume trader, why the volume indicator on your chart? Are you getting any information from that one, or what are you looking for at that volume indicator for, if anything?
Yeah. What are we talking about here? Oh, the volume. Oh, I didn't even realize that was there. Can we even see it in there?
Yeah, so it's those bars under.
Oh, just volume. Oh, just volume. What is volume?
Just volume. Just volume.
I sound pretty experienced. Yeah, what is volume? Honestly, I don't use it as much. Like, you can kind of feel it in the price action if you're paying attention to the candles. Honestly, like, they move faster and there's more of an amplitude. There's probably more volume. But in terms of decision making, it can be confirmation when not to trade. So, like, in a choppy market, if the range is very low and there's no volume, it's like, okay, well, why am I here? So past that, in the decision of the trade itself, not so much. Not as much as just pure price action, to be honest.
Right. So look at the price. It'll tell you what you need to know. Taking a look at the tilt, 57% short in the S&P, 62% short in the NASDAQ, 57% short in crude, and 68% long in gold. Last trade in gold, 4,760. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. How are you all doing out there? Are you up on the day, down in the day? Anything that you learned from the day? Anyone in any trades actively? Or are you just
are
hanging
we in
out?
that gold? In that gold right now? We're talking about 4,000, but we just never got 4,000. Right? I bet someone's in there just buying and holding.
It's a great price.
Well, even then, it's like
just 4,000.
You just have to sit through this still, even then, because we're kind of fighting the trend intraday, but it could just randomly rip. 5 minutes in gold, all it takes to get like 5-10 points. So,
good point. We talked about this earlier this morning, or we talked about this on Friday too. We were in we were in a nice sideways price action in gold for the better part of a week. We were debating whether or not that was just a minor pullback. Were we flagging, or were we bull flagging sort of type of pattern? Getting ready for another leg higher. But it looks like we might be poised for another leg lower. Just looking at a 4-hour chart, it still looks a little bit heavy, doesn't it? But for the time being, it is just sort of listing sideways.
Felt like that 4,000 pullback was necessary. Yeah. Felt like that pullback to 4,000 was necessary in gold. We got that, and now the question is, okay, now what happens, right? Gold is taking some hits. We're securely under this 20-day moving average right now, which is all the way up at 40.84. I'm curious, Tom. What are you seeing in gold just on a higher time frame? If you look at higher time frame charts at all, do you think we have another leg down? What are we seeing here?
Yeah, I think so. The question is, do we just kind of grind lower on less volume and not see any real pops? Or do we get a short squeeze, maybe back up into 4,200 to get all of these comfortable shorts who think, like, all I see on Twitter is the top is definitely in. I see all those pictures of people lining up to buy physical gold. It's like, okay, those people have to get tested on their theory. And I think that would be a good prime rip to like 4,200 maybe, and then fail again. But maybe we just get a low volume kind of 4,000 to 40.50, 4,100 sort of chop. I don't know yet. So the fact that I don't know, I'm trying to stick to easy markets. So I don't know what I'm going to do in the coming months or coming weeks even. It has not been as easy as this. every other day. It's just like, okay, let's get long, let's get long, let's get long.
Just buy it. Just buy it. Yeah, there is a little bit of indecision in this market right now. It's creating some chop. But new highs into the new year, I don't know.
Ooh.
Just looking at this 4-hour chart, I don't see it.
Prediction? Maybe. Like, because I think a lot of crypto is going to rip. Does that mean gold's going to rip? Maybe not. Maybe the gold top is in, and then, like the last cycle, crypto starts to rip and gold pulls back. Don't know. If I had to make a prediction, that'd probably be it. That the gold top is in. Definitely. Maybe. Maybe not for the rest of the year. That's my prediction.
We got new highs
Definitely
in the ES coming up right now. New highs in the ES about to print.
Size sitting up there either, JD. It's 200 lot offered at 68.94, and there it goes. Traded a couple of them. 68.94 hit the air horns. New all-time highs in the S&P. We are getting so close to 6,900. Do it for the memes. 25,909 quarter last trade in the NASDAQ. Whose air horn was that?
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you for the air horn. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Continuing to grind higher here in these markets again. I don't. It's kind of hard to trade this. I feel in the S&P and the NASDAQ. We're not really getting pullback, so I don't want to short it. But we're not really getting pullback, so I don't feel like I have a great trade location to manage risk on a long either. Feels like one of those days where you kind of just got to let it go. Wait for something to shake these markets up a little bit, and then maybe your opportunity is coming in from there.
Yep.
But we are kind of just grinding here.
I agree with
Let's
you.
ask the chat.
Nice 3 contract gold be in the money, like 20 points, but I don't think today's the day. I think last night was a good time, but I don't think gold is giving easy trades. I think the long's going to work. It might take another hour. It might do this and just chop around, retest that entry, retest 4,000, and then move up in the afternoon. I don't know. I think I'm done. I'm gonna just chill.
Lock it up.
Nice.
Take that money and run.
Yep.
For sure.
Pretty much.
Sound off in the chat. Are you trying to pick tops and equities right now? Are you selling? Are you shorting new all-time highs? Or are you buying high and selling higher? What's your strategy right now?
You know someone's shorting it. You know someone's shorting it. The tilt's 62% short, so someone's shorting it. Someone in the chat saying that the big one's coming. And I don't know. Who's out there? Show your face. Who is shorting it? Tom, I got to ask you, who's watching right now? Who's tuned in? Who knows you're on TopstepTV? Who do you want to give a shout out to, if anyone at all?
Devin, I hope you're watching, my friend. It's this is the tame version of me, and I'm glad that everyone gets to see it. You can put me on TV, and I'm semi-respectable. Don't worry about it. We're having a good time here. So thanks for watching.
So are you telling me there's 2 Toms?
Look like?
Yeah, right, JD?
There's a couple Toms, yeah. There's at least 2, yeah, for sure.
Talk to us a little bit about that. What does the untamed Tom look like? If you could share it on air, right?
Oh, if I can, I'm not sure. No, I just like to have fun. We like my friends and I. We get into some topics. We get pretty intense on how the world works and markets and all of that stuff and where the market's going and everything. So yeah, it's just it's always a good conversation.
So you have some trading friends that you hang out with that just you trade together, or is it just conversation outside of the charts?
Yeah, there's a group of us that do trade together.
Nice.
Most of us, I think, are on Topstep, and then a close friend. Yeah, we trade markets every day. We have our day jobs, kind of slaving away there, and we're trading at the same time. But yeah, I'm in a little just Discord group with a couple friends. It's like 5 of us.
Awesome.
I think.
It's always better with
good stuff. Well,
it's always good to have a couple of other people around to bounce some ideas off of.
Yeah, trading's lonely.
Support you when you're in a trade too.
And people sometimes don't get it, whether you're on the end of like constantly losing money for 6 years or like, hey, I just made 5 paychecks in 15 minutes. It's like it's really hard to relate to people that don't trade.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah, they usually don't get it, but it's good to have some trading buddies. Good to have some trading buddies. Just an update on that house account S&P trade. We are flat. House account was short during fast markets. House is out of that trade, down 544. And we got another segment coming up in just a little bit here. We do have a shoulder tap. Also, Is it pinned to the top of the chat? Did I miss it? It's there. The form for group coaching. JD Hogue and Coach Hoop coming back for group coaching. Make sure you get your questions in there. That is going to be right after the shoulder tap. We got Jack and Ben coming up. Go ahead, JD.
We only got 5 questions. We got 5 questions, 3 from the same person. Come on, guys.
Cool.
Grab that form. Ask a question. We'll answer anything. Ask us anything.
Anything. Ask anything. You heard JD. Ask anything that you could. But this has been a great segment, Tom. Like we said, man, it always goes quick during this hour. But thank you for joining us on Topstep TV. We've got to have you back. Maybe we get some of your friends on so we can get the other Tom and see what some of those conversations are like in the Discord. But great to have you here, man. New live funded trader. Again, trade well in that live account. I don't need to tell you that. But I'm sure we'll see you back on Topstep TV sometime soon. Anything you want to say before we go, man?
No, thank you very much. Everyone trade safe and just don't give up on yourself. You'll eventually start getting some payouts and it'll all start to click and it'll all be worth it. So thanks for having me on. And we'll see you later.
Thanks, man. We are going to be right back. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back with Shoulder Tap, Jack and Ben. JD, we'll see you back for group coaching. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Hey, friends and traders. As always, please remember to like and subscribe.
everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap for this Monday. I'm Jack, joined by Ben, our manager of risk. Ben, what's going on in the world of risk management today?
Howdy. Risk is being managed, not necessarily well, but it is under management. We've had looking at the live leaderboards today, and more red as a proportion to the total than we've seen over the last week or two. So pretty red day overall, which is interesting because we had the gap up in the equities overnight, and after a little bit of back and forth, pretty much trended higher for the remainder of the session. And normally on moves like that, Jack, we see a lot more green. We do have a handful of traders up nicely, but the drop off, after those top P&Ls is pretty significant, and quite a few traders red. Also, fewer traders having traded today, period, than we normally see. So kind of an interesting day, a little bit lower volume from our live traders, and certainly more red than we might expect to see from a kind of a trending day in equities like we have. So always peculiar when you see stuff like that, stuff that's out of the norm. Normally on trending days like that, especially something overnight, we have a lot of traders all over the world. And, if there's a gap up, a lot of our traders on the other side of the world will take advantage of that and trade pretty actively. So light volume in the live accounts for us today.
Yeah, it looks like there was ample opportunity to get chopped up on that opening print of the Globex opening last night in the ES. Looks like it was pretty volatile. Always something to remember. There's a number of ways to tell beforehand if there's going to be a gap over the weekend. In this case, it's news, but there are market proxies. Like if Bitcoin is moving more than a couple percent, it is likely that the NQ, for instance, will open in the same direction. So just be careful. With that, I think our trader we're featuring today is pretty careful, but we'll get into that.
Yeah. Let's do it now. Let's pull up the trading card for Sean. This was another a very interesting ticket to pull. Was the trading card for Sean? He's negative average daily P&L, only down not even $100, but what's fascinating about this card to me is the overall stability. Really, of course, there's been a slightly negative drift. Part of a significant part of that negative P&L, Jack, is actually just the commissions spent on each contract. Something like 25% of the negative P&L is just associated with the commissions. This is about as close to break even as you could possibly dream of. And over a significant sample size. We've got 93 trading days completed. So Sean is putting up almost exactly a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. He's making $265 and losing $268, depending on if the trade is a win or a loss. So about as close as you can get those numbers as possible. And then 51% winning days and 49% winning trades. So that is almost break even, but again, you consider there is slippage, there is commissions associated with getting into and out of trades, and the combination of those things, I think, are something you could point to as a considerable portion of the negative P&L that we see, kind of just floating around in space, not really taking any payouts to date, even though he's been qualified for one. The account is not in the danger zone necessarily, but certainly lower than when we started. And, not a lot to show for the trading outside of a bunch of round turns. It's really just kind of, fascinating to see someone trading like this and not going hardly anywhere, slight negative drift, but all things considered, he survived 93 days. There's a lot of traders, in live and in sim that don't make it that far. So, really peculiar overall. And there's a number of things that stand out here, Jack. I think the fix could be as simple as, carving out a little bit of edge, through some reflection, some research, figuring out, the days where your trades are really working, maybe leaving some on. If you are able to identify you're in a trending environment, you're on the right side of that move, maybe give one trade, that trade a little bit of room, leave a third on to run, or, being a little more selective, not necessarily showing up every day and putting trades on. Be selective with the setups that you're taking, figure out what leads to a higher chance of the trade that you're looking at working out. At 1-to-1, you just need to be a little bit beyond 50% to etch out profits. And right now he's right at 51%. That's just not enough juice to, escape the commissions and the slippage you're going to see by trading. So, yeah, really interesting overall. What'd you see when you were going through this besides scratching your head?
Yeah, I mean, the floating in space is kind of a good reference because I'll start out with some positives. This individual does not do uh, some of the negative behaviors that we often see on these cards. Like they're not YOLOing, right? 92 days, the highest net P&L for a day was just over $2,000. And if you look at the next like 6 best days, they're all, it seems, I have a strong, this person seems to be having a profit target because they're getting out up $1,000 a lot. Just something I noticed. Next best day is 1,500, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times they got about 1,000. Gabe, I don't know if it's ready yet. I did send to the box one of those histograms. You can take a minute if you get it up, because I want to show you something kind of interesting about it. So as I said, they're not swinging for the fences, but they're also stuck in this. You'll see when I put up like this double distribution of outcomes, where they've skewed their performance. Basically, they don't make enough on the big days to. Here it is. This is interesting. I have not seen one of these like this. Here's all their days in the P&L buckets, and you see how it's skewed to the left. It has a double distribution, right? They're pretty good about getting out scratch or up a little bit of money. You see a lot of those 0 to 500 days, but then you got that sort of fat tail on the left where I think they've hit the DLL like 20 times. It's a 50K account, so it's $1,000, but there's not enough on the right to make up for it. And so, really, I think the clear thing to me is, if your biggest day is going to be 1,000 or something like that, maybe we just make your DLL like $500 or something like that. Because you only have, so there's 20 DLL days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and like 8 days that they've made $1,000 or more. And that's just not going to work out. Now, it's not the worst. As you said, this is about as close to break even as you can be. But with however many days there are, 93. If you go through 93 days and your expected day is minus $97, I mean, really, the only thing you should be doing is sizing down until you can turn that around, because it's like, what's the definition of madness? It's just going to keep on happening if it's like this. So,
Yeah, I appreciate the graphic, Jack, and I think that highlights. It's to me it says tilt on the losing days. There was a couple of days where he was up nicely and then ended up hitting the daily loss limit, and those losing days of down the daily loss limit tend to be higher volume of trading. So likely what's happening, and that's also how you end up with an average winning day on 50% winning day percentage and close to a 1-to-1 per trade risk reward, to still have an average winning day that's $500, average losing day that's $700, means that the days where it really runs away from you on the losses, they go to the limit. And so, finding a way to mitigate that, either like you said, I like the recommendation, just tightening up that daily loss limit, because he can hit, his profit goal. Nothing wrong with having a personal daily profit target. It's one of the great features in our platform. Set that as something that's realistic and reasonable for you personally, but then you also can't, snowball into, especially let a day that's, you're up $800, let that snowball into minus $1,000 day if your take profit that you're going to lock out at is plus 1,000. So little bit better account management. You know, we're all human. It's going to happen. I think any card that we look at that's got 93 trading days complete, there's going to be, you know, a couple of those days where things just got out of hand. That's what the loss limits are for. But you know, doing it a little bit less frequently would be one other way to kind of really, it could be a difference of having a negative average daily P&L versus a positive $95 average daily P&L. You know, that's still close to break even, but you've made some money. I think not letting those losing days run away from you is an easy way to fix that.
Yeah, like it's not the worst stuff here. I think there's some good stuff here too. I would just not use that DLL until you can get some positive, you know, get 20 days, 30-day period where you have an expected profit, and then you can, the size is always there. There's always more moves. So keep your head up, Sean. Ben, thank you for joining today. Always a pleasure to see you.
Yeah, likewise, Jack. It was fun.
All right. Also, some people it's a pleasure to see. We got group coaching coming up next. So get your questions ready because we got Hoop I can see in the green room. Hogue, JD will be in the house. It's going to be a good old time. We'll see if we can find some opportunities in the market as well. Ben, if this ES does sell off now, I'll just shoulder tap myself tomorrow. I'll bring my own materials.
Perfect.
Yeah. Anyway, with that, this is Topstep TV. Let's get this afternoon started.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. It's everybody's favorite time of day. It's time for lunchbox trading. I'm sorry, it's group coaching now. We call it group coaching. Hope everybody had a chance to grab themselves a ham sandwich, warm glass of milk, cold glass of beer, whatever you got to do to get through the rest of the day. We are here for you. We're here to lead. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland. Over there on the right, the other bookend, Coach Hoop, head coach of the Pitt Raiders. I'm JD. We've got your questions. There's a form pinned to the chat. Grab the link if you got a question for us. Let's get into these markets. We got equities hovering around all-time highs. But the mover of the day, Coach Hoop, you want to talk about it. What's happening in live cattle today? What is going on in the cattle market today?
It is over the weekend kind of going through and trying to annotate my charts a little bit more. I'm like, you know what? Everybody does the dark background. I said, I'm going light. I think it's just, once again, that's kind of, I guess, where I kind of started with it. So basically what's happened with cattle is it's kind of like gold a little bit, Hogue. We lost some structure in here. We made contract high back here, about a week and a half ago at 248.30. And what's kind of let us down is the feeder cattle market. We've expanded limits in these markets too. We talked about limit down on Friday. We gap opened up lower this morning, and what happens is the limits get expanded. Like normally 725 points is limit down in cattle. Well, the Merc comes in there and says, you know what? They want markets to trade, not be halted. It wasn't that way 30 years ago because limit down in the cattle was 150 points. So that's expanded huge. So today that has expanded and limit down. And like you said, it's kind of one of those fluid things where it changes. So limit down is 1,075 net change from opening. So we got there, but now we've bounced. I kind of
So is it
you and I've talked. Go ahead.
Does it work like the circuit breaker system with equities? Does it go a certain percentage and then they halt trading and then reopen? Is it dynamic? Will they continue trading throughout the day, or once cattle's locked limit down, is it locked limit down?
It's locked.
And that's it for
No, it's not dynamic. Once it's locked at a specific level, it's locked. There's no expanded limit like an equity. So if it's 725 points like it was Friday, it's 1,075 today. That's it. We talked about it. When we get all the way down to the bottom, you'll just see this bottom continue to accrue sell orders. So, we call it a pool, right, Hogue? The pool would keep building, and that would usually determine and once again, just because at the end of the day, there's 500 contracts to sell on a Friday, doesn't mean they're always going to be there come back Monday. Things can change. But more often than not, when that size of that had builded to such an amount, it's a pretty good bet, Hogue, that we would say would be a couple hundred lower. And that's where, all the clerks on the floor would be running around. What's the call? What's the call? Today, the feeder cattle just got hammered right out of the box, and cattle followed suit. Feeder cattle are still limit down. Once again, their level's only 925 points typically. Now it's 1,375 points. So it's a big seismic price shift for cattle. And, once again, we always talk about, bull markets need a... Go ahead.
Real quick, that sounds like a big number. What's the tick size? What's the tick value on a cattle contract?
It's
single
$4
cattle
a
contract.
point.
$4 a point. Okay. Good to know for everybody out there. You are allowed to trade live cattle here at Topstep. We've got all the commodities ready for you to jump in on. All right.
Yeah,
please
it's
continue.
always good to know what's going on in the market you're trading. It's great to look at a chart and all of a sudden people say, well, I don't understand. Why did it stop trading? Well, it's a little bit different. So just being aware of any of the markets you're trading, and that's kind of what we try and do. So, And once again, inside of 50, 100K combines, with that tick value and the price fluctuation, you want to be very cautious. Let's just put it that way. Kind of like gold when it has $140 ranges.
Right.
There's no micro cattle. We want it, JD, but we don't have a micro cattle yet.
We'll get
But,
there. We'll
yeah,
get
that
there.
was one I definitely wanted to talk about because of, we broke the 50-day on Friday and we've continued to go lower. And now we've got a bounce. And, I kind of had that little zone drawn in there, but boy, it's not always easy to buy a market 1,000 lower, but especially when it can lock limit. But we've bounced now almost $3 off the bottom. So there's always opportunity.
There's always money in the banana stand, right? We're seeing a little bit of a sell-off in equities right now. We see some sell side volume building just a little bit. We're breaking through the lower end of this channel. This is a 5-minute channel going back to the regular trading hours open. We've busted through the downside, broken through this channel. Is this a short selling opportunity? We'll see if there's any follow through. All right, folks. This is the S&P I'm looking at, by the way. We've got your questions. It's 12:23. Hogue, you got an opinion? What's going on in the markets right now?
The S&Ps gave up the initial balance high, and if we just put in new all-time highs in the regular trading hour session, I'm looking for the S&Ps to kind of roll back over. Maybe check the initial balance low, 68.77. We've kind of
is it too late in the day to call this is it too late in the day to call this a failed upside auction?
Well, it technically isn't one, because we looked above the initial balance on the 11 o'clock bar, closed above it on the 11:30 bar, opened above it on the 12 o'clock bar, the bar that we're currently just about finishing, and so it spent too much time up there to be a technical failed upside auction.
Technical failed auction. Yeah.
Right. But we do see some reversal patterns coming here. 2 or 3 bar reversal here on the S&Ps. I can see this continuing to roll at least down to VWAP in the S&Ps, 68.85.
68.85. There you go. That's overnight VWAP too.
We've given up the weekly kickoff low 4,000, and now we're starting to put in higher highs and higher lows. I'd like to see this continue to push higher.
What time frame are you looking at?
Change there, Hogue?
I'm looking at a 4-hour chart.
Think there's a true market state change yet? I mean, we broke 4,000, but I don't know.
Look at the 4. Look at the 4-hour chart, Hogue.
Yep.
Excess.
Yep.
Excess.
Does
it still look heavy to you? I don't know.
Not as bad.
You can always look at one chart that'll confirm you a little bit. Isn't that always the scary thing?
Yeah.
A little bit. Sometimes, I mean, I've sold myself in some trades along my career. I'll find a damn chart that gives me a little bit more validation of my trade.
I will validate my idea. My hook or my crook. I'll prove myself right. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, just change time frames. You'll find it.
That's the one I'm looking for.
Right,
this 4,000 level is to me is really vital. I mean, if we start to show some acceptance below there, then I'm looking at more of a market state change. Weekly we had the bearish piercing pattern last week. We do see some pretty deep excess on the monthly chart, but there's still 4.5 more days with which that can change. Watching this 4,000, I like long above it. We'll see how that plays.
It's such a momentum-based market too, so it's weird to watch it really get momentum on the downside because it just hasn't done it a lot, right, Hogue? Every kind of good sell-off has been kind of bought up, but these last I'll call it, since basically we broke that 4180 area. The downdrafts they've been legit, and it gets some serious momentum going down. So I'll be very curiously as we get into the Fed this week to see if we hang around this 4,000 level and stay a little bit magnetic into it, to see if
Yeah.
whoever comes out of
Mhm.
there, it gets its bullhorns on again. So be interesting.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, JD, I mean, during the opening call, all three of us, we were thinking, boy, I'd rather be short it, which is
Yeah.
hard to say, right?
It is. Yeah.
But it was certainly the right direction, at least, for the regular trading hours, which are going to settle here in just a few minutes.
Mhm.
Yeah. 12:30 p.m. Central Time, regular trading hours close for gold. That's when settlement price is established by the exchange. Of course, it will continue to trade until 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time. But they will mark trades to market at 12:30 p.m. Central Time based off that settlement price. All right. And also, like, we've sort of been ranging for the last 4 days, sort of sideways price action. And could this just be a little liquidity grab to the downside before we flow right back into range?
Yeah.
Or is this the beginning of another leg lower? Time will tell. Time will tell. But we're just telling you what we see on these charts. All right. It's almost 12:30. We've got some questions to get through. We've got your questions. Let's start with Pitar. Pitar wants to know. So I asked this question earlier in fast markets, but I still didn't get the answer I wanted. Did we ever get the answer we want, Peter?
Here's my answer.
Here's my answer. Is that the answer I'm looking for? Peter wants to know, for example, if we have a gap in the price, this means there were no active transactions made on this price. This is correct. When you go from open and close, there's an hour gap. We're closed from 4 o'clock p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. So when price gaps open higher, there will be no active trades at those prices while the market was closed, from close to open, right? So the question is, when the market opens, market participants can put resting orders in that gap area. This is correct. Yes, you can. So my question is, does the importance of the gap revolve around this gap price and the active open orders that are being bid there? I hope I'm reading this question right. It's a little confusing. Is it important? Does the importance of the gap depend on the size of the bids below if you gap higher? I guess is the question. Does that make sense? Okay, I know you're reading the same question I am. Am I reading that correctly to you? Is the size of the bids
gap revolve around that this price has not been actively traded, so it has to be tested? And if there are a lot of resting orders or volume in this gap, so the gap can't be closed. Well, yeah, I mean, when you look at the weekend gap and the S&Ps and then the NASDAQ, just focusing on the S&Ps now, we can see that there was no trading between the high from Friday to where we opened last night and to where the overnight low is. There was no trading there. So, and yes, people are able to place bids and even put stops in this area. Does it mean it has to get filled? Nothing has to happen.
Nope.
If there's a lot of liquidity there, the market could go down there looking for that liquidity. I think that the tendency for gaps to eventually get filled is pretty high. But anything that's resting as far as orders are concerned in the area that was not, there were no trades, I don't think it really necessarily brings price down there. If the market is going to continue to push higher from this point, it can certainly do that. But at some point, yeah, we're probably going to come and fill this gap. I don't know when. I don't know if it's today, next week, next month, or next year. But there's business that did not get filled there. And I think that's really kind of what Peter's question is saying is, that nobody was allowed to participate at those price levels. Does that mean it's more likely to get filled? And the answer to that is, yeah, probably. I think, most gaps do get filled eventually. It's just a matter of when. What kind of size is below there? We don't know that. I don't think we can see that that deep in the dome here just yet. If we start looking down there, then we might be able to see some liquidity down there. It's a really good question. I'm sorry you didn't get the answer you were looking for earlier, but to me, this is excess. This is like a single line of TPOs. That's excess. You might even look at this as kind of an invisible fair value gap on a 30-minute bar, on a 30-minute chart, or any other chart that you're looking at. Nobody got to participate there. Well, when there's single prints, the participation is all one direction. And that's what happened last night without actually having the opportunity to trade it, was the perception of value changed before the open at 5 o'clock last night. And the market opened in a new area of perceived value. Okay, there was news that came out about China and maybe some sort of resolution with the whole tariff thing with China. So that's why we had this pop to the upside. And so far, the market is still holding those bids and still kind of holding. We saw a little bit of a pullback here. Buyers have come back into the market now. Are they going to stay in the market? So my answer to that question is yes, people would like to participate down there. Eventually they will. It's just a matter of when.
Exactly. The old adage, the old saying is all gaps get filled, right? And why do they say that? It's because it's the market's job, it's the exchange's job to provide liquidity. And when they see a gap in the market where business did not get done, where people want to participate in the market, the market has a natural tendency to come back and provide liquidity at those levels. That's why they say gaps always get filled. Do they always get filled? Absolutely not. Jump in, Hoop. Yeah. What's your take?
Let's talk about the anomaly market, Bitcoin. If you go to my chart, so in Bitcoin, there's a spot market, right? And it trades 24/7. Bitcoin as a whole. If anybody, once again, I have it on a different. I keep a platform where I watch it on a spot. But when you get to it here, you're going to always see, when you come in more often than not, like tonight, like today, you're going to see this big gap in here from last night. Even though Bitcoin over the weekend traded at that price, we come in here when this market opens and you see this big gap up in here. It's a little bit different than your typical gap, right? Because once again, this market does trade, and this is, once again, I believe going into 2026, this is going to trade 24/7 is what I believe the market's trying to do here. So I think it's definitely a little different, market of looking at gaps. So I think this is the fluid of, like you said, island. We have had that conversation before, Hope, where you have island tops, where you leave a gap and then you gap the other direction. Island bottoms. So it's all kind of fluid to me. But like with Bitcoin, once again, this market from basically, Trump election has rallied huge, has had a couple pullbacks in it, but you'll see a lot of gaps all over the place. And that's because over the weekend, this market can move 2, 3, or actually almost 4.5% over this, over the weekend. So once again, it's relative to the market. And it's just, this is another thing why I've kind of started watching Bitcoin again, is there a little bit of rotation going into the end of the year? There's a little bit of the sizzle going to come out of gold and go into Bitcoin. You're reading a lot out of it. I think I was telling you guys in the green room before we popped in here, like there were record, like 920 million in inflows last week. So maybe the whales are going the other direction now.
Sounds about right. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's move. I love some of the names of people that have posed questions in the chat. We got a Kelly Kapowski in there. If you know, you know. I was around for Saved by the Bell. I know. All right, we got peppered by this guy Don Wisher. I'm going to blast through his 3 questions real quick. First, can you review basic concepts of ICT? Don Wisher, I implore you to pick up the book Technical Analysis of the Futures Markets by John J. Murphy. ICT concepts are nothing new. They've been around for many, many decades. He just put a new name on them. All right, Don Wisher says, why not trade higher time frames like the 1 hour or the 4 hour, for example? Don Wisher, you could trade whatever time frame you want. We trade during regular trading hours here on TopstepTV, so we are limited to this time frame. But that's not stopping you from doing whatever you want. Don Wisher then goes on to say, can you describe the different trading sessions and their time frames? There are 3 trading sessions throughout the day. There's the Asian session, the European session, and what we call the New York session. Actually, there was just a time zone change. Well, the Asia session goes from 7 p.m. till about 11 o'clock p.m. Central Time. The European session, they just did a 1 hour time frame shift, so it's now 3 o'clock a.m. to 11:30 a.m. I'm sorry, 3 o'clock a.m. to 11:30 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. That sounds about right. And then you have the New York session in Central Time. This is Central Time. Then you have the New York session, which is 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Those are just for equities. Just for equities. Hope that answers all of your questions. Thanks for the pepper. All right. Heather McDowell wants to know, let's talk about strategy. When you have XFAs, because whenever I try to cushion the account and increase it, I lose my payout that I should have taken. Should I take some payouts and cushion others? Do you have any advice? We will never dissuade you from taking payouts, Heather. Heather McGee. This should have been part of your money management strategy from the beginning. Let's start with Hogue on this one. Coach Hogue, we say this every day. You've been here since the beginning. You're a member of the founding team. You've coached countless thousands of traders. I guess you could count them if you really wanted to. Thousands of traders, from trading combine to payout. How would you coach a newbie on when to take a payout and how much to take?
Well, Heather, thanks for the question. It's a little bit different from everybody. You know, Heather, I don't really know your experience level in trading, and you know, the fact that you're getting into XFAs and you're getting to the point that you are able to take a payout, fantastic. First of all, great job, great work. You know, kind of thinking about taking a payout and then continuing to trade and then losing that payout, there's something inside that is doing that. You know, of course, we never know the outcome of any of these trades. We never know the outcome of the market. But if this is something that's happened to you consistently, the next time you think about taking a payout, stop trading, take the payout, get the payout, put the money in your hands, and then go back to trading, because that money is no longer in the account. Go back to the strategy that you have been using to successfully continue to grow the account. Forget about, you know, anything else other than looking for the next good trade. So my suggestion for you, Heather, would be take the payout and, you know, go back to padding the account. One of the ways that I know a lot of folks, myself included, on the trading floor paid ourselves was, I paid myself on a 2-week time frame, right? Just like having a job. But after 2 weeks, I would look at what I was able to make that 2 weeks, provided I made money that 2 weeks, and I would take half of that out. And then the next 2 weeks, if I was able to make money that next 2 weeks, I would take half of that out, because then you're still paying yourself, making it real, paying some bills, having dinner, whatever it is that you're going to use that payout for. And at the same time, you're continuing to build the account by taking half every 2 weeks of what your profits were. But yeah, Heather, take some money out, feel it, get it in your hands, do something with it, and look for the next good trade. You know, we get into XFAs, We get into funded accounts, and everything seems to change as far as our mindset and as far as our decision making is concerned. So the next time you get in a position to take a payout, take it, get your feet back on the ground, and get back to business looking for that next good trade. That's my suggestion for you, Heather. There's no right or wrong way, just my thoughts.
100%, Hogue. Once you touch that money, it becomes real, right? It's not real, just a number sitting on your screen. Heather, do you have a day job? How long does it take you to make $1,000 at your day job?
Right.
Realistically, you know, pull that money out, take it out of the bank, request that payout, take it out of the bank, hold it in your hand, and remember how long it took you to make that $1,000 at your day job. And just think about it for a minute, you know? Always be paying yourself. That's the entire purpose of what we're doing here, right? You're not going to hit home runs every day. You got to be aware of the market that you're trading, the market environment that you're trading in. But you also have to be aware, more than anything, you are money managers over risk managers, right? You need money in your account to be able to place trades in the future. But you should also be paying yourself at the same time. As you build that account, you should be taking money off the table and putting it in your pocket, putting it to work other places, buying the things that you need, buying the things that you want. We want to be your path to a better lifestyle.
New highs.
New highs. I'm sorry for rambling. I'm rambling. Oop, you've been here for a while too.
Yep.
Oop, you've been here for 15 years. You're one of the OGs at Topstep. What's your payout policy? What's your strategy for taking payouts?
You know, it's changed from the floor to prop for me. I mean, in my journey in this, I think the biggest thing I tell people now is some people, I'm in agreement with you guys both, paying yourself is very important in this industry. But I also realize how devastated some traders that I've coached when they lose the XFA. And so it's that delicate balance of what you want to keep in there, that you don't trade differently than you do, that's got you a payout or what you take. So I've just, if you're managing the leverage, and like the thing that's so cool to watch now is like other traders, like watching Dakota this morning, not really watching, you know, when you're trading good, you're not trading your P&L. You're just like, you can keep it hidden and watch it. And then all of a sudden, you know, like Braden had said, you looked at his equity curve, and the next thing you know, you've had a $3,000 month. And you say, well, you know, I can still trade pretty good. If I take half that out, then take half that out. I've just always believed is whatever you take out doesn't change your mindset of how you are going to trade. Right? People just take out, and I'm going to leave $300 in there. And once again, everybody's different in this thing. You know, I always say there's no holy grail of this thing. So if you're going to trade no different by leaving a little bit more of a balance in there, great. But a lot of people, you know, if it takes them a period of time to get the XFA, they pay themselves, and then they have one off day, and then the XFA is gone, and they're back through the process. So I think that's a little bit variance to trader. But for me, I used to have the kind of the same thing where I would look at it like a 2-week paycheck and sit there and say, okay, I had a good couple weeks. I'm going to take half that out. I would sometimes, depending if like it was rollover, where I might want to keep a little bit more in the account, because once again, we used to do a little more. I used to swing trade. So I would have to leave a little bit more in the account to cover margin. So yeah, that's a whole different subject, right? And hence why, you know, as an ag trader, you're typically spread trading. You're not usually outright long or short one market. You're usually spread, which means you're, you know, long one, short the other, and, you know, vice versa.
Lowers margins.
Yeah. And it lowers your margin, right, Hogue? I mean, but since I've been in the prop, it's been different. And with the payout only being, you know, like in your XFA, only $150 a day in 5 days. I mean, the payouts were way different in the beginning. So I think the ability to take a payout is much more attainable now. So yeah, I make it real, pay yourself, but I think it's also whatever you take out, it allows you to still trade. I always, my mindset was always I'd like to have a little bit extra cushion in there in case I had a bad day, which you're going to have.
Well, back in the day on the trading floor, if your account got a little bit low, you could always write a check, which of course everybody hated to do that. But it's a
margin calls, sir.
Yeah,
it's a little bit different when you're when you're in the prop space. You got to hold that account and pay yourself and grow and.
I just looked it up. I just looked it up because margin requirements change day to day. The margin requirement to hold one single NASDAQ contract overnight. I know a lot of people talk about swing trading here. If you want to hold one single NASDAQ contract overnight, you need a minimum of $16,500 in your account for margin to hold that contract overnight. And by overnight, we mean that 1 hour between the 4 o'clock close and the 5 o'clock open. $16,500.
Yep.
Who's putting that up? Raise your hand in the chat if you're putting that money up to hold the trade for that hour. Curious to know.
Yeah.
Pardon me. All right. Let's talk about Trader Law. Trader Law's got a question. Says, at what point in profit do you say, let's call it a day? Especially if you're copy trading. And how do you manage that discipline? And if you continue, do you risk your profits only or a bit more? Very subjective question. How do you know when to pull the plug on a winning day? Is it a thing? Is it like running with the numbers on roulette? If you're on a roll, you keep going until you lose? Do you set a profit limit? Do you set a trade win limit? How do you get out when you're up money and call it a day? It's very tough for some people. It can be very addictive when you get a string of winners on. I understand this. I've been there. We've all been there. When you're winning, you don't want to quit. And when you're losing, you don't want to quit either. But when do you know when enough is enough? Is it when you start trading? Is it when you stop trading to win and start trading not to lose? Hogue, this is one of your specialties. But we started with you on the last one. Hoop, let's start with you. Trading to win versus trading not to lose. How do you differentiate?
I typically will use the settings inside the TopstepX platform to basically keep me from giving, it's such a snowball sometimes when you're like, I'm up $400 in a day and I have, one bad trade and I give $150 back. Then I give $100 back. Now I've given up half of what I've done. So there has to be that fine line of, do you start trading the P&L or are you trading your strategy? So that becomes another thing. I have always had issues with over trading. So I have, something set in there for me where I'm up and I just keep trading. And it's like, hey, quit trading. If you don't stay in your setup, you're just taking a trade to take a trade. And I have seen that happen with a lot of VIPs too. So I think to me, I use the trailing behind me, but I think I always have the thing that Hogue said is, Hogue, you've always been that way. Like if you're trading well, as soon as you typically have, I usually say if I have two losers up against it, I'll lock it in because usually either market states change a little bit or I'm not reading it maybe quite as well, or I've changed something. So I typically, that's a little bit of an intuitive thing, but I usually typically, depending when I get to a specific price level, we'll use the trailing, like you've seen Mandy use, just to keep us in check. That's how I do it.
Yeah. So I don't think it matters if you're copy trading. You know, if you have five different accounts, maybe once you get, you know, up a certain amount of money, you just stop trading in 4 of them and just continue to trade on one. But, you know, once you get to a certain level of profit, you want to guarantee that you are going to be a plus player by the end of the day. You know what? Trader law, maybe for you, that threshold is once I'm up 1,000, I can keep trading, but I can only lose 50% of that, and then I have to stop. Or maybe it's a number of consecutive losing trades. You know, if I'm up 1,000 and I have 3 losing trades, then I'm done. And I'm done. There's lots of different ways to do it. Using the tools on TopStep X an excellent way. Keep that, you know, that trailing profit limit in your mind. You can always do that. Because that's going to basically just kind of take you out if you lose a certain percentage of your profits. But yeah, there's a million ways to peel an onion. But you know, when you start feeling like you are trading not to lose, when you've had a good morning, you don't want to give anything back, but you still want to trade. So you start trading a little bit differently because, well, I don't want to lose any of this profit. Then you're in trouble. Then you might be in a little bit of trouble. You can't just, you know, forget about that. Look for the next good trade and take the next good trade. Maybe you're better off just walking away. But again, up to you. Once you get up to a certain level of profits, guarantee that you're going to be a plus player by the end of the day. Again, if it's 500, you're going to risk 200. You're trading micros, even smaller than that, right? If you're up 1,000, you can risk, let's say, 40% of it. You can lose 400 of that 1,000. Still walk away up 600, which is still a good day. It's not going to be that easy to do because once you take that first loss after being up 1,000, the first thing you want to freaking do is get that money back, and that is a dangerous thing. That can create a snowball of bad effect. So think about what we talked about, trader law. Once you're up a certain amount, guarantee that you're going to be a plus player at the end of the day, and you know there's nothing wrong with walking away. You know, on a good day, any day that you reach your best day ever, freaking walk away from it. Just take it. Say, all right, that's the best day ever. I'm keeping that one. Tomorrow's another day. Always more opportunities coming down the pipe, folks.
Always more opportunity, that's for sure. It's definitely a mindset shift too. If you can recognize when that shift in your mindset happens, you know, when you start trading, saying, "Well, I'm up $1,000. I can afford to risk $150. Just get out. Just leave." If when there's a doubt, then there is no doubt, right? And that's the end of your day. Go take a walk, touch some grass, get a ham sandwich, have fun. Do whatever it is that makes you happy, because that's a great day. I don't care who you are. $1,000 a day is awesome.
Yep.
All right, guys. That's all we've got to say about that. And that's all the time we have for group coaching. Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Hoop. Always appreciate your time, sharing your trading knowledge, your trading wisdom, your trading experience with all of us here on group coaching. Thank you to the chat for supplying us with your questions. We didn't get to all of them, but we got a long list that we could follow up on tomorrow. Also, we are going to step aside, though, because our good friend Aaron Ellis is back. I almost said John Ellis. Aaron Ellis is back. I went to high school with a guy named John Ellis. That's why I rolled off my tongue like that. My apologies. Aaron Ellis is here. He's going to be joined by Jack and Dolby Time. We're going to be back with Trade with Topstep in just a minute. TopstepTV. Let's get it.
Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. That is the company for which we do this stream. Joined by Dolby Time and funded NQ trader Aaron E. Aaron, welcome back. Always a great guest to have on. How you been doing today?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Yeah, no, it's been a good week. We had a big CPI number last week, so I took a nice winner on that. That makes me happy.
It's good to make yourself happy with that. Yeah. Well, what about today, Aaron? Have you been in any trades yet or looking at anything right now?
So it's funny you say it because I'm sort of in this position now where I'm looking at my trading a little bit differently. Kind of like, and then people hear you're like, oh, you took a big winner. So I took like about a $6,700 winner on the CPI.
Wow, nice.
And it was a good trade. It was a big win. But people look at that and like, oh, you made $6,700 in a day. And it's like, well, no. I spent about 3 weeks digging through data before I made that trade on that day, right? So, CPI, you have tons of data coming your way, right? This is all like lag data. So like I'm going through used vehicle reports, I'm going through like rent indexes, and you're starting to see like, oh, used car sales are going down. Oh, rent is actually flattening out, and import costs are declining, right? So, and up until, Russia, oil and gas were down, right? So, there was a lot of indicators showing, oh, actually, inflation probably is cooling, and we're going to get that out. So, I'll talk to people in a group that I'm in, and they're like, well, oh, that's a great trade. You made $7,000, but it's like, no, well, that was 3 weeks of digging through data. And I mean, it used to be 3 weeks of really strenuous digging through data. I will say AI has made it a little bit easier because now you can just dump a whole report into it and like get bullet points, right? You don't have to actually like even look at, indexes anymore. But, that's sort of like where I looked at and said, okay, so I can hit these trades, right? And I can make money from a single big trade. But what was happening to me, and not always, but a lot, is I get lost sort of in the noise, right? Like today there's a lot of noise, right? It gapped up big, and then all of a sudden it's like, it goes down a bit. There's not a lot of follow through to the downside, grind up, but it's hard to buy the top, right? You don't really want to buy the top because it's like, well, how much more is it going to grind up before it pushes back down 50 points, right? And 50 points, you're out, right? So what's his name? Kevin O'Leary, right? Sometimes I listen to him, another Canadian. I think I brought up John Candy last time. So this time I'll bring up another Canadian. But he said,
Somewhat less beloved.
Yeah, somewhat less beloved. Very true. He said, you know, you don't make money off the noise, you make money off of signals, right? So I've been trying really hard that like I don't get caught up in the day to day. And so day trading, you know, I was struggling with because yeah, I can make $200, but I was finding like I didn't really have a lot of help to go through the day trading because look, I can do research. I made a lot of money trading small caps. I would literally, I knew more about some of these companies than people who work there, right? Like literally you're like sitting in the looking at the warehouse saying, are there factory trucks coming in right now? They're going to have a big order, right? So there's a lot of ways you can get a ton of research, but who knows if the NASDAQ's going to go up or down 30, 40 points, right? Like you can buy and all of a sudden it's like, you're like, okay, I'm trying to catch a run up and it just decides that's the moment I'm going to stop and go back down 30, 40, 50 points, right? Or you're like, okay, this is a good momentum short. And then what happens? You know, it just decides, okay, I'm going to stop now and go up 20, 30, 50 points and you're out. So that's where I've been like really working on trying to understand why that's happening, right? And I don't have data for that because there is no real like day trading data, or at least really there used to not be. So that's why I don't know. I sort of briefed on it, touched a tiny bit, but there's a program called Volpro Edge that I've been doing now with this guy, Andy Owings. He brought it up. He's like he learned it from a famous Canadian trader. But basically what it does is it reads
Keeps it in the
energy
family.
in the market.
Nice.
Sorry?
I said keep it in the family.
Yeah. So
Canada
anyways,
the whole way, baby.
Exactly, right? You gotta always stay Canadian, right? At least for now. So I can afford to move to the States. Then I'm out. Sorry. Get out of this tax hole, you know, that we're in over here. That's another show, another conversation. But yeah, so look, long story short, he's created something that kind of reads the energy. You know, there's different types of things like congestion exit, congestion entrance. I'm not gonna go like too deep into it, but it really does, like you're able to kind of spot where energy is sitting on support, where it's sitting on resistance to these sort of like dynamic market entries and these levels. And it's been game changer for me because I'm like just following it, learning from it. And then it's like, okay, actually that makes sense that there's a ton of energy sitting here, a ton of support sitting here. And it's just more than just sort of what I've been going on before, which was really just momentum trading. Like, okay, we've got a big push down. You know, okay, we've been going down. Like I like try to buy the dip, right? And I love buying the dip. Who doesn't, right? But then it's, you know, sometimes you buy the dip and the dip keeps going, right? So I've been trying to really focus in on my day trading and being able to sort of take what I used to do and what I do for like stocks, which is essentially research, and then make educated decisions and try to push that towards day trading.
Very interesting.
So that's where I'm at.
Dude,
Right now.
I love it. I think that's amazing because we don't have a ton of traders who come on air and are like, I'm waiting for fundamentals. I'm doing research. You know, we have the whole variety, which is we have momentum traders. We got a little bit of in between. But I think there's a lot to be said about, you know, if you can really lock in on maybe one event and hone your edge on a fundamental news release, you only have to trade when that happens. I mean, clearly you put up like $6,700. I mean, that's really good money. You don't have to be trading every single day to get to that. Maybe you just need one really, really good day, and that's your month right there. And you wait for the next release or whatever.
Exactly. And it doesn't even have to always be releases, right? Like we have data that you can go through that all of a sudden will sort of push it towards, okay, this is why we're grinding up for the last 2 weeks, right? And so there is quite a bit out there if you find it. And I will say the introduction of AI has been, you know, huge for me at least, because it really does. Like I used to go through so many reports and so many earning statements, and you're digging for data, and now you can really just ask AI, hey, go find this for me, and it can read a 300-page document and find it, right? And it's,
reading 10K is great. Another thing, I'm going to start my second change.org petition. Is when they're going to release, they should tell us in advance of the number what % of the information was imputed. Because if I had known going into that day that 40% of the CPI was going to be imputed, I'm like, oh, this number is coming in very near what is expected. There's just no way it's going to be way out there. But
Yeah.
impressive that you could do that research. So like day to day now, I see you get the NQ ladder up. Is
Yeah.
that mostly what you trade or exclusively?
Yeah. Mostly. I like I said, I think I like oil as well, but I'm mostly trading NQ right now. There's just oil movement has been pretty shoddy. I mean, it's had some volatility now, but I haven't liked the volatility. With the NQ, again, it's like for me when I'm looking at this chart, for example, it's one of these, like, this is the type of day where I would literally just sit there all day waiting for it to pull back 40 points to buy, just because it's been so strong. The gap up was there, and again, it's if I'm looking at my Vol Pro Edge charts and stuff like that, you can see like, oh, there's a ton of support now sitting at 900 or sitting at 880, and then I'm just waiting, right? Trying to stay patient and just saying, okay, instead of saying I'm going to take 3-4 trades today, I'm just going to sit here, I'm going to wait. And yeah, it can be tough some days because you're literally waiting like 6 hours for a trade. But look, if you make $600 in those 6 hours, that's a pretty good day, right?
Still better than your typical job. It's like way better.
Way
Way better.
Way better. And my kid can run in, I can talk to him, like, I can make a coffee. I can, huge. The freedom of trading is bar none. If you can stomach the ulcer, then you'll be okay.
That's right.
Right? That's the only thing. There's a funny scene in Trading Places where they go in finally at the end to like take down the two brothers, and there's two trader on the floors, and one's like shooting back some whiskey and the other one takes some pills, and he's like, how's your ulcer? Oh, it's great, no problem. Yeah, this is it.
Checking in on these markets really quick. Right now we got the ES trading 68.95. We're right around the 68.60 call wall here in the SPX. As far as the stocks go, obviously they're all up, but some are up more than others. So Mag 7, Google up 3.3%, Tesla up 5.6%. Everything else up over 1%. Nvidia's up 2.5%. 10-year yield just above 4%. That's new, but it hasn't really moved that much. And yeah, there's some major bids and a lot of highly speculative stuff as well. That's always fun.
How's your quantum doing, Jack?
It's doing very well today, but that's not necessarily in my best interest. Beyond Meat looks to be probably officially dead. Saw a lot of pretty gory financial posts on that of people trading about $2 right now. Trade as high as $8 a couple days ago. I don't get in that casino. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a hell of a casino. Aaron, you were trading crude oil for a long time. Sounds like you've made the switch to NASDAQ. Were you also utilizing sort of like this fundamental analysis in crude? We kind of have a running joke here that most of the crude kind of fundamental press releases are hit or miss in terms of accuracy. How are you doing your crude trades, and what data were you using?
Yeah, for me, crude was, the one thing about crude is how geopolitically connected it is, right? So that was really my main way to trade crude and I would actually avoid the news releases for crude, to be honest, because they were harder to predict, I found, because it's like, what's Saudi going to do? Who knows, right? They're a bit of a loose cannon when it comes to what their decisions are going to be. Are they going to hold off on producing more? Are they going to, so for me, what I would do is like, for example, like when we were going through the whole Iran might shut off the Strait of Hormuz or something, and I apologize if there's any Iranians out there and I said that wrong. But it's like, okay, so they're going to shut that off, right? So obviously we're going to be having a ton of pressure up, but once there's even like a hint that it's not, right, you're going to see a big drop, right? And so also the good thing with oil is I was a big dollar cost averager, like I was, and I wouldn't do that in the NASDAQ too much because it goes too hard. But like I would get in on a crude trade where I feel like is a good spot. And I'm like, no, this is going to push up. And I was okay to let it come against me $1 because I'll dollar cost average down there knowing that it's going to push back up. Right. So you got to have a bit bigger of an account or trade micros, one of the two. But if you're trading full size, you got to almost, with Crude, my opinion, is have a bit bigger of an account, be willing to watch a bit more of a draw, because it will, minus a disaster, you're not going to see a $4 or $5 drop in Crude in a day. It's rare. Right. Like you can pull the data, you can look $3, okay, maybe, but even that, it's not that common. So if you're willing to be like, okay, look, I like the direction up, but it's gone against me now $1, $1.20, and then you're willing to put 2 more contracts to that, a lot of times it will push back up to where you're back into profit, right? And you may then have to obviously adjust your target because you're not going to get as high as you originally wanted, but then that's all you do. You pull down your target and still make your $400 or $500 day. So I found a lot. I still do find a lot of success in that with oil. Even now when I trade like not like live, like Topstep, but live, like personal brokerage account, I trade Crude and I'll let it go against me a bit more, dollar cost average. And I would say like 8 out of 10 times that guy goes up. And of course, like you still have to have a stop. You still have to know how much you're willing to lose that day, because of course, like you never know, right? You never know. A bomb can drop, Trump can tweet, Putin can make a phone call. You never know, right? What's going to happen. But on most days, that's how I trade Crude. I trust that there's a range and I play the range because
it's pretty rangy. That's how I got into range trading. Right? Crude was the biggest market 15 years ago for Topstep traders, and it has really good technicals and range bounds really well. But you truly have not lived yet until you've had a crude oil position on and a tweet comes out against you that OPEC has said something, because that dome evaporates and you can get some pretty serious slippage.
You can.
It's not fun.
You certainly can. And that's why I don't trade Crude overnight. Overnight is a deadly time to trade Crude, because I've heard, it's never happened to me, but I've heard stories from other traders who have like been slipped thousands of dollars because they're in on a trade and it just went the other way extremely hard. There was no liquid to fill them, and they took a big loss just because their stop meant nothing.
Yeah, I've had 25 ticks of slippage on Sim, so can't imagine what that was. If it was in a live account, probably would have been way worse.
Exactly, and the brokerages tend to not be in your favor. Like not this one, but I mean like when you start to play with like real like live brokerage accounts, they don't really help you out usually on that end. It's like they'll fill you or you get filled.
Wait, you're telling me that the hedge fund has faster internet than my Comcast Xfinity home plan?
They may. Their supercomputer may be a little bit stronger. Yeah, that's filled like.
That being said, like a lot of hedge funds have been in a little bit of trouble recently. As far as really these last couple of months have been rough for a lot of the strategies they do.
That's interesting.
I think one of the Renaissance funds, and they never lose money, was down like 15% over the course of like 2 weeks, while the market was up 8% or something like that. And I think a lot of that, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on under the hood. Might involve something called the dispersion trade, which I'm building a spreadsheet right now to show this to you guys, but it's going to take me forever to put together, but it's kind of interesting.
What is what's the general concept of the dispersion trade? I'm assuming you're referring to high frequency trading here with these firms, right?
It could be. I mean, they hedge the things pretty quick. But I think it's more that you can build these strategies that are like, say if you're long a bunch of the ghost of Jim Simons. He's still alive, isn't he? Dan? I think this is it, and someone correct me if you're more from the professional option space, is like, imagine if you buy a bunch of calls at the money on like the QQQs or something like that, right? But then you sell against them the higher volatility options on the individual stocks to essentially make up a portfolio where, because they have much higher IVs, so you end up having the exposure long hedged by then being short all those. But as we've seen, some of these stocks have acted pretty psychotically. So
Mhm.
We'll see. I'm gonna do some more
I
research.
can't wait. Yeah, looking forward to that.
This is what we talk about when we're not really moving right now. This has been a very. I'm looking at the ES, pretty slow grind here. Oh, Jim Simons did die last year. That's unfortunate. Those that don't know, Jim Simons is the GOAT of hedge funds.
Yeah, and I mean, someone in the chat is saying that hedge funds are getting smoked and stuff, but I mean, honestly, I think there's some that are still making like high 70, 80 billion dollars, right? Like some of these big time hedge funds, they're making so much money, right? Like it's
JP Morgan overtaking
yeah,
Goldman.
like they're making huge money, you know, like yeah, like I don't know, I forget the number. I'd have to Google it, but it's like I think like Bridgewater did like 70 billion or something last year or something like that. So they'll be okay, you know. Oh,
They'll be just fine. They'll be
You'll be
just
just
fine.
fine. Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, I watched some sort of documentary at some point on them, and it's like a lot of these trading houses is just that. It's just computers, right? It's just servers, computers, and then they hire, you know, astrophysicists and crazy technicians to make sure that they keep working, you know, that they keep running, right? So that's. But
I have
look,
a buddy
retail.
who does network security engineer for hedge fund.
Okay.
Wild.
Yeah, that'd be
wild
interesting job to see a little bit under the hood.
I mean, yeah, they were talking about like drilling holes through walls, so they had to run less cable. I'm like, that makes a difference. They're like, yeah, it makes a difference, but it's like if you can just get a little bit closer,
yeah,
and you're a little bit faster.
You're a little bit faster.
Totally different world from retail trading.
Yeah,
completely
and
different.
that's where I think retail has the one advantage retail does have, and I mean, you know, they obviously grew with like the whole diamond hands. You know, we can go back to that, which was an interesting saga. But you know, the one advantage retail really does have is you can, and this is how I look at it, you can find data that's out there, make predictions based on the data, right, and then do a big trade and make money, or like you can, you know, you don't have to move in and out of. Like we sometimes talk like, oh, you know, hedge funds have it so easy, but some of these computers and if there are human traders, they got to move like 1,000 contracts, right? So you're not able to just kind of jump in, jump out, make money. Okay, I'm done for the day. You know, I made a few $100, I'm happy, right? It's like, no, they've got to move the market when they're getting in and out.
And they're not competing against us. They are competing
No.
against other big hedge funds, also trying to get in and out is super, super fast. Playing a totally different world.
They're competing against you. They just don't care about you.
They just don't even notice.
Yeah. If you put a live order in the market,
diamond hands came in, showed them all, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, that was the fight back of retail, right? That was big.
It was.
We've been slowly making new highs here in this NASDAQ.
Yeah, it's grinding up,
very
right?
slowly.
Like it's one of those
No
days
micro
I'd
on.
love to take a trade, but it's just grinding up at this point, you know. And I wanted to kind of
920. It's like 13 points to the downside, so it's not even that
exactly.
far.
I was kind of waiting for 900 at one point today, and then it did get there, but I got a bit distracted, unfortunately, so I didn't get it. But that was it. That was the buy, you know, a 30-point pullback. So what do you do? You know, so and that's also why I like being in this group that I'm in right now, is they really do like we do keep each other on the right side of the market on days where you shouldn't trade, right? It's like today's just not the day, right? It's not about just trading every day, right? It's about you have an edge, right? Use your edge. And when you don't have an edge, don't trade, right? Because, you know, it's sure you can still win, but over time, I mean, you'll blow accounts, you'll lose because you're trying to force it, right? So that's a big part of kind of what we all talk about is just keep on the right side of the market, stay when you have an edge, make money when you have an edge, go big when you have an edge. But when you're not sure, it's a tough day like this. I mean, we gapped up 200 points at open or 170 points last night. You know, would have loved to put a long on and just left it right at the open, but who knows, right? It can easily
special.
come back and
Open strong, zombie rally higher.
yeah,
That's all I've
and
seen.
it could easily come back and it could have easily come back and filled the gap overnight. Right?
Not yet.
So who knows? You know? Oh,
So,
someone asked in the chat what group. It's called Volpro Edge. You guys should check it out. I'll dump the link into the chat when I go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you might have to
I
send
don't know if
the
they'll
link
let you.
in our chat.
Oh, maybe
here,
they don't
like
let
the
me. Okay,
chat
then I
is-
will not.
Put
I
it
will
in
not.
VMix. Put it in
Okay.
the VMix chat, and we can copy and paste it over.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
So Aaron, you've been on a couple times, but we always have new traders here who are watching the show. What kind of trader would you say you are from like a risk reward standpoint? How many trades a day are you taking? What's your daily risk? Are you trading every day? Not trading every day? What's kind of like your player card if you had one?
Yeah. It goes in waves, right? So I wouldn't say that I'm always doing the same thing, right? In the sense of like always trading every day, not always trading every day. My risk, like, so I was fortunate when I got into trading 10, 15 years ago, we were like in the midst of a bull market, right? So I built a good cushion going in on like small caps, some marijuana stocks, different types of things where I then had that trading cushion to be like, okay, I'm comfortable. So I can now take a bit more risk, right? So I was that made a big difference for me. So if someone said to me, "Oh, what kind of trade?" Well, I have a bit more of a risk reward mentality where I'm like, okay, I can take a bit more of a risk here to make a bit more. But that said, the way I like to trade is I like to look at trades like if I'm wrong, I'm going to be wrong, and I can accept that, right? But I don't want to be wrong too big. And if I'm right, I want to try to go big, right? Because I might as well take advantage that I knew I was right. Go for it, right? On oil, especially. I knew I was right on a day, and I'm like, okay, I'm going long. I'm going to go long when this opens. I'm going to leave it, like open New York open, and I'm going to leave it for the day because I believe this is going to be right, and I'm going to average down, and I'm willing to take like a $2,000 or $3,000 loss, but I think I can make $10,000. Right.
Okay.
And so that's sort of my mindset is like, okay, I can take a $2,000 loss, but I better have a good chance to make 10 if I'm going to take such that risk. Right. So that's part of my trading strategy. But then when you move to prop firms, and I learned this, it's so easy to get caught up in the noise of trading that I changed my mentality of like, I don't want to blow a lot of accounts. I don't want to go back to eval. I don't want to keep pumping through accounts. So I changed it to like, okay, what do I really want to make? I want to make some big trades when I know I'm going to be right. But then I need to slow everything down and just take $400 out of the market, $300 out of the market, $400 out of the market. Take a payout, take $300-$400 out of the market. You know what I mean? Like build slower, build, I guess. So that's more my style, right? Try to take big trades, make money, but then slow down, pull it in, take your time. Risk reward. You know, look, I used to trade a way where I would actually go the opposite of risk reward. And some people may find this odd, but like there's days where I'm like, look, I want to make, $200. I'm willing to risk $6. But I know especially if I'm doing micros, I have a big stop. So I know that there's a really good chance on like a range bound day, I'm going to hit it. And I found that was actually, so there are days where I do that as well. I'm like, okay, I'll actually reverse it. Not every time, but it actually is a relatively decent, as long as you can be right most of the time, right? Because then obviously your losses are bigger than your winners. But if you have like an 80% hit rate, then it's okay, right? You just have to know what market you're trading. And with oil, I like that as well. I would give myself a lot of room to be like, okay, I can be wrong because I know it's going to push back up into this range. And then I make like $400. And I might have been down that day $700-$800, but I'm not, it's not down until you click sold, right? Or buy, right? So, I give myself a little bit more room. But if someone was a new trader and coming on, I would say like, one, find a good community, but really find it. Like people, like, don't just jump on a community and be like, this is my, really take time, find a good community. The other thing is especially with trading, you wouldn't walk onto like tonight, right? You wouldn't walk onto the baseball field and play against these guys that are out there, right? Like, and by the way, I did say the Blue Jays were going to make it to the World Series last time, so we might want to, if we could replay that, right now, I did say it. I did call it, but my point is that you wouldn't walk onto the field and just start playing with them, right? Well, we were just talking about it. You're going into the market and playing against the computers that are the best in the world, people that are the best in the world, right? And to be on that winning side and not be on the losing side, you got to really train. You got to practice. You got to put your life into this. right? Like I think there's a lot of dabblers and they're like, oh, why am I not making money? And it's like, well, because there's people out there working 100 times harder than you, and they're putting in so much effort. You know what I mean? Like, shocker, you didn't make money. It's like there was a company that made these like x-rays that could tell what kind of like weapon you were carrying as you walked into like a school or a building, and it was like hot tech, small cap tech, where it's like, this is going to be the biggest thing. And I tell you, like, I was at the point where I was talking to like astrophysicists at universities to be like, what would be the problem with this? And they're like, well, this is run by magnets. They're going to have problems if it's near an elevator. Like there's all these problems. And I'm like, okay, great. It's going to pump up and then we're going to short this down. Right. So we put a lot of effort into learning about this company and made a good amount of money on it. Right. On both ends. But the one guy who's like, oh, hey, how come I bought and I didn't make money? Well, of course. So I would tell people, treat this like you're, as much as I know you guys use this reference here too, is like, treat it like you're becoming a professional athlete. Like you have to put that time in. Otherwise, sure, you can get lucky. And then if you get lucky, it's like a casino. You can walk in and make $1,000. And if you can do that once and walk out in your life, you're better than me. But most people can't, right? I think the first time I played a VLT, you guys don't have the little video lottery machines. I put in like $10 or something when I think I was like 16 years old with a fake ID. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but I got like a straight flush and won like $400. And I was blown away. I'm like, oh my God, guess where that $400 went back? Like for the next 2-3 days later, right? All went back into the machine, right? All gone, right? Because I'm like, oh, it's this easy. I just walk in, I click some buttons and I make money. I'm going to become a professional video lottery machine player. But this is what people feel like. This is what people feel like with the market. They're like, oh, I'm going to become a professional trader. But you spent 4 hours this week at most, some less. So I would say, prepare for the long haul, put the effort in. You can certainly make a living at this. You can certainly make money, but you really need to like put in serious time and take it seriously and have a community that can basically, talk down to you when you're too high up and then bring you back up, bring you down, right? Because that's tough too, right? Trading is tough because you have weeks where you're like up here on the moon, I can't pick a wrong trade. And then you have weeks where it's like, oh my God, like every trade is going within everything. 1 point. Oh, it's like going within 1 point of my take profit and then reversing, and it's happening like 5 out of 6 trades, and it starts to get to you. So have a group that can bring you up and pick you up and things like that.
No, it's good to have someone there for your accountability. That's the nice part about working in a firm or having a community. And sometimes it's day to day too, man. Dolby, I feel like right now I'm oscillating quite a bit, but it's okay. We'll get through
you're
it.
range bound emotionally or just on air? What's going on? How you feeling, Jack?
Just the P&L. I'm doing great.
Oh, the P&L. Oh, the P&L. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were like, your vibes are off, Jack, and I was like, oh no.
Actually, as far as Monday vibes go, I talked about this last week, how there's this moment, I feel like every Monday morning coming on here where I'm like, I don't remember how to do this, and the whole week's in front of you. But today is the best vibes I've had on a Monday in a long time. So, feeling good.
Love it.
CJ, I am from Chicago, not Boston.
Aaron, how long did it take for you to find a trading community? Any like tips to any traders out there who maybe don't have one? What would be like a tip or two for finding a high quality trading?
I mean, look, shameless plug.
You got to put in the work. You got to put
shameless plug. Join us at Vol Pro Edge. It's a great Discord. We have a free trial. Like, you know what I mean? They give you a free trial so you can sign up. You don't have to pay it first. See if you like it. That's the biggest part, right? The owner is really cool. Like, I know he's in the sense of like, if you're struggling, he's thrown a free month or 2 here and there because he's like, look, I get it. We all struggle, get through it and keep going. Like, he's not a greedy person. So that would be my first hit, is check us out because it's been great for me. And the other is, just try really hard. If someone's trying to like really push something on you, be careful, right? Do your research. Cause we all have good ideas and we all think that, what we're selling is the best in a lot of ways. And, you really need to make a decision for yourself, right? And really take some time, look at who's in there, right? Look at results, like actual results. Like, is this a result of like, oh, I've made all these great trades, but then there's no like payout proof or things like that. So really, like, I'm a big believer in, like, you know, I think my mom said this to me once, so I should have told her to watch. She would have been proud. But try not to listen to what people are saying as much as just watching their feet, right? So in the sense of, like, if you can, you know, if people are posting payouts, if people in the group is posting payouts, if people are excited and happy, and it seems like a positive group, then you're probably in a good place. You know, if people are talking a lot about making money, but no one's really showing it, be careful. You know, especially these days.
It reminds
right?
me. I've said this on air before, but Dolby, there was some hedge fund person, I forgot who it was, who said, you know, my rules are simple. If the CFO has a $10,000 watch, I buy the bonds. If he has a $100,000 watch, I short him. Right?
Yeah, I like it.
I love it.
I like it.
It's
It's
fantastic. A little recap here of the NASDAQ. We were trading as high as 25,935. And we are now trading at 25,925. We were down a whopping 10 points after making highs. And I think this entire range of the segment has probably been about 20 or 30 points. Been pretty typical for NASDAQ at this 1 p.m. segment. It's been pretty quiet. And I think, Aaron, you're talking about earlier, just massive buy in the morning and then zombie rally. And just it becomes a pretty tough trade. Have you dabbled in the gold at all? It's the sexy, shiny new market right now. Volatility is out of control. Traders are loving it. Do you love it?
You know, I love gold as a hard metal. As a hard metal, love it. But you know, as far as trading it, no. I think between oil and the NASDAQ, it's just enough for me. Right? I just don't know it well enough to risk money on it. That's kind of how I feel, right? That I sort of feel like I'm really been like oil. I feel like I really do understand oil. Like, obviously, you know, you will make mistakes, but I understand it. And then moving to the NASDAQ, you know, I've only been trading futures on the NASDAQ for about 2 years now, right? And so for me, that's not a long time, right? I'm still learning it. So maybe in a few more years, if I feel very solid on the NASDAQ, I would move to gold. But it's like, I'm not there yet. Yeah. So, but I mean, look, it's a stupid time to not trade gold. I'll tell you that much. I wish I was trading it and I would have just been buying, especially like the last little while. But yeah, it's not for me. But I do watch Aaron trades. Throw it to him on TopstepTV because he's got its number. And sometimes I'm up really late, 3 or 4 in the morning, and I'm jumping on his feed to watch him trade it and talk about it and learn about it, because that's the thing, right? It's like I need about probably 4 months of just learning about it before I would want to trade it. I would really want to take more time understanding what moves it, because I wouldn't even know. I don't even know what moves gold, you know, like inflation, you know, but then it goes up. It still somehow goes up, you know, like.
Yeah.
Or buyers and sellers.
Demand. Yeah.
Yeah. Demand. Right. But it's like, I like to tie things to things, you know, it's like, it makes sense. Cause I mean, you know, I've seen days where inflation numbers have come out and it's like, well, gold should go down, you know, the market's doing great. Economy's doing great. And then gold's ripping. And it's like, okay, why? I don't know. So
well, this is the first time, at least in my, like, since I've been monitoring the markets, which is pretty much since like the great financial crisis, that I've just seen like what borders on a speculative mania in gold. Like what was happening last week, I have not seen that. You know, that down move day was the biggest move in gold in 13 years or something like that.
Yeah.
It's the action. Who knows if it'll stay that way?
That's it, right? And you know, with gold, you're like, okay, I mean, when it falls, it falls. I do know that, right? And I knew that before, you know, the downward move, and it'll have multi-day runs down and up. And so, you know, I don't know well enough to be trading it, really. So I stay away from it. But I love it. I love it as a hard currency, and I love holding it. And you know, if you buy gold, you know, we bought some for my kid 10 years ago when he was born, and it's still sitting in the safe. You know, it's like, and I'll never get rid of it. You know, it's kind of thing. I mean, I don't know where that has value all of a sudden, because now it just sits there forever. But
Yeah, like,
you
what do
know,
you do with it? Like, chop
what do
it
you do
up
with
and,
it?
like,
You know, maybe one day,
buy
you know, one day
Chipotle
he'll
with it?
sell it.
Like, I don't know.
You
Yeah,
bite it
exactly.
like Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
I wish it was that much. I would be. That if I get there, I'll do that. Yeah. Although I don't think it's as liquid feeling as he made it look in the cartoon.
No.
There's a funny
I
family.
saw one of those. They did the physics of it. I saw them like break out
Yeah.
like, what would happen if you went off a diving board into a
Yeah.
pool of gold coins? It's like, well, you would just break your body. Like,
Yeah, there's a funny Family Guy where Peter does it and
Oh.
just gets like destroyed because he thinks he's gonna dive in. So feel free to YouTube that one if you want at some point.
we're still just hanging right around the highs to an impressive degree in the ES right
Mhm.
now.
Yeah.
I don't anything has changed too
26,000 today? I think definitely this week. 26,000 this week, but today? I don't know.
Hey man, vibes could completely change this week. Just to remind everyone, this is the Super Bowl of earnings. We don't get Nvidia yet, but we got Google, Meta, Microsoft. We got everyone reporting earnings this week, and then we got Powell. The government's closed, but Powell. No one closes Powell. No one puts Powell in a corner. He will be giving us the rate cut news.
Ooh, exciting. It's a big one.
We'll be covering it live here on TopstepTV.
Yeah. I think we will have a bit of like, I mean, today was a big day, right? It gapped up. It just happened to do it, you know, at the open. But I could see, you know, I could see some big moves coming up this week, especially with rate cut decisions and, you know, do they sell the news, right? And that's why those kind of things I won't trade. Like I won't trade a rate cut decision. Unless like, I mean, if I ever do, you ask me why, you know, what does he know?
Yeah.
You know,
What's your
because
experience?
because my experience with these is that he could say, yes, we're going to cut, but it's like already baked in. So then it's sell the news, right? Or it could just push everything higher, right? Or it could sell the news 150 points, zigzag, and then rip up again, right? So it's just, you know, it's almost like a lot of these decisions are baked in, and so they're tough to trade. I find the rate cut decisions are too tough. There's not I mean, you can look at data, you can look at all these things, but it's like at the end of the day, it's still 6 people in a room kind of thing making a decision. It feels like, you know, I don't know. It's like, well, what are we gonna do? You know, and I mean, I'm no economics expert, but they tend to just make decisions and it's not always right. And then the market, you know, it's too hard to predict where the market's going to go based on the decisions. So I stay out of those.
Just all day, no trade.
No, the decision for sure. Maybe if like, you know, for example, I'll tell you, if we get a big sell the news, like they're like, yeah, we're going to do a rate cut. It's kind of what's expected. It's something small. And then you get a big sell off. I mean, that could be a great buying opportunity. Just the way the market's been, right? So strong. Try to catch a ride back up, but you know,
I don't think they'll do it, but if one of the AI based tech companies, you know, like a Google, I'm thinking Google or a Meta or a Microsoft could go full Joker mode and burn things down if they said something in their guidance about, oh, we're reducing our CapEx spend or something. Now, I don't think that's going to happen now, but that's the thing I've always been. We keep on going up until either something crazy happens we don't know about, we can't predict, CapEx spend reduces, or we get a hot CPI number, and we're not even releasing CPI next month. The government's still shut down. So,
yeah,
new highs.
And you're right. You're dead on about really like it's going to go up until it's not, right? There has to be some catalyst that's going to push this back down, you know, at some point, right? Even if it's
Aaron, you
not
seem
long
kind of
term.
like I mean, you're interested in fundamentals, Aaron. Jack, you know, rattled off a couple things that could shake up the market. Is there anything on your radar as a fundamental guy that's might start spelling doom for the markets here?
You know, I think we're going to have something I'm really waiting for too is Supreme Court decision on tariffs. What's going to happen with that? And then how does the market react? right? So, if they come back and say, oh, actually, all your tariffs are technically not allowed, what's happening? What's happened to the Canadian dollar? I mean, our dollar has been slowly like dwindling down a lot, on part because we're getting a lot of pressure from the United States. And so, that's a big one that I'm looking ahead at, is what's going to be the decision.
What is that? I'm gonna look that
Yeah,
up.
I mean, AI, China AI is a big one. I think people are not paying enough attention to. So I think China can make AI at a much cheaper cost. They've proven it over and over that they're able to make things cheaper. I don't want to pump them up too much because I don't want anyone knocking on my door, but they are efficient, right? I watched a YouTube video. They put up a bloody highway in 3 days. They put up this. They put up the bridge that crosses some valley, the highest bridge. Like, they have proof, and they can put things up quickly, build things quickly. Whether it's at the cost of environment and human suffering is another story, but it's still, they are able to do it. So that's something that I think is not being looked at, is all of these AI companies that are generally American or even European. When does China come in? I mean, they already did come in about a year and a half ago, maybe now, and don't quote me on the time, and make something that was much, much cheaper. And then it sort of dwindled off, right?
Yeah, the DeepSeek thing.
Right. So does it come back and Alibaba says, actually, OpenAI, we're competing with you and we did it for a quarter of the price? Is this company now worth $1 trillion? So that's something I'm really looking at, is China entering. I mean, they're in the AI field, but really entering it where it's becoming news and it's starting to touch the markets.
Yeah, the music keeps going as long as I've gradually accepted and gotten more into the mode of valuations don't matter at all as long as the top line is increasing. As long as revenue and earnings are increasing, like, they'll just keep expanding the multiples. So won't know. I was kind of shocked that we didn't get more downside volatility after Netflix and Tesla released some pretty shitty numbers, but we'll know a whole lot more about that this week when the real big boys go. And then we got a few weeks at least until the biggest of all, it's always last, is NVIDIA. Really quick, Gabe, I believe we have a news clip we want to get to before we do this. What do we got?
Hurricane Melissa reached Category 5 status Monday morning. The National Hurricane Center is forecasting Melissa will reach Jamaica Tuesday morning, likely to be the strongest storm to ever hit the island. Officials say life-threatening flash floods and landslides are expected. Residents have been cautioned to stay inside, and the Jamaican government already issued mandatory evacuations for several coastal communities, including parts of Kingston. The U.S. is not expected to feel any direct threats from Melissa, although some parts of the East Coast could see rip currents and rough surf.
All right. Stay safe, Jamaica.
Yeah.
Big boy.
Pass your YouTube. Yeah.
What are those lines on your screen, Dolby?
Go ahead. What lines? Stair steps. Off the 15-minute. Just making highs, range over range. Set a range, 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 range. More ranges. Just beautiful stair step high pattern. Just that's all NASDAQ's been doing the last couple days, especially during this 1 hour segment. I did get the answer, though, for the Supreme Court decision, November 5th. Case involves questions about the president's authority to impose these sweeping tariffs under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act and related trade laws. So that could be a big one there. Thanks for keeping that on our radar. November 5th, Supreme Court tariff decision. Could be a market mover.
Yeah, I think it will be. I think because it's just there's just too much based on that for like Trump's government, right? So much has been based on these tariffs and what kind of money they're bringing in, and just it will just throw the world in a bit of a tipsy-turvy, at least short term. So we'll see.
I think
what do you
the
think
markets
happened there?
markets would kind of like it, and I think that seeing the markets surge up might temper back a little bit. He's got a trading view account. We know. He sees what's going on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
NQ topped out here 940s.
Yeah.
Topped out for
Sold
now.
off
We're
5
still
points.
just right. This might be the most percent of the time for this hour I've seen the ES stay within 3 ticks of the high of the day.
Yeah,
All-time
there's
high,
nothing even-
shall we say.
Nothing to even look at to the left. We are just floating with this gap up. Just one lone weekly candle. Where it goes, we will not know until Friday.
Yeah.
When it completes its print.
This is one of those days where if you got in and you left it, congratulations. You know, all the power to you. If you just, you trusted that it was just going to grind up all night and, it wasn't going to come fill the gap, congratulations. Good work. It's a tough. Yeah. Well done. Well done. Because it's tough. And even these like little pullbacks, these are like, 10, 15 point pullbacks, nothing, and then just keeps grinding. Yeah.
I mean, even still, you'd only be up like 200 points, which is still like an insane trade, but it's not like 500 points.
It's true.
Which you've seen before.
Yeah, NASDAQ's
A
up
long hold time now.
1.6% overall. ES is up 1%, so not blowing the lid off yet. Bitcoin futures up 4.5%. Naturally, our guy has been out. Check him real quick.
Yeah. And that's sometimes my struggle, even though that you said that now, Dolby, that's kind of sometimes my trouble too, is like you'll be up, like you can be up 40, 50 points and you have such a good trade. And then you're like, well, someone else here, like then someone's like, oh, I made like $4,000. And you're like, okay, I'm up like, $800 or something. It's like, it's hard to know that next trade, you're like, well, and you're like, but really, it's like sometimes I almost need to like put cash on my table. I feel like we should all do this, and it's like, okay, I'm looking
Someone
at
does that.
800,
One of our coaches does it.
Cash, maybe someone does. It's a good idea,
It is. You're very right though about that. I mean, the internet does not help us trade better because it's, what's it? Comparison's a thief of joy. I mean, that's it right there. $400 is a hell of a day, but if you see someone make 5 Gs on like Twitter, it's like,
right?
I
mean, it's $400 US dollars for me, right? So that's like $600.
Yeah, right. That's amazing,
right?
No, I do. Well, you said a while ago, I think, but you're kind of just like base hitting, and I think that's like what I think real trading kind of is it's a lot of base hits and hitting DLLs, and then maybe once or twice a week you hit a triple or a grand slam, and you just keep on trying to kind of stair step your P&L. I think Dakota is actually a really good example of it. He's not really hitting homers, and his P&L curve is up and to the right. And it's a lot of base hits with some really good risk management. And then if you get a homer, you get a homer, but it's a lot of +1, -1, +3, -1, +1, -1. But that gets you up and to the right.
100%.
$100 at a time.
Yeah. And that's really been my trading lately, especially like the last year or so, is like trying to be like, all right, hit your grand slam, sure. But then it's base hit, base hit, base hit. And even if you hit one, even if you think about it, if you hit one grand slam a month, even every 2 months, and you're able to consistently just grow your account in the middle, you're set. That's it. That's all you got to do, right? You don't have to be making $6,000, $7,000 every time you trade. It's $6,000 in a month is amazing for most people, right? And if you treat trading like a business, you can write things off. So there's a lot of advantage to just looking at it that way.
Yeah, real quick, if we go to my charts, somebody said Amazon's moving after they announced announcing that they would be getting rid of 30,000 jobs. And so I was shocked to see it over here is actually that's pretty good. Move down, it seems to have rebounded.
I mean,
I
typically
have to learn more about it. Sometimes that's like bullish for stocks because everyone's ruthless capitalists.
Yep.
But we'll see. Amazon has been kind of struggling compared to its mighty brethren over the past year, so we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, we're 4 ticks away from the high in the ES. Time to
also, how many people do they employ? They probably employ
hundreds of thousands.
They've got a lot. They actually shut a factory in Canada recently because they were trying to unionize. They were like, "We're done with you."
Yeah, nope.
It was in Quebec or something. Just shut it down.
See ya.
They're like,
Yeah,
it was hard enough to teach you all to teach our managers all French. So get a reason to get rid of them.
Bezos came in there with a cigar and a top hat.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
all the Pinkertons, get the F out.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Do they still have Pinkertons around? Let me know in chat. I think these might still exist, but I don't know if they're for busting
Wait,
unions
that
as much
can't
anymore.
be right.
What?
This Amazon employs 1.5 million people worldwide. Is that
believe it.
accurate?
Think about how many people they have, like, just driving things.
I was gonna say, but a lot of that's third party these days, right? So much of that is
Yeah.
third party. Like, it's not Amazon dropping off my package. You know, it's some third party shipping
yeah.
company. Yeah.
So 30,000 is not a lot of people relative to its total worldwide. I guess I don't know. Well, gotta look in the details there. That's crazy though.
Yeah, tell that
I
to
know
the
they're trying to-
30,000.
robots. Robots for everything.
Yeah.
Well,
Those little robots
Dolby-
run around the warehouse.
As is destined, we are now back at the all-time high that we should have full
just in
ported
time.
that 3-tick pullback. But we
Yeah.
still have time because there is well, first, any final words you have for us, Aaron? Great having you on.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Just just enjoy life out there as best you can. Be good to each other. That's it. Do what we can, you know? I'm here to bring the bond back, Canada, USA, you know? We're still friends.
That's right.
I'm trying to think
We're
of
still
the man from Nova Scotia, Aaron. Always a pleasure, but stick around because I am going to read this copy verbatim. Up next, it's a Monday Power Hour, which means only one thing. Mohammed is joining the show. He's got an eye for the markets that you got to see. If you've never seen Mohammed, get ready. It's about to get saucy. Aaron, thanks again for joining us. Dolby, good to see you. Power Hour's coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
And it even. Quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
It's Monday. You can't spell Monday without Mo. Mohammed is in the house. What's up, Mohammed? This is Power Hour. We got Dolby Time to the right. Good to see you, Mohammed. You're up $1,500 in the combine trading the ES. Thoughts coming into Power Hour. What's up, Mohammed?
Good afternoon, everyone. I mean, market, started as bullish market, obviously. And for anyone, it's very tough to short this market. I mean, this is one of the days that when I say don't cry to me shorting the market is screaming bullish. Yeah, there is some opportunities for short, but don't count on them. Don't wait too long shorting this market, because this market is always grinding higher, especially with no major news currently. We are waiting all for FOMC. So this market is putting a high. Looks like it's putting a high somewhere. We don't know. We know everybody in the market now is by some mean waiting for that bomb to happen. Okay. For me, I'm waiting for it, but I want to buy it actually.
I'm looking to get long. All right, let's take a look at these prices. 25,932 in the NASDAQ, about 14 points off all-time highs. We got ES trading 68.96. A little pullback here in gold trading 40.18. Dolby time, let's break down the NQ, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, let's do it. Start at the tippy top. Well, we printed a new weekly candle because it's Monday. And boy, oh boy, this candle just shot right up. So big gap between like 700 and let's say 568. So obviously no ranges. We got one bar. Daily, no ranges because we gapped up. 4 hour, no ranges because we went straight up. 1 hour, yeah, we had some ranges earlier today, but they already kind of exploded past that. 700 to 750 was a decent one. I'd even say that 800 to 850 was a decent one. Currently, though, not really seeing a range. 30-minute, we're starting to see some of these stair steps that I had drawn from the last segment appear. So we had a 30-minute range. The most recent one I'd say is 890 up to about 920. And we're probably just forming one right here, right now. And I'd be kind of curious to see how we treat these 920s, actually, because it's been very clean stair steps up and to the right. Hold it.
Yes, it has. Last trade, 25,932. Keep an eye on those 890s to 920. ES trading 68.96. Power hour. We like to play a little game called Above Below. I'm going to ask Mohammed what he thinks the price will be in the close in the NASDAQ. I'm going to pull it to the chat. Do you think it'll be above or below that price? Mohammed, what will the price be in the NASDAQ on the close? Last trade, 25,933.
It could be very difficult to believe, but I will throw it there. I'm looking for a measured move. Maybe not today, but the market is telling me that they are looking to visit 26,140, 142
today. At the close.
I mean, the time is not my enemy actually, and I don't want. But this is the target for NQ. For today's move, we can see after the open, we slightly go higher and moving slowly. So we can take this smaller measured move, and they already hit it. They already get it. So they already at it right now. Maybe the close will be 25,000. Let's say 26,000. Maybe today 26,000. Yeah, I will go for 26,000.
26,000 even. All right.
Whoa.
Very controversial in fast markets. Again, above below 26,000 even. Yeah. Last trade 25,000.
The question now is how to ride this to 26,000.
Get long. I mean,
long 50, I will wait. You're that bullish.
I will wait for a measured move. I will wait for a measured move to the downside. Okay, so to see this market going down in the 2000 tick chart, and the buyers try and fail. Once we have even a small measured move, that will be my long. It could be at 25,900. It could be lower. I don't know. It depends on the first leg. Once we see the first leg, then we can know where's the target for the seller for the second leg. So we gotta wait. I cannot just buy this because everybody's buying this. We know where their are.
Maybe 25,900. Dolby time. Mo's looking for
25,
longs.
920, 25,920 are the first stop run that I want to see before I go long.
Okay, Mohammed, you're trading the ES though, correct?
Yeah, and ES, it's almost looks like the same. Stops 6,895 up to 6,894. So we might see the market dump to 6,895, make a little bit pullback, and then continue to 6,894. If the market do that, I will be buying at 6,893.
93. Okay, Mo wants to see a pullback to 6,893. Last trade 6,897. NASDAQ is 25,936. Did get the pullback. Get to 930. Dolby time. Yep, hit me.
I don't think we're getting filled. 920 down to 900, 5 MNQ. We're just doing higher highs, higher lows here. So they're really making buyers chase. It's, I mean, are we really buying like 10-point pullbacks? We can.
Either you wait for the nice position, nice location, or you close your eyes and buy it. I mean, this market doesn't seem that it will go down.
Is that all the pullback?
Doesn't feel like it. Does not feel like it.
We'll get got down 25,930. ES closing in on 6,900. About point and a half away from there. Again, these new all-time highs just printed 68.98 in the orders. NASDAQ, new all-time highs, 25,946. We're about 5 points away from that right now. Gold trading 40.
You cannot help it.
Look at this thing, Mo.
I mean, you cannot help it. You cannot help it not sell it at 6,900. I mean, this is a devil coming to me saying that sell it at 6,900. What is the risk? Just one micro. But if you do that and it win in your favor, you are getting a bad.
You're a bear for life then.
You're
a bear for life, Mo. If you pull that one off, don't want that happening.
Point away.
Gotta watch this.
Point away from 6,900. NASDAQ about 60 points away from 26,000 even. All right, we go.
Another idea, another devil idea. Just buy it here. There is no way they will not touch 6,900. Okay, so you just buy here, sell it at 6,900. 2 points. What will harm? And this is another
load up with 50
that
to get that point.
Yeah, and there's stops.
Yeah,
some stops above 6,900. We are 3 ticks away. We are trading 68.99 quarter. New all-time highs. Offers are stacked in the ladder.
Yeah, let's go 15 big contract just to take these 2 points.
Mo, I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking, Mo.
These are devil ideas. I know it's coming to everyone in the chat. I'm being there. I look at the price and say there's no way they will not touch 6,900. And before you know it, you are the last buyer.
I mean, that is the scariest trade.
Yes, it is. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about that. What is the scariest trade right now? Dolby time? Short?
The scariest trade right now? Ooh, let's see. Probably.
The fun trade is short.
Probably short.
The
6,900 is probably the scariest short. Yeah. I mean, you could even make an argument for being long for being the scariest trade because we're going to keep on going up. Triple question mark. But yeah, I mean,
what is
that's pretty scary.
The scariest trade for me is when we see a strong move down, very strong one, and you keep buying that. That's the scary trade because you don't know where this stop for me. But Buying here is not so scary because you can put your stop below the last pivot and that's it. It's not so scary. Short,
that's true.
You don't know where to put your stop. So
You
the
don't.
scary
You
trade, I
just
think,
said it.
is
It's
the
a
market
monetary.
drop strong.
Yep. I was gonna say either way, you're getting long at all-time highs, or you're getting short in a trending market. Chat will be locked and loaded.
Either way, chat will hate you. Does not matter.
Either way. 25,935 last trade at
Let's focus on
NASDAQ.
the process. Let's focus on the process.
right.
What the market is telling us, and that's it. If there is no trade, so be it. So be it. Just follow your process, trade your setup, and that's it. My setup is saying that we are going to 6,932. This is the target, which is the measured move from this spike from this low to this high to
Getting a little bit of wiggle here.
this AB equals CD. That's it. So the CD will be at
Nice measured move.
Yeah, 6,943. This is the target. So buy the trend, buy the pullback. Strongest are the best.
Chat, how often do you use measured moves in your analysis? We are at all-time highs in a lot of markets, so measured moves can help you get targets if there's nothing to the left. How many people in chat are using those measured moves? Pretty cool.
Question. It'll give us some sort of guiding light, if you will. These prices have never traded before, Dolby. I like that question. Kind of gives us an idea, perhaps, where we can go. Mo, you like 6943 in the ES?
Yeah. It's reasonable, actually. It's not.
Oh, Mo, there's a question for you. What is a measured move?
Measured move is when you see a strong move in one direction, very strong one. This one is very strong one. Even it is a gap, but it is a move. At the end of the day, it's a move of the market. So the market moved very strong to one direction and then did a pullback, okay, and then continue to the same direction. Now, one of the targets that the buyers are looking for, in this example, it's a bullish market, so the buyers are looking for the same exact move length. Okay, maybe you can see a lot of this example before happening all the time, especially if the market is moving lower. Look at this market in this one. This has happened last week. So the market moved to the downside, then go up and move the same length. Now look at this one. The market moved to this side and then correction, and it not necessarily to be exactly the same length, but the market is moving towards that.
A little bit. Little bit of a sell-off here at Dolby time. 25,009.
I'm intrigued.
2, 3.
Yeah. Finally, we see something different.
Bids are in. That was a crazy move, Mo. We're down 20 points.
Dolby time fell for it.
Now this is a scary move for you.
9-2.
It's scary. It's getting scary.
Needed a little bit.
Mo looking for 68.93, correct? In the ES, perhaps?
Yeah. So for this measured move, the last move that we have is this move to the high. And then the market didn't make a pullback, but they do some sort of a range here. Okay, in the 2000 tick chart. So to calculate the measured move, we calculate from this low to this high and copy and paste, and we put it at the lowest one, the lowest low there. And here you go. This is your target, 6,902. So buyers now are going to that direction. If you get a setup or a signal to that direction, just go in, make sure that you have a correct stop, and that's it. This will be invalidated if we break 6,893.
These 93s are right.
That's a great.
Little
Great
little bit
example,
closer.
Mo. That trade you talked about in the ES would not have worked. It did not get to 6,900. We had three quarters of a point to go, and
Yeah,
it just sold off.
we got to.
Oh
There's
man,
no way it's not going to 6,900. Here we go.
We'll
pretty
see, Mo.
scary.
Hey, all right. When
Scary
we came into Power Hour, we had a delta plus 12,000 in the ES, plus 1,900 in the NASDAQ. Around those all-time highs. We'll see if that does change here. Countdown clock, lower right-hand corner, 42 minutes till the closing bell. 32 minutes till MOC.
Please sell off.
Yeah, we'll see more of pullback starting at 920.
Come on down.
No. Let's see. Let's see this move down. Okay. It looks strong, and it is strong. Why I'm saying it's strong? Because look at this candle, 2000 tick chart. This candle, and then the following candle, the following candle, the following candle. Not a candle passes above the previous one. See, you see the sellers here are so strong because they didn't let the buyers break the previous candle, which means the move still going down. What I need, in order for me to buy this, I need to see the sellers try and fail. I want to see them try after this low. I want to see them trying, and once they fail with a strong green candle, that means we are looking for the stop above there. Until I see that, I will wait. I cannot just buy this because this can go down, and your stop cannot, survive.
We are 5 points away, Mo.
So close. I know. We got 923s in this 5-minute candle. 10 minutes till the bottom of the hour. The ES pulled back to 68.96. Yeah, we got within three ticks of 6,900 even. All-time highs just put in at 68.99. Quarter, Mohammed. Did you get long today?
Yeah,
1,500 in a combine. So you just
I was short at the beginning of the market. I was short.
Really?
I love
it. I was short here. I took some profit, and the market stopped me out here with only $100 profit. Then I went long up there, take a profit there, and went short somewhere there, and I get 1,500 and stop trading.
Nice. Nice shorts.
You can see it here,
and in an uptrended market.
You can see that. Was short here.
Yeah. Got some receipts.
Took some profit there, and I shorted this, ended here with the shorts. So I was long and short.
Let's trade
down to in the ES. We got
now the buyers are trying. And question
we get to Mo. Get to
me. How do you buy a high? How do you buy the highs? Wait for sellers until they fail. Wait for sellers until they fail.
What does it look like when they fail, Mo?
Yeah, what's it look like?
What does it look like when sellers fail?
Okay, now we can see this high. Sellers came. They bought new low, correct? It's a new low. This is the recent low that they made. I want to see the sellers try to get back to that low, but they couldn't. They couldn't. For somehow buyers stepped in to protect that low. If they couldn't protect this low, yeah, you cannot just buy it because this low is not a strong support. You want to make sure that the buyers put a strong support before, because you want to go higher. That means you need to have strong buyers behind you.
They're holding these 925s in the NASDAQ right now.
For now.
On the bid, but it's looking, let me take a peek beneath.
Ooh.
Take a look at gold. Gold
Dane Rudolph in chat. $7 away from passing a trading combine. Let's go. That is lock in, Dane. Lock in.
Yep.
Any advice, Mo?
I was gonna
$7.
say $7 away from a combine.
$7 only.
Stick to the process.
Yep.
Advice
Hey,
is if
Dave,
you don't
Pass.
see-
good job.
Well done. Well done. Okay.
That's hard. That's hard.
I mean, yes, there is. I got a hard lot in the NASDAQ. Just came in at 25,920. Do we get it? So 920 half. Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Okay. A question: how, if I want to sell this market,
Maybe.
if you are bearish for some reason, how do you sell this market? If you think this is the high, and it could be the high. Nobody knows. But if you are bearish for a reason, you want to sell this market for a safe short, wait for buyers to try and fail, and then short the market. Until now, the buyers are successful. And you cannot say the buyers are failing. So they are trying. So if they fail for the second time, you can sell the second one. Don't just short here. If you short here, your stop is stuck up there.
Where's here, Mohammed?
With no protection. Here, 6,900. All
Okay.
stops are there. If you are short, definitely your stop at 6,900. Maybe you are smart. You say, I will put it 6,901 for a reason. But buyers, they know that. So for a safer short, wait for the buyers to try to get up there. When they try and fail, that means sellers are protecting that high. Sellers are protecting your stop loss. Until now, there is no protection for either stops. Not this high, not this low. This low, what I mean, this low is 6,900, 6,895.
95.
So we have stops at 6,895. We have stops at 6,900. And we are in the middle right now. What I want to see the sellers try and fail. That means we are going to 6,900. Or if the buyers try and fail, that means we are going to 6,895. So by the end of this power hour, we either be at 6,900 or 6,895.
It is a Mohammed Monday. Let's take a look. Yep, 68.97 half. Last trade in the ES. Well, we see 6,900s. We got within 3 ticks. You got the NASDAQ trading 25,926. Dolby time it got. Do we get any partials there?
Nope. Nothing.
925.
We were ticks away. We might be getting a reversal pattern in the NASDAQ. With this range under range here, but I would still be looking for longs just because. But it's on the 1 minute. It's set up. You have a nice little 1 minute range that's set up underneath the range that kind of established the high. So it could be forming a new downward channel, but I'm bullish until proven otherwise.
That makes sense. I mean, that's why we're working the bid. Mohammed,
you can define risk.
I love it. 100%. Any thoughts on gold? Well, it's trading 4,000s seems to be the magnet for now. Is there more room to the upside?
Yeah.
Just a healthy
Yes,
pullback.
trying again
Nothing
here.
fundamentally has changed. Fundamentally has changed. Who was saying in fast markets? Wow. Give another shot here in the ES, Mohammed. Never got down to those 9.3s. 68.98 half. 1.5 away from all-time highs. That's like a little heavier.
It is. NASDAQ doesn't have the same technical formation that the ES has right now. So ES has done a better job of forming range over range, trying to get to highs, but NASDAQ has actually gone range under range. I'm not a correlation trader. I don't know what it means. I'm just making a note of it. But interesting to see that NASDAQ does have a very different formation here. Ooh, maybe it pushed down here, the 920s.
3 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Let's see if this thing does.
So
pick
after
up.
sellers putting this low at 96, they never come back again. They never even try until now. I want to see them trying, and once they fail, I will jump long.
A little bit of pop in the
Wait for
Dow.
confirmation.
Yep, I like this bit.
Yeah,
Let's
and
trade it
again,
down.
for the measured move.
47,645. Go ahead, Mo. Mo is fired up. So much passion indeed for markets.
For the measured move. Now, if I'm waiting
1600.
for a measured move downside, that was the first move. And if this is the high of the pullback, we expect the price to be to go to 6895. That will be a completion of the measured move, which means the sellers might get all what they want. It's time to buy this one. If this is the high, of course. So we have to
Like
wait
any pullback
until we see
any
the price
pullback
coming down.
Whatsoever.
Come on, it's so ES is just agonizing. No pullbacks.
Yeah,
they're so small.
And we do have FOMC this Wednesday. Earnings. Earnings. What do we got for earnings? We got all the heavy hitters. We got Amazon, Apple. We got Google, Meta. What am I missing? Microsoft. All this week, as well as FOMC will have coverage wall to wall here on TopstepTV starting at 1 p.m. on Wednesday, 1 p.m. Central. That is.
A hell of a day. Expect some ranges. FOMC brings ranges the day before typically, or even worse, megaphone patterns. People are waiting for the news, so the markets can get a little bit weird.
We have that gap. Yesterday we opened.
Oh yeah.
You have to higher on the reopen. Where is it? About 50 points. 50 points in the ES to the downside. See if we do get any sort of a gap fill. Right now,
some nice lower highs here on this 1 minute range on the NASDAQ. So might be some sellers putting a little bit of pressure here on price, which would be fantastic because we're still trying to get filled on any pullback in the NASDAQ. You just cannot get filled. These are hard days to trade. It feels like those days that you look back at the chart and it's like, oh, you just buy it and hold. And then like you try to do it in real time. And you're like, this is often impossible. Where do I buy it? Everything looks awful to buy because you're always buying highs. And then you have to sit there for hours to get the trade that you want.
Ooh, gold selling off. Gold down about $9. $9. This 5-minute candle. Catch a little bit of a bid here in the NASDAQ. Ever so slightly. 5,926. We didn't get. Nope. Come on.
Even still, Dre, if you get filled at 20s, 8 points is the high that we would have had, and we would have gotten filled 8 minutes ago. Minute per point. Cruising. Let's go, ES.
Yeah.
I want ES to touch 6,900 and then just sell off a little bit so we can get filled in NASDAQ. Come on.
I mean, we're point and a half away from 6,900 evens in the ES. Last trade. Okay. Bit of a bid. NASDAQ followed. Dow continues to grind higher here.
Shout out Sherman.
Oh, all right. There we go.
Oh,
2 ticks away. We'll see where
950.
those stops are.
Early.
We'll see where the stops are, Mo.
95.75. 99.75.
Tickets. Someone up
900.
tickets.
900.
Print. Not print just yet.
There's no way it's not touching 900.
Way, I know. No way. Come on. 68.99 and the orders.
Imagine that.
There we go.
15-second chart. Is that it? There we go.
There you go.
Is that all she wrote? We'll get some more follow through to the
6,900.
That means we still don't have any measured move. Buyers just try and succeeded immediately.
Dow is pushing higher here. 7,665.
That was a nice signal, actually, but I chickened not to take it. That was a very nice signal. You can see it, Dolby. This is my style. Market touching the moving average, giving a strong green candle, but I didn't take it because this is not an A+ setup for me. The A+ setup, I need to see at least second try. That was the first try after this high. That was the first one. I don't like to take the first one. I like to take the second one.
A little bit more confirmation. Well, we might get we got a sell off here in the NASDAQ, down a whopping 6 points.
Love it. Yes. Can we get the fill? Can we? Dow is still continuing to run higher. Dow was up about 80 points or so in the last couple minutes. NASDAQ a little heavier. The ES again, new all-time highs, 6,900 even. Let me see. Delta update plus 17,000, plus 17,000 in the ES. That means more buyers are coming in, going to market at these all-time highs, plus 1,500 in the NASDAQ.
What's gold doing? Is gold having a good time right now? I'm getting tired of this NASDAQ, Trey.
Gold. Gold is trading 4,005. 4,000.
We have opening range. We have opening range. Opening range extension, range extension at 6,901. By the way, so that was the opening range between 6,800. What is this number? 89 and the low 6,877. If we calculate this range, the range extension to the upside is 6,901. 6,901 could be a stopping place for the sellers.
Short some ES, Trey? That sounds insane.
Yeah, 901.
Yeah, what are you willing to risk on that?
5 points. Why I'm saying 5 points? Because you can see here below this range, it is less than 5 points. So you don't want this price to go higher than same range or same magnitude.
Oh, huh, interesting.
If we get the stop run,
like a real like crazy strong candle or something.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
we're not getting filled in NASDAQ unless a
No,
miracle
we are
happens,
not.
and
Grinding-
that might be a
grinding
bad
higher.
miracle at that point.
45,930. We got 15 minutes till MOC.
So let's do this together. I used to trade this range in this way, extension. So that was the range low. The range high. So if we can see how much they go below it, it was about this magnitude, which is what? 2 points actually, less than 2 points.
Oh, okay.
So we put this above 6,901. If the market goes beyond the price,
Lose Mo. We lose Mo. Was he talking about a short setup in the ES?
Yeah.
Every time?
Yeah. I measured one.
Okay. Let's see a little rollover here in the NASDAQ. Again, 14 minutes till MOC.
I'd be interested.
ES is
Just gotta define
ES is
risk on
holding bid.
Will got caught spilling the secrets, so they gotta
pull the plug.
Pulled out his internet there.
6,900s.
Okay, I'm back.
There we go.
What's up,
Welcome
Mohammed?
back, Mo. So, would you actually take a short up there, Mo, or no? So you're just saying theoretically.
Not today. Not today. The market is so
It is
bullish.
the scariest trade, though.
Not today. But if it is a range day, if the market was a multi-trending day, it was a level. If I look left and I see a level there that makes sense, yeah, I will take this at 69.01, and my stop will be at maybe 03.04 just in case. And looking, I will be patient for this trade.
Every time they take
Short one,
6,900
yes.
bid, they come back in and take it offered. Definitely some selling going on at 6,900 even. 200 more, 200 more.
NASDAQ is just range and over range again.
That 6,900s go bid, and they take it offered. Yep, NASDAQ grinding higher here, 25,933. Trying to get the 20s. Yeah, there we
ES
go.
can't-
There's your stops.
Oh, there we go.
There's
Okay,
your stops.
okay.
There's your stops in the ES.
Oh,
new all-time
NASDAQ
highs.
popped too.
There you go. 6902, Mohammed. Looking for 6903's. Oh, nice. 6903's trade. Here we go. Now the NASDAQ
This is
is
top run. This is
looking here.
top run, definitely.
20,
Yeah. Everybody booking this top run.
946. Wow.
Pulling all our orders.
Uh-huh. ES just making new all-time highs. NASDAQ has about 3 points to go.
Mooning.
It is. Those longs.
Just dual moon action.
I mean, we got Trades BK in the chat saying this is just too easy, man. You're long. We are cooking now. 25.
Hey, if you're long,
Colby time.
I don't know. My heart does break a little bit anytime someone says this is easy. Just be careful tomorrow, BK. Just be careful. The market has a way of
humbling,
restoring balance to the universe.
Yeah,
Trading is easy. Accepting losses is difficult. Trading is easy. Accepting losses is difficult.
I like that, Mo.
Accepting that you are wrong is difficult.
That's hard.
That's true.
Damn, Dolby, what did it get down to? 25 did print.
Oh, we missed it by 3 ticks.
Okay.
For one MNQ. It would only be like 20 points, but it would have been the best trade that we could have had. But it's just, I don't know. Just the market makes you chase in these zombie rallies. It's really, really tricky. It is really tricky.
Yeah. Good read, though.
Yeah.
We were stingy. Mohammed, we were stingy on that trade.
we were very stingy.
Sometimes being stingy is not always good. Not today.
Ooh,
not today.
coming
Market
in
is
here.
going crazy up.
Yeah.
Don't be stingy now.
6904, new all-time highs in the ES. NASDAQ about 3.5 points from all-time highs. Last trade, NASDAQ 25,943. The chat now they're asking 26,000? Question mark? Game of ticks indeed. The 10 minutes till MOC.
Yeah, this ES is so resilient. I mean, there was a really good range. Like, what is this? 3 o'clock in the morning to like 10. That was pretty nice. Oh, double bottoms, some triple tops. It's been moon ever since. I don't know, Dre.
Yep. All right. We
Don't really see a trade.
Yep. 10 minutes till MOC. Let's take a look at and update some of those live funded traders. Some good numbers this morning in fast markets. Take a look now. Trader J, moving up 11,000. Yang up about 11,000 as well. Samuel B up 10. Quentin up 8, and not away up 7,000 plus. Well done. Good job. Make sure to lock in those profits. Just printed 6904 in the ES NASDAQ. 25,946. 7-point pullback. Anything else really moving here? Nope.
Sell off in NASDAQ 5 points.
Yep.
I don't know if that's worth anything. I don't know if that's going to translate to the ES. There's a possibility that maybe these highs don't hold in the ES and this sells off a little bit. I mean, it'd be pretty easy to define risk. You just put it 4.5, risk 2.5 points.
It is the recent measured move, Dolby. This is the measured move to the highs.
Color threes, yeah.
And it is 6,902. Now they are testing that. If they closed below it, that could lead into, I don't want to say it, but could lead to short. But that maybe it's just for a short period of time. I mean, I'm not counting on strong move down. I'm looking for a nice pullback to buy this. My target is 6,940.
40s.
940s. Oh, that's all right. That's about 40 points higher.
Yep.
8 minutes till MOC.
Not today, but
we put the highs in.
I will not short this market. I will not. Even if Trump say sell it, I will not.
Well, hold on. Well,
I mean,
last time
rest of the market might.
Yeah, I know. Last time you said buy, we
Maybe he said
we were on a
tariffs,
rocket ship there,
keyword.
Mo. Hey, we got 70% short in the tilt in the ES. Now 72% short in the tilt in the ES. Average price of 68.95. Take a little bit of heat.
Hmm.
We did get those 20s Dolby time. What would be the price?
Like for TP?
Yeah.
Probably around 40, 45s. It's just a oneer, so you probably just want to go range to range. At the bottom, got the top. Wouldn't get filled on enough for the breakout. These shorts are kind of interesting from like a risk reward perspective.
Yeah,
It is by far
I
the
agree.
scariest trade. By far the scariest trade.
The
I'm
short.
thinking, will we will we close on the highs, right? Any profit taking at all here in the next 16 minutes? It's the only thing. We might see.
I mean, it's a really
push.
speculative trade, right? So it's tight stop, big profit target. You're looking for a big sell off, but you risk, like 2-3 points, and you're hoping to make like 10, 12, 15.
Actually, I'm risking not taking the long side, not taking the short. The risk of the loss itself, it doesn't matter. What matters that there is an opportunity to go long and I didn't take, which is much more obvious than the short side.
Yeah.
Opportunity
way
loss.
easier.
Gold closing on 4,000. Last trade, 4,001. 4,002's trade. A little wiggle there. A little pullback in the NASDAQ. By little, I mean little. We're talking 9 points. Now 10 points. 25,936. Yes, staying strong. Staying big.
I was long.
Mohammed?
I was short today. I was long. I was short today. I can tell you, the short trades was so awful. I was nervous. I just want to close the trade. So if you want to be nervous, go ahead. Be short. Maybe it can work with you, but it's tough. Want an easy trade, comfortable trade. Maybe it is a loose trade, but you can hold on it. The short, you cannot hold on it. You will trail it quickly. You will exit quickly. You will be, anxious in that trade, which will lead to not taking a good
Bad
decision
trade management
during the.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good
You
point.
can still make money, but yes, you're going counter trend, right, Mo? So you got to be quick if you're going to.
Yeah, exactly.
Limit the risk.
Aww.
4.5 minutes. MOC market on close. What is that, you ask? Well, at 50 after. 50 minutes before the closing bell. And some volatility.
And that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fun trade.
Loves it.
If it is so nervous, it is nervous. You make money out of it. You will be so excited. I shorted the high. Wow.
So the best ones, Mo. Scary trades are the best trades.
On the tops. Let's see here. Hogue, let me know. I know.
Sure, I want to push spot and stuff up and bad.
So tempting to sell this market.
It's so tempting, Mo.
Sure is. We are.
Yeah.
I know it's not technically what it is, but brings volatility. Oh, buyers stepped
there
in there.
Okay.
The ES.
Okay, buyers.
Wow.
Right.
69.04.
There's your stop. Give me your stop.
There's your stop. Bye-bye. If we get 4.25, it'll be a lot of very sad shorts with tight stops.
It's got caught
NASDAQ
there.
is not making new highs.
Not yet. Now pushing.
Wow.
Wow. There we go. Here go the buyers. New highs.
Eating up shorts.
Yep.
905.
69.05. 25,948. All-time highs in the NASDAQ. Where are we going to go?
Let's go.
Delta 26.
Up and to the right.
Here it goes.
06 done.
Damn, they're just lifting every offer. The ES ladder. What a rally. Just a grind. Wow, 27,000. plus 27,000 in the ES Delta. That thing jumped by 11,000 in the last 20 minutes. That's incredible. Yep. I just smoked those shorts.
I mean, where do we get long then? Like
No
O2s
shorties
to
yet.
evens? Maybe MOC on a pullback?
All-time highs. Oh, 3 minutes.
Like 99's looking pretty good.
What will MOC bring us? Again, aggressive buying in the ES, that Delta. When Power Hour started, Delta was positive, right around 13,000. It has grown by 14,000, now plus 27,000. What does that mean? There are aggressive buyers coming in and continuing to do so. Damn. We were talking about shorts too. What trade-off?
Yeah, I mean, it's just something you only want to try it like once or twice.
They want to take the
I mean,
NASDAQ.
I'm just glad I'm not short in this market. That's enough for me.
Same.
Yeah, I cannot go long. I couldn't. My intention to go long, but
look at this thing go. New
They
highs.
just keep
new
covering.
highs.
Yeah.
Wow.
25,950. 50 points to get to 26,000 even. Yes.
Finally hit a
push.
30-point move in NASDAQ. Fantastic. New highs, yes.
Look at this thing go. Wow, wow, wow. 69.07 in the orders. New highs in NASDAQ. 952. 60 seconds till MOC.
I mean, if you want to put an end to it, Dre, all you have to do is just go long one at market right here, right now. You'll turn this around.
I've certainly had those similar thoughts. You want to call the
Yeah,
top?
right.
What?
Yep.
I'll get
somebody sell this. Somebody go
Careful.
sell
At
this.
Delta, they're not playing games. Again, was plus 20. It's now plus 27,000. We got 30 seconds till MOC. What's it going to bring? It's going to start with the ES, then the NQ, and the YM. But yeah, new highs here in Power Hour on TopstepTV. That being said, 2,500 people watching us all across the world. Please click subscribe, click thumbs up, and click the bell, please. Also, happy birthday to Dakota. Got the 1,000
Amazing.
likes. Got the
Happy
10
25th,
seconds.
Dakota.
Yep. Buckle up.
Let's see if we can get ones. We can't. It's not going to pull back. I'd have to pull back for that to happen for us to get anything.
Nothing really. 200 mil buy side, ES, 6 mil sell side, NASDAQ, pretty light. Yep. What's the market doing? Oh, still going higher. Again, those numbers can and will change.
It's going higher, Dre.
At 55 after, we'll see another injection of liquidity, but markets are off to the races right now. New highs, new all-time highs. Will we get to? Damn, they ramped up. Now it's plus 31,000.
All right, we have bids in
ES
at
Delta.
04 and 03.
Here.
No, we're not getting filled.
Holy cow.
Needed to be long at the open of this segment and never look back.
Absolutely. 31,000. Damn.
What a machine. What a
It
machine.
is. Absolutely.
I gotta have a new tool, Dre. I don't have any
mean-
tools for this. It's like, what do? You just buy one micro every minute, and then you just keep on adding until it doesn't work anymore.
I
Is
know.
that
those
what it works?
shorts, they thought they had it for a split second. Those buyers came in,
Nope.
lifted the offer some more in the ES. Again, 69.09. All-time highs. Now 69.09. Now 69.10. 69.10's new all-time highs there. NASDAQ, here, this Delta's getting wild. Now it's plus 33,000. They are.
It looks like they are punishing someone.
The shorts.
Someone is
Mohammed.
short and
They are
we
punishing
refuse to
shorts.
exit.
The shorts. Here we go. We are now about 30 points from 26,000 even in the NASDAQ.
That is. Are we gonna short 26,000?
I'm.
That'd be insane.
Scary. It's scary.
That's above and below level.
Yes, it is.
Mo, if you land this above below, that will be the greatest call in
Yes,
all of above below history. We were not even trading.
It
remotely
was a
close to
stretch at the
26,000.
beginning. It was very stretched.
Not now.
Not now.
Profit taking, maybe.
Now I hope
Slightly.
they don't
When are
they
gonna
don't
take
go
profit?
beyond it.
They're just not going to take any profits in these last 7.5 minutes going into the close. And this is just a start to what is going to be a very, very busy week. Earnings. President Trump, President Xi meet. FOMC. Missing anything?
Yeah, I got bids in at like
Okay.
5 points lower from here. Let's see. I don't know. I don't think we're getting filled. So difficult.
Yep.
We'll have to think up a new system
was a good
for
read,
zombie rally markets. Oh, it was a good read. We just didn't get filled on it. Too stingy. Probably could have tightened it up. Given that we knew what the volatility was like and it was relatively tight.
Today's market is looking for only risky traders, generous traders. Stingy, not today.
Not today.
Need to be risky.
No, you got to pay premium if you want to get long today. Market's not letting you freebies in.
Come in and buy it. There we go. NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ's leading the charge to the upside. 25,970 and the orders trade. Will we get to, there we go, 972's trade.
30 points.
Yes, we are. Will we get to 26,000 even? These are all new all-time highs in both ES and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is going to make a run. 25 points away from 26,000 evens. Look at this.
Just absolutely unhinged.
Yeah, someone in the market is short and he refuses to exit. And they are punishing
They're
him.
taking heat. They're taking heat. We
New
saw
highs
that
again.
tilt.
ES. Wow.
Yep, there we go. More stops popping. We are now 19 points away from 26,000 even. And ES also doing it. 69.11. And the orders. What a rally.
All in orders.
30 seconds.
Nothing.
Another injection of liquidity.
Nothing in. Nothing in.
Will we get there? Will we get to 26,000?
Yep, that's all I care about now, Dre.
Yeah,
Can,
the
can Mo
popcorn.
pull off this above below call of the century right here.
Mohammed, are you
I'm
feeling
sorry,
confident?
chat. I'm sorry, chat. I cannot do anything, you know. I wanted to trade, but
here we go. A couple seconds now. I'll pop this thing.
There's liquidity. Okay.
Nope, that did nothing.
I know
Straight up
who.
Indeed.
I know.
5
You
minutes.
let me know what price is a good value for longs. Maybe right here, right now.
machine is rolling, still rolling.
We're gonna close on these highs.
Someone stop that machine.
ES Delta up to plus 34,000.
All right, we're gonna bid 8/4.
Okay.
And 7/4. That'll be it. Okay.
Self against the highs.
I mean, we're looking for like 1 minute structure here because this thing is just turbo
Yes,
bid.
incredible. Dow also pushing higher here. New highs in the session 47,729. No, not done. ES holding bid right now. Oh, power hour. What
Just
a
can't
beast.
even.
ES not even thinking about going lower.
No.
Buyer's hour, not power
Yep.
hour.
Buyer's hour is right, Mohammed. Will we get to 26,000 even in the NASDAQ? 25 points to go.
New highs, yes.
New highs, ES, indeed. New highs, Dow. These are all-time
No,
highs.
no, double top.
We're double top. Where,
Which one?
Mohammed? Where?
Yes.
6911.75.
On what time frame?
Yes, yeah. This is
No,
2000.
75 was solo.
Double top, Mohammed.
Oh,
No,
you're
this is
1,000.
5 minutes.
1,000 tick.
No, you can see the previous 5 minute and the
Come on,
current
NASDAQ.
5 minute. They double
Come on.
top.
Do something, Nazi.
69. If we break 6908, that will be nothing.
NASDAQ holding bid.
Can't even get
25,000.
pullbacks
Come on.
at all.
Close to 26,000.
Oh man, I feel like I'm asking to get filled. It can't even get filled here.
What price we working, Dolby?
8.25. An ES.
Oh,
an ES.
Okay. 69.
Can't even get a 1 point pullback.
Don't force it, Dolby. It's only 1 minute left.
Talk to him, Mohammed. Come on, we gotta get these
Not
26,000 in the NASDAQ. Can we
10,
get there?
15,
We got
10 seconds. 10
minutes.
seconds.
Yep. 2
I'll pull
minutes.
him.
2 minutes to the closing bell. What a grind higher here. When power hours started in the ES, we were trading
flat
68.96. We are currently trading 69.11s.
Get him, JD.
I know, right? In trouble. Called out. MOC is pretty light. 90 seconds till the bell.
If you are a buyer today, all what you need to do is trail your stop to every last pivot. That's it. Do nothing. Just trail your stop. There's no traps, no stop run for buyers, no weak hands stops, nothing. Just straight up.
Right,
Nazi's
60 seconds.
actually trying to go. You really trying to do new highs here, Nazi?
Got
Looked pretty good for a second.
156 lot offered at 26,000 even. Buckle up. We got 60 seconds till the closing bell. Can we get another push higher here in the NASDAQ to get those 26,000? New all-time highs in
Or
the
sell
ES.
off. Profit taking or more pain for
highs.
shorts.
Look at all the size on the ladder in the ES. We're seeing 200 on the bid, 200 on the asks. Now it's 400 up. All that size. Look at it go. 69.08 last trade. Back up to the 09s. We working anything, Dolby, or do we pull it? Wow, 38,000. 38,000.
We're flat across the board. We would have gotten filled theoretically if we
Incredible.
kept those orders in. But there's nothing left in the day now.
Yeah.
All right, remember this going into tomorrow, plus 38,000 in the ES Delta. It grew and grew and grew at all-time highs. We're seeing the pullback. Are they taking profits now in the last 5 seconds? Find out. Look at all the size on the ES ladder. Here comes the bells. Start to a crazy, crazy week here at Topstep TV. These markets are absolutely rocking. With that being said, Mohammed.
It'll be break even.
Dolby time.
Yep.
Dolby time. We got
It'll
within
break
one
even.
tick. Got within one tick.
Tried.
Fill in the NASDAQ. Great stuff, though. Stuck to the process. Good read. That being said, shout out to all the bellers. Party's just getting started this week.
What was the
Buckle
close
up,
in InQ?
Stay locked in. Mohammed. With that being said, my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into at the
960s.
buzzer. Good stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Dolby. And especially thank you to Mohammed for making this power hour one to remember. What a Monday, guys. Monday. It's come, it's gone. Now is the time for you to hang around and watch At the Buzzer. At the Buzzer. It's got Coach Jay and Coach Paul. It's up next at 3:15. So just stick around, listen to some cool outro music, and then we'll automatically redirect you over to At the Buzzer. That's it for today. Then later tonight, though, at 7:30 p.m., Coach Dakota is back with Slow Markets. Tonight, Coach Jay is joining Coach Dakota, so you can catch two of your favorite Topstep coaches on Slow Markets tonight at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, right here on our YouTube channel. Then tomorrow morning, the bright and early time of 1:30 a.m. Central Time, Aaron Trades is hosting London Open, so be sure to stick around for that. And then if you are awake, why don't you stick around for Deanna's Euro Trade at 3:30 a.m. right after London Open. You get two back-to-back wonderful trading shows in the wee hours of the morning for us Americans. But then at 7:15 a.m., we're going live again with another episode of Topstep TV. The week continues on, markets are moving, and we'll be here reporting on each and every detail as they happen. But for now, At the Buzzer's up next. You've been the chat. I'm James Harden. This has been Monday Topstep TV. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.